Minutes here before CPI, guys. CPI will be coming out. Influential for yields, rate policy, currency markets, stocks, all across the board here. So core CPI month over month consensus is 0.3% increase. Previous was a 0.1. Core CPI year over year for June consensus is 3%. Previous was 2.8. So the market is expecting an uptick in inflation. The CPI year over year for June headline consensus is 2.6%. Previous was 2.4%. So let's see what the US dollar does here and interest rates. We've got the S&P up. We've got the yield market we're watching. Right now the 10-year yield is flat slightly, but it's recaptured its daily chart 50 and 200 moving averages. So we'll look to see what happens here with the CPI. We will bring you the results live. We're obviously still holding. There's a spike in the S&P 500. Dollar is dropping. Stocks maybe are going to pump here. Stocks might want to rip. Nice down move in the dollar. Really good down move. You can see that. Year over year actual 2.7%. Wow. Higher than expected. Interesting. So you had the core CPI drop to 2.9%, but you had the year over year regular CPI jump. So core is what's more important for investors. Look at CPI, but Fed and bond traders look at core. So core dropped, but headline CPI increased. So we are seeing a net dump in the dollar, a spike in the S&P 500. Guys, this sets us up for what a remarkable little trading session today. Monster moves up. Beautiful. We're going to print money today on China stocks. Semiconductors are going to keep ripping to the upside. Bitcoin, hopefully that still stays muted, but it is starting to get a little bit of a pump. So again, just to summarize things, core CPI came in hot. Sorry, core CPI came in light. Headline CPI came in hot. Let's see what happens here in the pre-market with the S&P. Holding steady. So far, stocks have popped off of it. Yields have softened slightly. The Dixie's fallen here slightly. Is the Dixie going to go back down to the lows? The S&P did spike and make another little pre-market high there. 627.96 on SPY. All right, let's jump into things here. Let's jump into things here. So again, we had headline CPI come out. So far, an initial dump in the equity market. Sorry, initial dump in the dollar market and yield market. I just want to be clear that one print, yes, although bond market traders and currency traders are taking it bullish, doesn't define the trend. We've still had very, very strong price action over the last couple weeks in the yield market. This could just simply be a small pullback on the daily chart, setting up for a larger move. There is still a potential breakout that is occurring in the 10-year yield, as well as a short-term yield, and we're actually into an interesting area here where you're seeing the 10 and 2 starting to separate again. I haven't touched base on this in a while because we've been stuck in this about a 50 bip range, but I watch it every day, and when I think it's important to bring it up, I usually mention it. Now, the spread between the 10 and 2 is critical because if that starts to blow out, if we just simply look at this 10-year yield, and this is going to be a little bit of macro before we jump into some of the trading since we just got a bit of a fundamental print. If the 10 and 2 spread starts to blow out, that signifies some trouble for equity markets. And you can see what's happening today is actually bullish. You have the 10-year yield falling more than the 2-year yield, compressing that spread. That is actually bullish for equities, very bullish for stocks. The opposite, when you start to see that 10-year yield outperform the short end of the curve, that is troublesome. And what's interesting here is you have the 2-year yield now positive as opposed to the 10-year yield now negative. So that is something as a trader and investor you always want to keep your mind on. It's not that important every single day. It's not going to dictate what stocks do, but over a several week to month period, it can dictate the overall trend of stocks. And we have been stuck. If you just simply minus the 10 and the 2-year, you get that spread. And we've been stuck really around this 50 bip spread, 50 basis point. And that is actually helps stocks rally and keep pushing higher. As soon as that spread starts to blow out into the 60, 70, 80 bip range, that's troublesome because that means that the Fed is losing control over the short end of the curve, and the long end of the curve bond traders are going to get absolutely demolished. All right, so far again, a little bit of a positive reaction in equity markets. We'll see if by the open, if the S&P 500 wants to hold up here at the highs, but it definitely saw a considerable spike to the upside, making new all-time highs here in the pre-market. All right, so along with CPI, there's arguably some even bigger news. There's a couple points I want to touch base on. nvidia, right? So nvidia has boosted to all-time highs. And why is this important? Well, one, nvidia is the largest company in the world. Two, it's almost an easing of trade tensions between China and the US, given the fact that they now have the ability to sell some of their H20s to China. Okay? that's actually very, very helpful. You can see it's popping up $6 here in the pre-market, yet again solidifying itself in the 4 trillion market cap. I mean, for a company of 4 trillion, guys, to pop up 4%, like, you're still seeing these wild swings in the market. It just shows you how much liquidity there is in the market. It's crazy to think. And honestly, where's the liquidity coming from? In my opinion, look where the liquidity is coming from. BTC. Let me pull up this other chart. Well, look at that beautiful rejection on BTC. What an epic parallel channel to watch. So I think you're having quite a bit of profit taking in Bitcoin. You've now had this positive news announcements in nvidia. I think you're getting a bit of sell side pressure and profit taking in the crypto space, which is now pumping into Bitcoin. And it's a stunning move for Bitcoin to fall. We're short off the 122 level, and we're looking very, very good so far. We're already up nicely on the trade. We're already up about 4% on the trade. If you're wanting to take profits, again, this was a very large position on the day trade side. I said this is a day trade and a swing trade level. I love when those two levels confluence. That gives us that stronger level to trade off of. But I have a very large position in this crypto short. So what I'm probably going to be doing today is paring back a little bit. Again, this is a swing trade level, so I'm going to keep quite a bit on the table. But because it was a dual factor level, swing trade and day trade, I'm going to pare back some of my position, take profits on some of the day trade position, but leave still a decent amount on the table for a continuation move down. And again, where I think we could potentially head to on crypto, if you look at this little head and shoulders on the BTC chart, it's a 15-minute head and shoulders. Simply measure this move down. We're probably heading today to about 115. Okay, guys? 115. Alright, so you can see that clear head and shoulders. I even think we can go lower than that. I have around 114 as a really big level for the crypto space. That's kind of your, just a pierce of 114, that's kind of your a value area high. A lot of volume traded around that breakout candle 114. So I think they're going to try to test that liquidity again. Alright, so obviously with the semiconductor complex doing strong today, the Qs are going to be remarkably firm. Again, I've had a lot of questions about people wanting to short nvidia, short the Qs here. You can see the Qs are now pushing into this little upsloping trend line that we have drawn on the charts. I've been waiting for this area to potentially execute some shorts, and we're finally getting into that. And not only are we finally getting in there with the indices, but nvidia is finally testing its resistance that I've been waiting for. And I'm actually considering shorting nvidia today. That's, I think, an A+ setup on the day trade front. Just as an FYI, I do think nvidia is setting up for a beautiful short opportunity intraday. We are seeing the Dixie catching a really big spike back up to the upside. So this is where CPI is interesting, right? Because as us retail investors, we just look at those we look at the headline and the core. We make an assumption whether or not, oh, core's up or headline's down or vice versa. And then we trade off of that. We watch that initial reaction and then kind of CPI is out of our mind. But behind the scenes, you have institutions and big investors diving deep into this inflationary report. Their algorithms are scanning it. Is housing sticky? What components are remaining sticky? And as they digest this information, you're getting a bit of a reversal in the report. Maybe they're seeing things that are not good. Look at the Dixie rebounding here. Look at the 10-year yield rebounding here. SPY kind of getting sold into at the highs here. If we go to that pre-market extended data, big spike up, now getting sold into. So these are the things behind the scenes that we still have to recognize. Just because the report came out 14 minutes ago doesn't mean it's all completely over with. You're still going to get trading action off of that number. So again, you also have strength across the board. SMCI gapping up here. Let's go back to the regular session. SMCI is trying to break out of this consolidation zone. AMD's very ferocious and strong. AMD looks like it still has more upside to this 160 level. Let's look at Micron, MU also getting a little bit of a bid here, but not really doing too much. Our semiconductor plays are on. That's getting a nice little bid here. I really think Okta is going to also play a bit of catch-up. It's been defeated down in these depths. Had an astonishing fall to the lows. But I think, putting nvidia news aside, some of the areas that I've been pounding the table on, guys, China equities. I even gave you a whole bunch of fundamental charts regarding revenue, free cash flow, profit margins, and a bunch of other things, valuations, forward PEs. And China stocks are so cheap. I know they carry a bit of risk, but we as traders and investors need to find opportunities. And when I see a bloated US stock market, I have to look for a little bit of value. You know, as a technical trader and as an investor, you know, I followed the charts. I saw technical value on the fundamental side as well as opportunity on the technical side. And when those two confluence, you kind of have to take a shot. So we've been accumulating Baba calls. They are some of my more bullish names. I love Alibaba down here. Its valuation is so cheap. Baba's basically had some cloud news, but I think putting the cloud news aside in terms of them expanding their business model, it's really coming down to, I think, China and US trade tensions easing. The fact that nvidia can now sell their products back in China, the Trump administration is going to allow that. That's positive for China. And you have Baba absolutely popping up here. Baidu catching a really big stick. They also reported news, again, along with China easing trade tensions. What do you have today? Uber to deploy autonomous ride-sharing vehicles with Baidu. Crazy news. That's going to be news that absolutely Wall Street loves. So Uber stock has been on an absolute tear lately. And now you're going to get them and Baidu to deploy strategic partnership in autonomous cars. That is stunning. Stunning news. You know, you retrace that massive breakout candle. Now you're gapping up again. Beautiful. XPEV, that's still trying to push up. Another name that I'm absolutely bullish on. If this company can turn positive, can spin, they've been growing their revenue pretty consistently, but if they can turn their income positive and start to be profitable, my oh my, this stock could absolutely moon to the upside. We also had some financials report earnings. I mean, you're seeing BlackRock gapping down today. You're seeing Wells Fargo also gapping down, seeing a little bit of weakness off of their earnings report. Let's look at JP Morgan. JP Morgan right now, they're actually under a bit of pressure. This is potentially a bear flag on JP Morgan to take us lower. Citigroup's actually holding up okay, so they're one of the stronger financial outlooks. Let's look at our Google trade. So Google right now is still looking firm. You had that daily breakout candle yesterday. It got sold into for the majority, but I still think 185 is a very easily attainable target. And then once we hit 185, we're going to work ourselves into this gap zone. And we're going for 200, baby. 201 on Google is coming quickly. I mean, this is probably one of the most bullish inverse head and shoulders charts that I've seen on one of the mag names. And not only is it a bullish inverse head and shoulders, but you're breaking out of this volume zone. So this is your value area high in purple here that you're breaking out above. You're eating through this previous breakdown zone. and Google could absolutely trend. The chart is so compressed in terms of the RSI, the moving averages. It's looking very, very firm. Amazon right now, also another one that's trying to break out to the upside. A very stunning bull flag pattern can be observed. This statistically, this upsloping bearish wedge pattern is naturally bearish, but I think it's going to get negated with a very big pump to the upside. I really, really do. Discussing Tesla's chart, Tesla actually had a very positive close yesterday, despite it was seeing a bit of backing and filling intraday and really seeing some weakness. Tesla's chart, daily chart, I was very happy with the close that we experienced yesterday. Why is that? Well, we closed above this previous bearish gap down gap. So the fact that we closed above this gap yesterday is very positive for Tesla, guys. I just want to recognize that. Tesla right now is looking very good. Not only did you get a close above the gap, but you recaptured the daily 200 moving average. I don't have it on this chart, but I'm looking at it on my other screen. And Tesla recaptured the daily 200 moving average. It's sandwiched between the 50. It's sandwiched between the 200. You got the golden cross that occurred on Tesla around June 30th. So about 2 weeks ago. And it looked like it was trying to be negated on Tesla, the golden cross. And they are trying to recapture that golden cross, which means that we can experience higher price. I'm still very bullish on Tesla. Obviously, we're riding the 340 strike zone. And I think Tesla could actually float back to the 400 level, guys. The way this is shaping up, what if, just humor me here, what if this is an inverse head and shoulders on Tessie? How beautiful would that be? If that was an inverse head and shoulders on Tesla, which gives us a move to 430 and change. Yikes. That would be pretty scary for the bears. That would be really, really scary for the bears. So there's still even though the indices are trading into these all-time highs, a lot of people are wanting to short this area. We're still in a pretty raging bull market, guys. We are absolutely still trending to the upside. Yes, there's going to be pullbacks, but this market is ferocious. I mean, we're still been net long pretty much for the last several weeks, taking key shorts here and there. We've been burned on some shorts. You know, I got my ass clapped on Roblox, a couple other names, but for the most part, we have been bullish, and we've pulled quite a bit of profits from this market on the swing trade side. So I still think we're bullish. We're running into some key resistance on nvidia, which we have to be mindful of. There's also key resistance on the nasdaq and S&P 500. But as we consolidate on the daily chart, there will be likely higher price. And I do still think that there's a lot of capital rotation trends. Because what I could see happening is maybe nvidia starts to slow down a bit. When you're pushing over 4 trillion now and still gapping up 4 or 5% a session, that's crazy difficult to continue to keep doing and doing and doing. But what I think could happen is you see still Microsoft, nvidia slow down a bit. Apple, Google, Amazon, Meta, I think they can get some capital rotation trends, and that would still keep the nasdaq and S&P elevated a little bit, or at least chopping sideways. And I don't think the market is going to absolutely rip and roar to the upside. I think the moves are going to be a little bit more minimal, right? You're not going to see these big 3%, 2% rallies in the S&P and NASDAQ. It's more going to be like 0.25%, 0.5%, maybe 1% at certain days. But you can see the SPY on the hourly chart is trading into this resistance now. So I would let it pierce that, and then we have a potential short trade. But I'm more interested in maybe fading nvidia off of this news. Nvidia's a little bit more elevated here. I'd rather pick out an individual name because I don't think capital is going to outright flee the stock market. I think it's just going to rotate. That's kind of what I'm expecting here. Okay. Let's look at Meta. Meta right now gapping up slightly. Also another chart that is trying to stage an inverse head and shoulders here, guys. If Meta can break out of this inverse head and shoulders pattern, then it should have an upside move. Just a quick calculation here, another 3% from the neckline takes Meta back to about 750 or so, okay? All right, let's run through some individual names. So again, China stocks, we've been pounding the table. Those are going to absolutely fly for us this morning. I'm very happy the fact that I've been accumulating China names in full force. Different strike zones, some closer dated ones, some farther dated ones. Again, Bitcoin, we've been spot on with the short on BTC. Everyone should have caught that yesterday. That's up nicely for us. BTC is still just putting in this little bit of bearish range here. I still think around 115 it's going to tap today. Obviously, there's a chance that BTC can try to retest its prior day. Prior day low is sitting at 119. But you are chopping in this little bit of a bear flag range. So we'll see if that wants to take one more little leg lower. But I'm still holding a pretty decent sized short on that name. Let's look at some of these commodities real quick, guys. So natural gas, we've obviously pulled quite a bit of profits on natural gas. I'm still holding UNG longs, core positions, but honestly this position can go to zero for me, and the profits I've made in EQT and AR would still insulate me. Nevertheless, my average on UNG is sitting here at 1570, guys. 1570. So I'm down slightly on the trade on the UNG front, but I still think UNG is going to push higher. Why do I think that? Well, if we look at the natural gas chart, and this is where natural gas, the actual commodity, is quite different compared to the underlying commodity of nat gas. So nat gas right now is testing the daily 200 moving average. This is what this vicinity is, this resistance. In the minimum, I think nat gas is going to 366. It's just a matter of how quickly is this going to happen. Natural gas has actually triggered this inverse head and shoulders on the hourly chart, and it's looking very bullish. You got a huge sell-off yesterday into that daily 200 moving average. Big rebound back to the highs. Consolidation, and now you're trying to break out again. So at minimum, I think 366 is target on nat gas. That being said, there is even a larger 4-hour inverse head and shoulders that is developing. If you break through this little neckline zone over here, that gives us an even higher target. But I think nat gas has a strong chance now based off of the inventory report that we got last week showing a slightly lower build than what was expected, which means that natural gas inventories were showing a little bit more demand. I think we're heading back to the high of this wedge pattern. Again, we closed all of our EQT positions. Look at that monster bounce. We picked the low. AR, absolutely stunning price action off of your volume weighted average price along with the daily 200 moving average. Crushed those trades. So the only position I have is a long on UNG at this 1570 level. And I'm okay with that. Let's see if this commodity can start to run. But if nat gas hits this target, my minimum 366, that's looking about a 4% rally. If it goes to the top of this range, that's looking about 11 to 12% move to the upside. So we have a chance to still profit on the long side from the underlying commodity, even though we've taken monster gains on the short side of EQT, on the long side of EQT, on the long side of AR. All right, enough about nat gas. Let's look at crude oil. Crude oil putting in a bear flag, guys. This nasty bearish engulfing candle breaking to the low of this little bit of an upsloping parallel channel. Crude oil was looking bullish on the intraday chart. I drew in this inverse head and shoulders and it failed. We've all heard the saying. I've said it. Other traders and investors have said it. What happens when a bullish pattern fails? You get a very large move in the opposite direction. Biggest moves come from failed patterns. This is a failed bullish pattern. So you're naturally going to get a big bearish pattern. So just keep that in mind. Crude oil has failed here, and I do think that there's short opportunities in the energy space that are going to likely work itself up. The only thing that crude oil is losing this key $66 level right now. So this could be a little bit of an aggressive short zone on crude. If you're wanting to take SCO, you can absolutely short it here. And I would use this stop loss of this wick high here. This previous little engulfing candle, that would be your stop loss on the swing trade around a close above, back above 68. Okay. If you even wanted to use a more aggressive stop loss, you could use kind of this big waterfall sell-off zone. Any close back above the $67 level, that would also be an indicated stop loss. But crude oil looks like it's going down, which is going to be helpful again for a lot of transport stocks, the broad market, so on and so forth. Let's look at copper, because we all know copper has had some news lately in the tariff front. Copper right now is just consolidating bullishly. The thing about copper though that I just want to bring to your attention is you haven't, since this big spike here, you haven't really made a really big push back to the highs of this session. So this actually leads me to think that big players are dumping into the copper space here. So copper right now had that impulse green candle on tariff news, and it's just been consolidating in this range. It does look like to the naked eye a bull flag pattern, but considering you're still trading inside this huge little reversal wick, that's a little bit concerning in my opinion. I think big players are actually unloading into copper here. Considering you haven't, usually off of a news spike, you'll at least float back to the high of the wick and test it. But you're not seeing that right now in copper, so it's slightly concerning. Muhammad Ali is saying SPY going down in the market open. We'll get there, Muhammad. We will get there. We're just looking at the broad market right now. But yes, I'm looking at shorting some indices today, especially nvidia. I think there's a chance that there should be an intraday reversal. Indices are a little bit tougher because there's still a lot of strong charts out there, and you are seeing capital rotate. But yeah, I could see SPY trying to see some weakness. It's just a matter of, do we spike a little bit higher, tap some all-time highs before we go down? Perhaps. But SPY's a little bit of a tougher short in my opinion than some individual names. Alright, let's look at uranium today. Look at the move in URA. I've been calling URA for a higher price action. I think URA is still going to try to test above $40.50, maybe slightly below 41 bucks is where I have uranium going. Names like SMR obviously have been strong. Oklo has also been strong on the session, continuing to see a gap up today. Now what's so fascinating about Oklo is Oklo was looking to put in this daily chart head and shoulders, so a lot of traders were trying to short it down here, front running this pattern. The pattern never triggered, and now you're getting a bit of a potential short squeeze. So I still think Oklo is going to head back to the high of this trend line here. If we adjust it, you can see connecting these two previous pivot high rejection points. Oklo looks like it's going to head somewhere between 76 to 78 bucks, in and around that range. Okay. Let's look at the SOX ETF today. Again, in the near term, SOXX, I have a target of about 260. So you can see we're still trading at 248, which implies there's about a $12 upside move still. You still have this previous area, this volume area, this gap fill that is trading just above my target. So we have to keep that in mind. You're into a little bit of a wide range red bar resistance zone. Where we could potentially see the semis head to today is this little resistance zone. This is your wide range red bar. I think we're going to get a chance at trying to sweep this liquidity today. So that's kind of what I'm going to be watching on a side chart to potentially pull off a short on nvidia. But a sweep of this little red bar liquidity, I think that's a very good area to short this market. So right now we're trading at 248. That level kind of sits around 251.75, which would indicate still another 1.4% rally. Now the question is, does it happen today? Probably not. But that would be a bit of a bigger swing trade short level, I think, on your SOXX. Let's see what else is shaking and moving here. So nvidia up 5%, AMD 5.3, AT&T coming down, Tesla 0.453, SMCI 4, Palantir slightly negative on PLTR. That's coming down. Weakness in a strong tape. Definitely seeing some distribution. Apple today seeing some slight gains, but definitely lagging. Teledyne, TDY, that's seeing some, TDY, that's seeing some positive price action today, gapping up on the session. Monolithic Power, MPWR, that's seeing some gains in the pre-market. First Solar, FSLR, also seeing a little bit of strength today in the pre-market, gapping up about $6 on the session. Interesting. Again, you have some weakness in your bank stocks today on the back of some earnings. STT, State Street, gapping down by about 4%. Wells Fargo continuing to bleed lower here. AutoZone also under a little bit of pressure. Prudent Financial, that's gapping down slightly. Ticker A, Agilent Technologies, gapping down slightly. DXCM, Dexcom, under a little bit of, well, it's actually positive here in the pre-market. MPC, Marathon Petroleum, gapping down a little bit. BlackRock's under pressure. Fortive, interesting. Very interesting. So here we have First Solar strong on the session, but Enphase, guys. Enphase has been going through this really choppy range here. Daily chart bull flag pattern. It is down on the session right now. So considering we're seeing strength in First Solar and some of the other solar names, is Enphase going to make a gap down bullish reversal back to the upside? I still think that it's inevitable that Enphase tries to make a run for this gap fill. I really think that that's going to happen in the short term. We're obviously bullish Enphase over the long term, but it's just consolidating nicely here. Maybe it's about to make a bullish reversal breakout to the upside today. Could that be coming into fruition? Perhaps it is. Perhaps it is. So keep your eye on ENPH because First Solar strong. This one's weak in the pre-market. It maybe wants to make a bullish reversal to the upside. Alright, if there's any other tickers you guys want to take a quick peek at, let me know. Let me know. Look at TTD today, guys. That's gapping up strongly now into your gap window. So there's a lot of room here for trade desks to run. Why is it popping up over 13% here? Because of the inclusion into the S&P 500. That's some very bullish news. So this is one that's probably in the short term. I think we have an aggressive level to short right at this previous little gap. This is a breakaway gap. So considering you gapped over on this massive earnings gap down, you gapped over this volume liquidity, there's likely going to be some investors that take profit here. This is a high volume zone where you gapped above this area. But TTD does look like it's going to start trending, and this has now the inflows of the S&P 500. So this is probably a name that on pullbacks is going to get bought. But if it were to trade into this $89, $90 zone today, I would consider a scalp short. I do like that. I do like that quite a bit, guys. You can see the resistance that it's tagging right now is this downsloping trend line. Well, actually, it needs to go a little bit higher. So I do like this area. Downsloping trend line resistance, this previous little volume gap. Let's see if we can throw on a fib retrace. If there's any sort of extra. So right at 92, you have your 50%. Interesting. Very, very interesting. What about a fib retrace from your gap down? Yeah, that's at 91.94. Interesting. So I'll keep that on watch for a short scalp, guys. Definitely for a short scalp. Obviously, nvidia right now trading into all-time highs. I do like nvidia for a short, guys. You got a really nasty 4-hour bearish divergence starting. You just started getting a daily bearish divergence. We'll see how this RSI opens up this morning. But nvidia should see some profit taking off of the open. Just want to see if there's any sort of additional trend lines that we can trade against. So there you go. There's another little trend line of resistance on nvidia. Let me just see something else for us. Just give me a second, guys. With nvidia, this is a top short off of the open. We should get a pullback. I just want to make sure we have a strong technical level. So you're above a 2 standard deviation band on nvidia right now, daily chart. Let's see from this area. One, two, three. So you can see nvidia in the short term, guys, really from this breakout candle 3-bar surge pattern. We're almost tapping a 3 standard deviation band, which puts nvidia all the way up to about 173.69 in the short term. That's a really, really big level. 170, even around above 172. I like nvidia for a short. So we'll wait off the open. I do see your question there, Muhammad Ali. Wow, very, very aggressive move on nvidia, guys. Very aggressive. All right, Muhammad asking, what are your thoughts on Ivanhoe Electric and Southern Copper? So let's look at SCCO first. So this is what I was discussing with copper, right? I don't know if you caught that little segue, but we looked at copper, Dr. Copper, and I said copper's actually looking, even though you've had this breakout candle, copper's, in my opinion, going through distribution. Big players are selling into this because off of this news spike, more than not, you often test the high of this spike in the coming days. And really, we've had now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, and copper hasn't retested this high wick spike. So what this is telling me is that players are selling into the copper space right now. And funny enough, you brought up SCCO, Southern Copper, but look at that nasty. So this was your kind of your spike in copper, and you've just been sold into. So the underlying equities, which are inherently often lead the commodity price, are showing some distribution signs, which kind of backs up the thesis that the underlying copper commodity is probably seeing some distribution. So thanks for bringing that up there. I think that SCCO needs to pull back a little bit more, fill its gap. You probably have your first little aggressive buy zone back here around 96 bucks. Let it pierce this gap, fill your gap, and then you can look for a bit of an entry. Obviously, if copper remains firm on the commodity front, these companies will continue to print great margins and profit. But in the near term, I think copper is going through a bit of distribution. What's the ticker on Ivanhoe? Let me just see. Oh, IE, thank you. There we go. Yeah, so IE, I'm going to be honest, I haven't traded this name. Market cap 1.3 billion, average 30-day volumes 995. So it's a little light for me on volume, but it's right there. It's right at that $1 million level. Sorry, million volume level. So it's okay. I won't say I wouldn't trade it. And the recent volume trade yesterday was 1.8 million. So it does kind of have enough volume there to trade. Certainly enough to swing trade. Obviously looking at this chart, first I want to bring to your attention high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. So what does that mean? That means we're in a downtrend. There's a clear downtrend. You know, you have your lower low, lower low, lower low. So the chart is in a very, very strong downtrend on the larger time frame. That being said, we are coming up to this critical pivot high zone. If you can get a daily close above this previous little high, you know, around 11, what is that, 1150-ish, 1160-ish, then that could officially signal the start and breaking of a downtrend. So, how you play these charts that potentially want to break a downtrend is you let it pierce this downtrend, you'll get some sellers off of this area, you wait for the pullback, and you buy that initial first pullback and dip, okay? But right now it's still in a pretty heavy downtrend. You can even see this interesting little trend line zone that it's trying to break out of. But realistically, it hasn't given us enough information. It hasn't confirmed the breakout. You obviously saw a huge reversal there yesterday. Weekly chart, you've had an attempt at a weekly chart breakout, but you haven't confirmed the breakout. So Ivanhoe IE Electric is still a little bit vulnerable in my opinion. A little bit vulnerable. And you've had a really strong move up. So is it overbought in the short term? You're putting in this negative divergence on the RSI. You know, could you go a little bit higher? Sure you can, but you're still in a technical downtrend on the larger time frames, which should be a bit of concern if you're trying to chase this one on the long side. Alright, if there's any other tickers, guys, put them in the chart. But basically, nvidia is my top short on the session. I am looking at shorting nvidia. I'm undecided yet if I'm going to do some put options or if I'm going to do common shares. I'm thinking about some put options for maybe next week, but they would be close dated. Or sorry, the strike would be very close. So I might consider getting into the 172 puts on nvidia for next week. Maybe even 2 weeks out. But nvidia definitely a top short. Let's look at Intel. Intel's gapping up as well. MU's been under a little bit of pressure. AMD just too strong for me right now until it gets to about 160. SMCI's just gone through too much consolidation. Let's look at Broadcom ABGO. That's obviously okay. SNPS. That's inside a wide range red bar. Interesting. Yeah, so NVIDIA is really the one. Let's look at these indices and just analyze where we would enter some shorts. So right away, this market is gapping up into new all-time highs on SPY. You've absolutely blasted through this previous little gap zone. Piercing that previous high. You're into this parallel channel. But a monster move up. Monster move up. Muhammad Ali asking about ticker SYTA. No. I don't think I've heard of that one. We can pull it up here in a second. So SPY might want to trade to the high of this parallel channel today, which would put it around 628.90. 628.91, give or take. So that would be your more confident level on SPY around 628.91. And you're not really that overbought on SPY, right? Hourly chart has reset. You've gone through a decent amount of consolidation. 4-hour chart, there's a slight negative divergence building on SPY. Daily chart, you could still perk up a little bit. So perhaps we should wait on a SPY short, I think you could actually hit about 629 today, guys. I think you could hit 629 today. Ryan's asking, how do you short common shares? So you have to have a margin account. If you don't have a margin account and you're only trading in, say, TFSA or a 401k account, then you can only short via the ETFs like SDS or QID or SOXS, but you can't short, or if there's individual names like NVDS, so it's a short ETF on nvidia. Actually, that might be what I look at too. NVDS. Go into that. So if you're looking to short nvidia, that is one that can potentially be bought if you don't have a margin account or a cash account. I won't go into detail how that works. We can discuss that a little bit later as we try to find some setups here. But this is an ETF that directly shorts nvidia, NVDS. You can see it's gapping down, obviously because nvidia is gapping up. I personally prefer to do the actual name itself, but put options I think can work here next week or 2 weeks out. So for SPY, I think the big short level is basically around 629. I don't mind that area. So 629 on SPY. There is a ton of resistance here already on SPY. And you can see even the Qs. The Qs have a ton of resistance here as well. So the Qs are gapping up into new all-time highs. But really it looks like the Qs daily chart wants to tag this massive, this upper band going all the way back to 2021. That's probably a clean setup on the Qs, and that could even be a swing trade short level, guys, on the Qs. So that level kind of coincides on the QQQ with about 561.66 to about 562.60. I think this is actually an interesting swing short zone for the market as well. It could work out. And we have to be mindful, right? Often investors already know the news ahead of time. It's just us smaller retail traders. Like, come on, you're telling me that with a company 4 trillion deep, Nvidia, Wall Street didn't know that Nvidia was going to be allowed to sell their H20s? I think that's why you've had such an extraordinary run. So I think that this news that Nvidia is going to be now allowed to sell in China, or at least distribute into China, I think this is going to get sold into. It's going to become a buy the rumor, sell the news type of event. So that's kind of my thinking around this. It's pretty insane to see a stock continuing to push over 4 trillion, gapping up 4 or 5% here in the session. I mean, wow, just astonishing. Astonishing. All right, we are going to settle into this thing here. You can even see the crypto names have had a nice little rebound off of the lows. But we're still in the driver's seat on our shorts. But you can see Bitcoin trying to make a little bit of a spike here outside of its bearish range. Also, you do have the Dixie starting to go green here. Silver had that really big spike yesterday off of 39, seeing a bit of a reversal. Let's look at gold quickly. Gold coming in hard, guys, which is kind of telling us maybe this US dollar reversal is going to apply a bit of pressure to equities as well. But gold coming in fairly hard. Again, I think the bigger benefit other than Nvidia is probably going to be these China equities. I mean, monster gap up in BABA. These China names could absolutely fly. Baidu. Let's look at Chegg. Chegg obviously had that stunning move yesterday. Let's look at PDD, Pinduoduo is another one that's probably gonna get gobbled up here. Yeah, let's look at Tencent, TME. Oh yeah, we'll look at your SYTA there. SYTA, Seattle Mobile Inc. Let me just see this. Looking like a sub $10 stock. High flyer, 37 million market cap. Average volume 3 million shares. So there's enough shares to trade, but it's depressed here on the chart. Yeah. Tough chart to trade. I mean, every single pop gets sold into. You're also in a significant downtrend. Does look like maybe it's going to try to retest and take out these highs. So you could get a double on this name, but not a company I want to trade most often. You can see you're right at this little resistance zone. If this fails, you're making new lows. If you break out here, then you're going to sweep this high pivot. But that's about it. It's a tough name to trade right now. You're right at this resistance level, so it could go either way. Yeah, Bob was up huge in the pre-market. Huge. We've been accumulating this name in full force. So I'm happy to see China names absolutely printing to the upside. We've been hammering China names. And we got some really long swing trades. We're riding the 160 calls on BABA for March 20th of next year. We'll also have this year calls, 120 calls for October. Baidu, we're riding $100 calls for September. We're riding 150 calls for March. So we got quite a bit of exposure here. Quite a bit of exposure. All right. Today we're gonna keep the S&P 500 open. Actually, we'll keep nvidia open. We're gonna watch nvidia here, guys, because that's what I am looking at getting into some put options. Okay. So another name, if you look at this nvidia chart, it looked like it was putting in a head and shoulders, right? So this head and shoulders would have yielded quite a big down move. But now considering that it's negating that head and shoulders, you can see that nvidia might want to retest 174 even, could be on tap. But we are into a decent amount of resistance. I'm looking at a starter position around 172 or higher on nvidia, guys. 172 or higher on nvidia, and I would definitely get into a short setup. Alright, I've got SPY on my other screen. Tesla's looking pretty bullish. SPY's still trending here in the pre-market. Again, the SPY short looks like it's above 629. JP is saying not a good idea to short SPY early, say because of JP Morgan and banking sectors. Well, you have mixed price action, right? JP Morgan is obviously pushing up here. Citigroup is pushing up here. But you have Wells Fargo down on the session, gapping down here. So it's mixed. It's mixed. But yeah, I'm looking at around 629 on SPY for a short. But I'm not jumping into anything right away. I want to see nvidia back above 172 before I execute a short. And I'm going to look at those 172 puts for next week. 2 minutes. Let me grab a quick coffee. Pop up. Here we go, guys. Here we go. We are getting ready for the open. Again, Tesla trying to recapture its daily 50 moving average. On semiconductor catching a really stunning bid here. Alibaba still holding steady. All right, we got the markets gapping. Come on, Nvidia, keep pushing. Keep pushing higher. Let me identify this opening range. 172. I want Nvidia above 172. Come on, give it to us. Keep pushing. You behemoth, get your ass up there right now. Get your butt up there. Oh, close, slightly green. Nvidia up 4.41. Nike's gone red. Archer Aviation seeing a nice little bid. What are we going to trade on Archer today? Maybe that one wants to fly. No pun intended. But Archer Aviation could absolutely print today. That one's trying to get a nice continuation move. Interesting. Nvidia coming in a little bit. Come on. SPY still trending above 627.73. Up 0.47% on the session. Apple's green. Tesla's green. Netflix green. Oil's down. Bitcoin's still struggling a little bit, seeing some top wick selling. Nvidia coming in. No, Nvidia, don't come down. Hold steady. Hold steady. Obviously, with Nvidia coming in, you'll have the SOXX coming in. SOXS is going to catch a bid. Come on, Nvidia, stay firm. I want you a little bit higher. Getting some initial profit taking. Let's see if we float back to the high. I'm looking at a short above 172. Hold firm, Nvidia. They are starting to sell this, guys. No. No. Don't sell it, Nvidia. I want you higher. I want a short that's higher. Tesla almost up 1%. Natural gas is flat. What else we got on the high volume names? Nike catching some volume. That's up 3. Oklo going slightly red. MRK, ON doing really, really well. Archer Aviation, guys. ACHR spiking here. Wow. Up a couple percent. Come on, Nvidia. Keep pressing. SPY still strong, guys. SPY still strong. We're looking at a short zone on SPY around 629. Around 629 on SPY. But there is a ton of resistance here on the markets. There is a great deal of resistance here. Nvidia catching another little leg higher here. Alibaba and Baidu, guys. Look at Baba. Still holding most of its gap up. Baidu ripping face here. Let's go, Baidu. I think XPEV is also going to try to make another run here. China stocks are definitely seeing some liquidity moves to the upside. Let's flip back to JP Morgan. That's spiking here. Positive. You have SPY getting a little bit of sell side pressure. Bitcoin still struggling here, trying to recapture 118, but getting sold into. A little bit of profit taking in SPY. Nvidia is still strong, guys. Come on, Nvidia. Give us a spike higher. Give us one more move into the 172. Come on, Nvidia. Let's get your butt up there. Let's get your butt up there. So next week's puts on Nvidia around 172.50 puts look interesting. They're trading around 895. SPY is starting to come in, guys. SPY is starting to see some selling. Uh-oh. Silver's gone negative. Netflix is down 1.1. Guys, get ready on Nvidia. I'm looking at entering 172 July 25th puts. 172.50, sorry. 172.50. Come on, Nvidia. They're starting to dump SPY here, guys. They're starting to sell into the S&P 500. Nasty little reversal. QQQ still holding steady, but seeing some selling. Look at the IWM, guys. Almost going negative there, the IWM. I'm still interested in Nvidia, but I wanted to above 172. Come on, take this high out. Bitcoin trying to make a move higher. Tesla still holding steady. Apple's now participating in a nice rally. Netflix getting absolutely slaughtered here to the downside. Look at Netflix. Monster move down. MSTR obviously under pressure with crypto, but seeing a nice little reversal back up. What else we got going on here? AMD is still a huge monster right now. Pumping to the high side. Netflix still being slaughtered. Come on, Nvidia. Give us 172. Tap that area. And again, Nvidia can just recognize. I'm going to do a half position short Nvidia above 172. But Nvidia could push today to about 174. All right. So there's about a $2 range that Nvidia could push higher. S&P still holding steady. Bitcoin still down by about 1.58%. Google's still green. Meta's now turned negative. Natural gas slightly down. Come on, Nvidia, new high of day. Let's go, let's go. Push 172. 172.50s for July 25th. They're right around $4.50, $4.50. You can see pre-market high on Nvidia is 172.81. Come on, TTD still moonshotting to the upside, guys. Trade that. There's 172 on Nvidia, guys. 172 on Nvidia has officially been tapped. Come on, give us a little bit more. Give us a little bit more. Give us a little bit more. Still seeing relenting buying pressure. All right, guys, I took a starter position here. 172.50 put at 435, half position. All right, we are short Nvidia, guys. Starter position. And again, to this position is above 173, kind of in the 173, 174. If you're wanting to short SPY here, that is coming down. Here we go. Let's see if we can get a nice dip on Nvidia. It's still one of the strongest stocks in the market. But we were waiting for that 172 pierce that I discussed. Pretty much picking the high there so far. So far, come on. Let's see if we can get some downside. It's still a very tough short. All right, SPY is starting to come in a little bit, guys. SPY is starting to come in a little bit. Take a look at that. QQQ also seeing a little bit of selling, but it's very strong because of Nvidia. Stocks are still strong, guys. Stocks are still strong. Come on, Nvidia. And again, Nvidia still could push to 174. Just recognize that. That's why this is just a half position. This is just a half position short. Nvidia could still fly here. It's a very strong chart. Getting a lot of people frothing at the mouth to chase this multi-trillion. What's the market cap right now on Nvidia? 4.2 trillion. Oh, that's crazy. Let's see if we can wipe out 200 billion today and take this stock negative. Imagine Nvidia goes negative. These puts would absolutely print. Come on. That's a big ask. But we are short. This is our pre-market setup. Let's see how good our analysis is with the largest company in the world, guys. 4.2 trillion. Nvidia hitting new all-time highs in the pre-market, but we are short off of the 172.20 level. Come on, give us a move down, NVDA. Take it to the downside. So far, Apple up 0.94%. Maybe we start to see Apple firm up here. Capital rotates inwards. Microsoft really muted on the session. Meta's starting to come in a little bit, but bouncing hard. Google, let's see Google. What Google doing? Google's getting sold into off of that area right now. The nasdaq QQQ starting to break down, guys. SPY starting to break down here. Let's go nvidia. Nvidia's still so firm on the session that imagine Nvidia goes negative. Where would SPY, where would the Qs be? Is this going to be a buy the rumor, sell the news? Let's wait and find out. I'm seeing some financials taking a bit of a breather here, guys. Come on, let's go Nvidia. Dump it, dump it. Netflix still down 1%. You have silver that's gone negative. Palantir's down by 1%. Trade Desk still up about 10.9. Crazy moves. China stocks still strong. SMCI still up about 4.65%. Come on, SPY. Chop it down. Chop it down. Chop this market down. Come on, Nvidia. Take it lower. Take it lower. Here we go. And if you're not shorting Nvidia with put options, NVDS is an ETF. If you don't have a margin account, that you can go long. You can short the common stock NVDA. But I am just writing some 172.50 puts. So far, we're up about 60 cents per contract, but I'm looking for more, guys. This is a swing short level. I repeat, it's a swing short level. Let's see if they want to do a buy the rumor, sell the news type of event. Bitcoin's still trying to tap that 118 level. Again, this is a tough short. Recognize that. We're picking on the strongest institutional stock in the market right now. Wow, look at Baidu continuing to rip here, guys. Baidu is a monster, making new highs on the session. Alibaba still holding steady. Yep, Shumit saying in the money. That's right. We're buying in the money put options on Nvidia because this stock can still push higher. I'm buying in the money. In the money put options. Come on. Let's go. What else we got shaking and moving here on the charts? MP, wow. MP just up another 18%. This stock is just relentless. Tesla getting sold into a little bit. QuantumScape up another 4%. QS is a monster as well. I mean, my oh my. This chart is also setting up for a huge reversal, guys. QuantumScape, my oh my. Look at this stunning move on QS. This is also setting up for a huge short, guys. QS, maybe it wants this gap, but my oh my, QS is extended here. Nasty divergences on the intraday time frames here. Crazy price action. Come on, Bitcoin, or come on, Nvidia, come on down. Nvidia's seeing a little bit of top wicks here. Come on down, Nvidia. SPY right now still trading around 626. Bouncing slightly here on SPY. I might take a short on QS, guys, if we hit above $11. If we fill that gap on QS, I would consider a short as well on QuantumScape. Okay? Tough to try to chase this market into the all-time high gap up zones. Not my trading style. Even though I still have a lot of long exposure on the table in individual names, I can't really chase the indices. I've been waiting for a decent pullback in the S&P because we've rode some pretty strong call options to the upside off of this massive move. But I prefer individual charts as opposed to the indices right now. I much prefer individual charts. Apple's still strong on the session. Tesla trying to curl back to the upside. Meta's gone green. Google's still holding steady. You are seeing financials getting sold into a little bit. Citigroup taking a nice reversal down there. JP Morgan. Look at JPM, guys, going negative on the session. You still have weakness, obviously, in names like BlackRock that are making new lows on the session, down 6.4. When you see BlackRock down 6.5%, guys, that's a concern that we are likely going lower. You often don't see that. That's very, very rare. Wells Fargo, WFC, another name that is taking it on the chin today, guys. So again, when financials are that weak, often you will see lower price, but nvidia is just keeping things elevated right now. You have the VIX down by about 3.72%. The VIX is definitely getting hit pretty hard today. Enphase Energy seeing a little bit of strength, buying the dip. Natural gas has gone negative on this tape. Let's look at the SOXX here. That's another way to play the semiconductor short. Extremely elevated here on the daily chart, the SOXX. Nice little negative divergence on the 4 and 1 hour chart forming here, or it has formed. SOXX is hitting some upsloping resistance right now. You can see this trend line on SOXX 1 hour chart is being tagged. I'm seeing Bitcoin getting sold into a little bit more here, but still trying to hold firm on BTC. BTC hourly chart trying to break out of that bearish little range. Alright, we have a 15-minute opening range here on SPY. You can see the high is 627, low is 625. We break this low, we're heading to gap fill. Let's see nvidia's range here. Nvidia has a pretty decent range as well, from 169.60 low to 172. Again, this is our top short idea in the pre-market. We executed flawlessly for the time being. Could this be a potential 1 minute head and shoulders on nvidia? Could be. Let's chop this market down, guys. Let's chop it down. There still can be pockets of strength, even if the S&P falls, simply because nvidia has just sucked up all this market liquidity like a black hole. I mean, 4.2 trillion today, mind-blowing. When do $4 trillion stocks gap up 4 or 5% on the session? You don't see that. This is why this is likely going to become a buy the rumor. There's too much liquidity here for Wall Street to eat up. There's way too much liquidity here, in my opinion. And I do stand by, I think that Wall Street knew that this is going to be a buy the rumor, sell the news, H20 shipment to China. Come on, people probably knew this already. Alright, SPY bouncing off of its opening range low. SPY is bouncing, but we're going to run into the scenario where if nvidia falls, it's going to drag this market down pretty sharply. You still have Apple, Tesla holding steady, but all eyes have to be on nvidia. It's just too big of a market cap right now to influence these markets. Too big of a market cap for nvidia. And honestly, I'm even looking at taking some profits on my ON Semiconductor, ON. That's starting to come in just because this market is a little bit extended here. Let me see what my ON is. ON. Nvidia right back up. Look at that price action on nvidia, guys. October 17th. Nice dump there on nvidia, guys. Guys, I did trim half. This is a member swing trade. I trimmed half of my October $60 calls on ON for about 49%. I'm still leaving half of them for the October 17th strike date. And then we also have the Jan 16th $65 calls. So we're still bullish, but just because Nvidia's gone so far so quickly, we're just pulling some profits in some of these semiconductor plays. Just moving slightly defensive in the event that we see this market take a little bit of profit, okay, in the semiconductor space. We are very, very, very elevated for the time being. Extremely elevated. Look at nvidia starting to come in here, guys. Nearly picking the exact top here on nvidia, and almost nvidia had this failed breakout. Wick high off of the open, retest the high, failure to get above that, and we are now seeing it rumble a little bit. Still very firm on the session, 3.58%, but this was our top setup on the session. I haven't really been watching anything else other than some of my swing trades, but a nice little decline here on nvidia, guys. Nice decline, guys. % on these put options, guys, on nvidia. We're already up 30%, but I'm still looking for more. Again, I'm still looking for more on nvidia. I am seeing SOXX coming in a little bit more now. Come on down. A little bit more profit taking hitting the tape here. In individual names, Apple still holding steady, consolidating bullishly. Bitcoin back above 118,000. Sure, aviation's back to the slightly positive side. SPY still holding above 626. Come on down, nvidia. Slow drip, nvidia. Slow drip it. One of the things we mentioned in the pre-market was watch end face. Look at the bullish reversal end face is done. Red to green, red to green. And why was end face also a top watch? Look at First Solar. Strong on the session, guys. Remarkably strong. But all my focus is on this behemoth. When there's 4.2 trillion in liquidity, I know I can get a big chunk of that. Look at this, guys. Pushing 40% on these puts. Come on. Keep it pumping down. All right, we are hitting a little bit of a deviation band here. So if I expand this chart to the 5-minute chart on NVIDIA, actually, let's look at the 15-minute chart on NVIDIA here. You can see that NVIDIA is now testing its standard deviation 2 band. How do I get that? Well, this is simply drawing from this breakout candle. This is more of a daily chart level. From this impulse candle on June, your 3-bar surge breakout. You're now hitting a 1-2 standard deviation band. There is some support here. But if we knife through that level like a hot knife through butter, then it does indicate we could potentially even retest this, the gap fill. Imagine Nvidia goes negative. That would be stunning. I would love to see that, guys. These puts are absolutely printing. This was the one stock. We did a lot of work in the pre-market. SMCI still holding steady. So here you have other semiconductor names like AMD, Monster, still holding steady. SMCI up 6.7%. Monster. Wow. What a crazy, crazy. Let's look at this TTD here. AMD around 160 is my short zone. AMD around 160, guys, is my short zone. But what a beast on AMD. Look at that move. Wow, AMD actually tagged that resistance level. Almost tapping. Look at that resistance trend line on AMD. You are getting a small sell side program off that level. SMCI is breaking out here. Quite astonishing price action, guys. Look at Nvidia's daily chart. A ton of resistance into this previous little trend line, this upsloping trend line. Nasty intraday divergence. This is still a strong, strong chart, guys, on Nvidia. Don't let this price action fool you. This is still a very tough name to short. Even though we're green on the trade, Nvidia could easily go back to the highs. Easily. But you're still seeing remarkable strength in semiconductor land. SPY is still holding steady. You are seeing a little bit of capital rotate. SPY is about to launch. That's what Muhammad Ali is saying. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. SPY is holding that opening range low. It all comes down to Nvidia, guys. If Nvidia falls, this market will get dragged down. It's just too big too quickly. You know, I'm watching SPY on my other screen here, but it all comes down to this behemoth, guys. Realistically, if this name starts to give up a couple percent on the session, it's going to hurt the markets. Look what's happening to SOXX right now. SOXX is starting to melt a little bit lower. So you are potentially seeing some capital rotating into the S&P 500 as semiconductors see a little bit of profit taking off of the open. You are seeing a little bit of capital rotation trends. Yeah, JP, RAM, I see more downside. I'm short Nvidia. That's my top setup. I see downside in this market today as well, but all eyes will be on Nvidia and the rest of the semiconductor complex. There is some support on the SOXX coming into play around this zone here. I think even if you watch your pre-market levels, you can see we're getting rejected off of that pre-market high. Let's look at Nvidia. If Nvidia breaks this pre-market low, guys, 169.05, look out below. Look out below. If Nvidia breaks that pre-market low, then we're heading back down to prior day high, guys. Come on, SOXX starting to melt, guys. SOXX is starting to melt lower. Nvidia is still up 3.5% on the session. SMCI still up 6, Tesla up 0.4. China stocks still moving to the upside. Wells Fargo getting absolutely clapped. That's down 4.4%. Weighing in on this financial sector like an anchor. My oh my. Citigroup still holding steady. That's up 1.63% on the session. Chop Nvidia down, guys. Institutions are going to use this gap up liquidity. When you think about, Nvidia is the largest company in the world, 4 trillion deep. So you think about the positions that institutions have, the amount of shares, call options. When a company of 4 trillion gaps up 4 to 5%, volatility funds have to trade and trim. Positions get too large in portfolios when the largest company gaps up 5%. This is just a kind of a way that Wall Street works. You have to understand that funds have these trading biases and investing biases that they have to sell. They're strictly funds that have to trim based off of positions hitting certain sizes in their portfolio. And when nvidia is supposed to be the safest blue chip stock because it's now the largest, even though it's quite volatile at times, funds have to trade. nvidia today has triggered a volatility range break to the upside, which means funds have to trim their exposure. Even if they believe the company is going higher, they have to trim based off of their investor bias. So that's why I'm short. I think there's a ton of liquidity here. We had technical resistance as well as fundamental resistance. And we're still up over 30% on these puts, and we have a lot of time left. Again, I think nvidia's into a swing trade level. Where I'm looking to take profits on these put options is basically, I would look at prior day high 165.49. You have right now SPY breaking to the downside, guys. This is why we're watching nvidia so closely, because I really don't care what the rest of the market does. It all comes down to nvidia. nvidia is trying to stabilize here, so therefore it's trying to stabilize the SOXX. This is what everyone should be watching in the market. You can see that SOXX is hitting some support here. Look at this previous little high pivot. So there's some support on SOXX here. There is some support. But once we break this support, then realistically we have this previous little gap zone that we gapped above around 246. That would be an area. But so far, markets have been sold into here. Let's see if we can get a bounce at all. Come on, keep selling nvidia lower, guys. Top short of the session. Everyone had the opportunity to bank on nvidia with us. I love when trades work out so quickly off of the open. If you're wanting to take profits here right on our opening range, you can. I'm going to ride this lower because we have time into next week. But just like nvidia's fallen sharply, it could easily trend right back to the highs. It's going to be this tug of war between the bulls and the bears. There's some fund managers that are undervalued, which will have to accumulate and buy. There's some fund managers that now have to trim. All right, let's see what else is happening in the market right now. SPY piercing that 626 zone. So it is starting to see some weakness. IWM, look at that. Nasty. Nasty. That's a filthy reversal on IWM, going negative on the tape. They are absolutely selling. Is IWM going to trigger this head and shoulders, guys? Wow. IWM is starting to break to the downside. I have a day trade long level on IWM, but it's around 220, a pierce of 221, around 220.84. Straight shot into there, I would take a bounce trade. But IWM looks like it's going for this gap. And we have a head and shoulders, guys, on IWM that looks like it wants to trigger. Small caps getting sold into today. Yes, they are. Let's look at what the yield market is doing right now. Look at that 2-year yield ripping up 1.13%. 10-year yield slightly lagging. That Dixie chart is absolutely moonshotting to the upside, guys. They are selling this market and moving into a bit of cash. Dow Jones Industrial Average negative. SPY still slightly positive but getting sold into. Meta's gone negative. Netflix, JP Morgan, Carvana, home builders. You're seeing some distribution hitting the tape. Come on. Look at that Dixie chart though. That's a massive move. Nvidia's still trying to hold this range, guys, but yields are moving firm right now. Yields are moving firm. Guys, QuantumScape QS is another short that I'm watching. QS is another short that I'm watching. This is a very aggressive and high-risk short play. Alright, very aggressive. I'm looking for it to fill this gap fill around a pierce of $11. QS. I repeat, QS is a potential short idea coming into play, guys. Coming into play on QS. Keep that on watch. Pierce of $11. So right now we're short Nvidia. Come on down, nvidia. Tesla still up 0.5%. AMD still up about 5.7. SMCI still up 6. Come on, QS. In terms of what I would look for on QS, guys, I'm just going to trade this one very aggressively and risky. July 18th. Let's look at the option chain here. Probably take July 18th, $11 puts. If you're more aggressive than me, you can look at the 1050 put. 1050 put, where is that? Oh, maybe even $10 as a lotto. That could work out. They're pretty cheap, 22 cents here. Interesting. All right, guys. So my plan for ticker QS, if we hit a pierce of $11, I will jump into the 1050 July 18th puts. Please understand, size that for a loss. This name can still keep squeezing, but contracts will be around, say, $300 a con once we hit that level, maybe a little less. But 1050 July 18th put options, I would climb into those. Sarfraz is saying Wolf up nicely. Ticker WOLF. Yep, that's still howling to the upside. Still bouncing off of this backtesting support. I still think Wolf's going to get sold into, guys. But it is acting well today. Up 20%. This has just been a wild stock to trade. Up, down, all around. Insane volatility. You're still below these pivots, which is very bearish. The short zone, aggressive short zone on Wolf would be back around $2, just to move above $2. You do have some strength in Archer Aviations. That's looking quite positive intraday. Anyone that's looking to trade the flying vehicle trend, this one is breaking out of an inverse head and shoulders on the 5-minute chart. SPY right now is catching a really sizable bid. IWM firming up. QQQ bouncing, SOXX is bouncing, nvidia obviously bouncing. Could this be an inside bar bear flag on the 5-minute chart of nvidia? Perhaps it might be. We will see. Guys, QS is coming into target. QS is coming into target, guys. Look at that monster move on QS. My oh my. Again, this is super risky, but we are approaching a short level on QS, guys. I'm looking at the 1050 put options, very close here. Crazy extension move across all time frames here. We tapped 11, we pierced actually 11 and hit around 1103, but I want to see that gap filled. Still short nvidia. Baba still up 5.2, Baidu still up 6.7. Those are ripping in our swing trading portfolio long. Starbucks is green. Tesla still up 0.7. Let's push Tesla to 340, guys. Get those September 340s in the money. AI is having a really solid day. Apple's still strong on the session. Google's up 0.5%. On semiconductors still doing well. Get ready on this QuantumScape, guys. I'm getting ready on QuantumScape. You're seeing the market still trying to stage a bounce. Nvidia's trying to stage a bounce. Nvidia back above 170. SPY trying to recapture 626. IWM's bouncing. SOX is bouncing. Qs are bouncing. Still a lot of strength in the market. SPY is basically testing its opening range. Here we go on QS, guys. This is very aggressive and risky. Very risky and aggressive, guys. Are you kidding me? You're gonna miss me with that bullshit by 1 cent? Are you serious? They're gonna miss me by 1 cent on this QuantumScape? Who the hell front run me? I'm gonna have to start not giving out levels in advance. Look at that move. Are you serious? Come on, QuantumScape. I want my gap fill. I'm waiting. I want my gap fill on QS, but that was a nasty little front run there, pullback. Let's just make sure we're right into that gap. Yeah, we're right into that gap there. I'll move it up a little bit more now to 1110. But wow. nvidia is still trying to bounce here and press a little bit higher. You can see the bounce and recovery. Short covering coming in. SPY still looking a little bit weaker. QQQ is holding steady. IWM, decent bounce off of the lows, but it's all coming down to nvidia here. nvidia is trying to push up. QuantumScape now I want it at 1110. Archer Aviation's flying. Ericsson's down 5.3. nvidia back above 171 and printing. Tesla still just trading up 0.6%. Hasn't really made any sort of a big move to the upside. Not really getting much shine with all liquidity flowing into semiconductors. Here we go, QuantumScape, come on. Alright guys, I did take a fill off of that 1110 level on QS. 1110 level on QS. So I'm short QuantumScape now with 1050 July 18th put options. This is very aggressive and risky. Very aggressive and risky, guys. That level, that 1110 level is given in advance. Again, it's risky, risky business. Please size accordingly. Could absolutely lose on this trade. SPY still looking firm. nvidia trying to move back to the highs. So we have 2 trades on the go. Put options in nvidia, 172.50s for next week. And we have July 18th, 1050 puts on QS. It has had a nice bounce here. If you look at the S&P 500, trying to get back inside that opening range. Your aggressive short zone on SPY is around 620, 640. They will try to sweep this little red bar reversal. That is your aggressive short zone. nvidia is seeing a little bit of selling off of that range. QuantumScape still a monster, guys. Let's see if what's up 10% on the session, trading with a daily RSI of 85, weekly RSI of 84. I mean, whoa, what a monster. It's a strong stock. Momentum is to the upside. We're doing a mean reversion trade to the downside. Let's see if we can get it. Come on down, QuantumScape. My average is 39 cents. Come on. And again, just recognize this is extreme risk. The trend is not our friend right now. We are going against the grain, being contrarian. Nvidia is still trying to see sellers off of 171. Meta down 0.6, Google up 0.6. Bitcoin still down 1.2, but bouncing firmly. Apple trying to trade above 210. QS is trying to make another run here. Let's see small caps again. Small caps still trying to bounce. Come on down, QuantumScape. Very extended in this region, guys. Extremely extended here on QS. Here we go. Chop it down. Chop us down, QS. Come on. Take these puts in the money. Alright, SPY is trying to test its little short zone. Aggressive short zone coming up on SPY here, guys. Be very careful off of this zone. Tesla getting sold into a little bit. Netflix has turned positive on the session. Flip back to our nvidia trade. Nvidia still trying to hold steady. Is Nvidia trying to form an inverse head and shoulders now on the 1 minute chart? This is the thing about Nvidia you got to be very careful with, right? It's trying to form a bullish pattern. It hasn't triggered it, but almost trying to lure investors in on the long side. So Nvidia might try to make a run through this neckline. It could turn into a failure. Alright, so I'm expecting Nvidia to try to make a sweep of this neckline, stop some shorts out, and then make a reversal down. It could try to do that. It could cause investors to try to stop out. This is why I took next week puts, because it's not an easy short on Nvidia. It's not an easy short. QS is starting to come in here, guys. Come on down to 1050. Come on down. Please hit that like button on the screen. Subscribe if you're finding it intriguing, if you're finding my analysis helpful. We've printed some profits already on Nvidia. Haven't trimmed anything, but we were up over almost 40%. But I'm looking for a little bit more of a gain. QuantumScape starting to come in a little bit. Come on, get these 1050s in the money. Get these 1050 puts in the money. Thank you, JP. I appreciate that. Here we go, guys. QS at 1110 level. Starting to work out here, guys. Come on down. Can they take QS negative? Big reversal on SPY. What a rejection on SPY. We said be careful about SPY. Look what's happening. Huge rejection off of that level. Nasty, 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 guys. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Let's break this market down. Take us to gap fill. IWM did the gap and crack, going from positive to negative. Can SPY do the gap and crack? And then can the Qs do the gap and crack? Institutions, Wall Street love to sell into gap ups, especially gap ups at all-time highs. There's so much volume and liquidity they can just eat through once they sell into it. Obviously, semis are still strong, so that has a tendency to keep the markets buoyant. AMD is still a monster, up 7%. SMCI still up 6.7. Nvidia up 4. Come on, QS. Chop it down. Chop it down. A little bit more. A little bit more. There's going to be some dips in this name bought. People are frothing at the mouth to buy QuantumScape. So this is still a tough equity. Nvidia is still trying to push for 171. Still a very strong chart on Nvidia, trying to stage a 1 minute bullish pattern. Let's flip back to Nvidia here, because right now Nvidia is now trying to keep the market buoyant. Again, this is what's going to dictate whether the Qs start to break down again, is nvidia. QuantumScape getting sold into here, guys. Come on down. Come on down. We're riding those 1050 puts. Everyone had opportunity to get into it. They missed our level by 1 cent at 1109. We adjusted our trend line right into that 1110 gap. They ended up piercing it. We were patient, getting a pullback. We are in profit right now. But again, I'm looking for these to probably get in the money. Still strong tape though, guys. Still a strong tape. Come on. Alright, so SoFi is green. Intel up 1% on your high volume names. XAGE, that's up 130%. BBAI down 0.72. QS still up 8%. MP up 22.79. NEO down 0.5%. PROK, Pro Kidney Corp up 6.78%. Tesla has gone negative, guys. Tesla's gone negative. Oh my, look at that hard down move on Tesla. Is that indicating that we are seeing relative weakness in SPY? Is RSP breaking down? Look at RSP. RSP is negative, showing us that SPY is actually starting to break down, guys. XLG still positive, so this is really a concentrated rally, and you're seeing a lot of selling under the hood of this market, guys. A lot of selling is occurring under the hood. It's just they're concentrating this rally in the semiconductors. QS trying to stabilize here and bounce. Nvidia trying to go for that little liquidity sweep that we discussed, guys. Look at Nvidia trying to trigger this 1 minute inverse head and shoulders. I think that this is going to be a fake liquidity sweep. I think they're going to use this as a little bit of a pump to stop traders out as if it's triggering a 1 minute bullish pattern, and then they take it down. So you're going to have some volume traded in there because this 1 minute head and shoulders suggests a pattern to about 173.48. Look at that. That's what that's suggesting. But is this a fake little liquidity sweep? I think it will be on the 1 minute chart. If this turns into a failed bullish breakout, like I said, what happens from failed bullish moves? Big bear moves. We obviously got to give it the benefit of the doubt. Nvidia is still in a very strong bullish uptrend, so it's very tough name to short, which is why we're only in a half position for next week, because I understand it can push to 174. QuantumScape trying to bounce. The S&P trying to bounce here. Back above 626. Google, our Google commons are absolutely flying here, guys. We're in those 185 calls, which are printing to the upside. We still have so much time on those, and I'm very, very bullish Google, even if I think there's some near-term distribution in the market. Alibaba continuing to get bought up here. We've been pounding the table on China. Our members have gotten some great analysis on China stocks from the fundamental and technical side. Baidu still absolutely ripping here to the upside. Let's take a quick peek at Amazon. Amazon's obviously still holding steady, up 0.5%. Apple, I think Apple is due for a little bit more capital rotation. Look at this QuantumScape, guys. We are printing on QS. Let's go. We're up almost 10 cents on these contracts. My average is sitting at 39 cents right now on these puts. I want these 1050 puts in the freaking money, guys. Let's get these 1050s in the money. Press this thing down. Come on. Come on down. Pretty disappointing to see Tesla flirting with negative territory, guys. Very disappointing. Look at QS starting to knife here, guys. Starting to knife. Can we take QuantumScape negative? Can QS go negative? SPY is now seeing some distribution. Again, I touched base on RSP negative, which is saying that there's a lot of underlying weakness in this tape today. The concentration is in semiconductors and semiconductors alone. Tesla now flipping back to the positive side. Here we have Bitcoin, BTC USD, taking another little dive here off of that 118 level. We still remain short. We called that out yesterday off of the 122 area. This is a swing trade short, and a day trade short that is absolutely printing. We exited all of our crypto longs yesterday, picking the near-term top, and we are seeing Bitcoin crumbling as people froth at the mouth to chase the semiconductors. Nvidia still trying to do a liquidity sweep of this 1-minute bullish pattern. Look at this potential little 1-minute inverse head and shoulders on Nvidia. Again, upside takes you to 173.50. I would double down on my short up there, but I think this could be a little bit of a liquidity sweep to the downside. QQQ still holding strong here. SOXX still holding strong at the charts. AMD still holding steady. SMCI still holding. Actually, SMCI is coming in here, guys, just a little bit. QuantumScape, come on, get these 1050s in the money. Take us to the profit land. Please hit that like button, subscribe, guys. Again, Nvidia is trying to make a sweep, guys. Nvidia is trying to make a sweep of these highs. It's trying to break out here. NVDA, is this going to be a fake little liquidity sweep of a neckline? Here comes the volume. They're trying to punch it through off of this 1-minute inverse head and shoulders, guys. They are trying to punch Nvidia through. You have traders that are trying to hold their own here. SPY's starting to melt lower. Let's see the liquidity sweep. Come on, fake breakout, Nvidia. Reverse it back lower. We're getting some higher ticks on Nvidia. QuantumScape still coming in, guys. QS is still coming in. SPY is dropping here, guys. So here we have Nvidia pressing and SPY dumping, guys. Can this be a fake liquidity sweep? There's QuantumScape. Come on, give us some new lows. Is this a little bit of a volume grab on Nvidia? I'm watching it with both eyes wide open. Give us the fake liquidity. SPY dropping here lower. QuantumScape 1050 puts are almost in the money, guys. Come on, Nvidia, give us that fake breakout. Give it. I want to see a failed bullish move here intraday on Nvidia. Give us that failed breakout. Here we go. Is this a failed breakout? Give it to us. Alibaba still strong. Bitcoin seeing heavier selling. Nat gas pushing. A lot of red is starting to appear on the screen here, guys. That RSP chart is telling us that we are seeing more distribution in this tape. Here's QS, guys. QS is coming into our target. I'm looking at trimming half of my put options right at this 1050 strike zone. And then we'll keep a break-even stop loss on the runners. I repeat, I would trim half of my put options on QS if they get in the money. Come on, QS. Chop it down. SPY's still looking much, much weaker on the tape here. You have this little bit of a lowercase H pattern bear flag that could potentially be playing out here on SPY. SPY wants to fill its gap, guys. My downside target on SPY is around 622.80. That's where it could go today. SPY is looking like it wants to go lower. I think if you're in long day trades, you have to be very careful about what you're doing right now. Nvidia's and semis are still holding firm. BBAI's gone negative. Palantir's firm. Tesla's still holding positive territory. Come on, QS. Drop it a little bit lower. Take these 1050 puts in the money. We got a potential hourly. Nope, not a topping tail yet. Not a topping tail on QS yet. 30-minute topping tail on QS. Look at that nasty little reversal on QS. That is looking dirty. That is looking very, very dirty on QS. It is starting to catch a bounce. Nvidia is still trying to push higher here, guys. Look at Nvidia. So it's looking like a little bit more of a real breakout. But again, I'm just looking at this RSP in the market, and it is dumping here. So it's moving inversely. It's moving inversely. It's almost as if everyone's dumping every single S&P 500 sector to chase Nvidia right now. That's what RSP is telling us. Look at that. This is the equal weight S&P 500, and it has reversed and gone negative, almost putting in this head and shoulders pattern, guys. A very bearish pattern on the equal weight S&P 500. That is just filthy. Triggering this head and shoulders to the downside. I would watch out for SPY, because typically when that starts to diverge that by that large of a margin, that's a bit of a problem, guys. That's a bit of a problem. QS still coming lower. Nvidia right now is just, again, a black hole sucking all of that liquidity. But I still think we can get a sell side day in Nvidia. We still could get some more profit taking. All right, QuantumScape, next leg lower. Come on. Get ready to trim some profits on QS, guys. Get ready. Again, I'm trimming half of my 1050 puts as soon as they get in the money, guys. I'll trim half of them and move stops to break even. It's already 10:30. This market session has flown by today. Just absolutely flown by. Come on, QS. Drop it lower. Drop it lower. Here we go, guys. Beautiful dump on QS, guys. Beautiful dump. Everyone should have banked on that with us. Here we go. Take us to the profit land. Come on. One more little 3-bar surge on the 1-minute chart, guys. One more little 3-bar surge on QS. Nvidia's still trying to press higher here. SPY still looking somewhat bearish. Come on, QS. Take us down. A little bit more. A little bit more. A little bit more. Ah, they're trying to bounce it right ahead of our strike zone. Give us a 3-bar surge down right through that strike zone. Testing this previous little breakout. There they go, guys. QS puts are in the money. 1050 puts are in the money, guys. 1050 puts are in the money. Beautiful. I just trimmed half at 56 cents. Beautiful. Moving stop to break even. That's an amazing trade, guys. Everyone should have caught that. Everyone should have caught that. From 39 cents to 56 cents. So 44% profit there on that trade. Move stops to break even, guys. This could go negative. Stunning job. Hit that like button, please. That was some excellent alpha that we provided. Picking that 1110 top there. Shorting it. That could go negative, QS. But I trimmed half. Trade is now risk-free, guys. Nvidia is still trying to push higher here. Come on, give us a down leg, Nvidia. Give us a down leg. SPY's still continuing to try to melt lower, guys. Huge win there on QS. 44% gain. Nvidia's still trying to move up. SPY testing yesterday's prior day high. It pierced it. Is now bouncing. A lot more red still on the screen. A lot more red. Tesla's back to the negative side. Netflix is trying to go negative. You have quite a bit. Really, the only stocks that I'm seeing that are strong right now are China and semiconductors, guys. FXI still up 1%. PDD still up about 2%. Baidu, absolutely a monster to the upside, still up over 8%. Baidu looks like it wants the top of this wedge pattern. Don't think it'll happen today. But China stocks are still holding absolute unrelenting strength. TME, massive move to the upside. XPEV kind of lagging a little bit. Oklo coming in a little bit. So get some of those natural gas plays. Those are also coming in a little bit. AR. Look at that sell that we did yesterday. Crude oil. Let's take a quick peek at crude. Crude oil breaking lower here, looking like it's trying to go negative. nvidia is still holding unwavering strength at the highs of the session, while the S&P is trying to break down, nvidia is trying to push higher. Citigroup still strong, other financials still weak. Archer Aviation still holding steady. Wells Fargo still down 5% on the session, guys. Wells Fargo still down 5%. Look at SPY. SPY breached that prior day high, guys. SPY wants to go lower. It's really in a bit of this downtrend on SPY. Whoops, that's the wrong channel. Don't want that regression channel. I want this channel. This is where I think SPY could potentially be heading. Is back down to this lower channel. Let's change this red since it's in a downtrend. But SPY looks like it's chopping in this channel. Maybe it presses to the high and then it has a bigger sell-off, but I think we are going to likely keep going lower in SPY. But for the time being, nvidia just melting to the upside, pushing right back to the highs of the session. nvidia wants to sweep this high. Again, I would only add to my nvidia around 173.50. I get interested. 174 is my ultimate top, but 173.50 I get extremely interested in doubling down on my short position on nvidia, and this is why we took not the end of this week, but next week. If you're wanting to stop out at a break even, by all means, you can, but I'm gonna hold through it. Alright, so just to summarize things that are happening in the tape right now, in terms of your mega cap tech land, you have nvidia up 4.9, Microsoft up 0.36, Apple up 0.61, Amazon up 0.49, Meta down 0.8, Tesla down 0.05, so weakness there. JP Morgan has made a red to green reversal. SMH is still ripping and roaring up 2.5%. You have the IWM extremely negative here, guys. IWM down 0.87%, triggering a head and shoulders. You're finding some support at a volume weighted average price here, but it does look like after some bearish consolidation off of this level, IWM should break down. Your Dow Jones Industrial Transports are negative, gold slightly positive. You've had a really strong push in the US dollar. Look at the Dixie, absolutely moonshotting to the upside. What is that telling us? That's telling us that the market did not really like this inflation report. CPI rising on the headline number, 8% or 2.7%. Core CPI dropped, but yields are spiking. We've given this upside target on the 10-year yield. If it gets through this first resistance trend line, then we're looking at an even higher price of around 4.55. This is why small caps are selling off so much, is because the yield market is ripping and roaring to the upside. Quite crazy. Natural gas right now is starting to moon to the upside, also trying to break out. That is another little inverse play. Typically when the markets are about to go through a heavy sell side pressure, natural gas catches a little bit of a bid. Interesting, maybe AR and EQT are a bit of an arbitrage opportunity again, as they are trying to bounce and firm up here. SPY is going for the lows of the session, guys. SP 500 is going for the lows of the session. Quite crazy price action in this equity market. We are seeing some more selling hitting the tape. Look at this RSP continuing to make new lows on the session. nvidia piercing that all-time high, sweeping that liquidity. And now look, seeing some sellers off of that double top zone. So nvidia seeing a heavy rejection off that area. Large institutions keep selling off that. They've sold off once, twice. Now a third time they've sold off of that level. Let's see if it can get through that area or if that is the top for nvidia today. Big liquidity sweep in volume, piercing the all-time high, stopping out shorts here. Now it is starting to come in a little bit. Tesla again back to the negative side. NIO back to the negative side. SMCI still up 6.5%. I'll stay on with you guys for another 20 minutes, and then I will tune you into another trading space. And obviously if anything drastic happens in the market, I will jump back on. Bitcoin, guys, look at BTC. That is falling sharply yet again, getting sold into. Very, very good for our shorts in the crypto market. Nasty little rejection, bearish engulfing on the hourly chart of crypto. That also looked like a little bit of a breakout liquidity sweep. Now you're seeing a potential 3-bar surge down on the 15-minute chart for Bitcoin. My first profit target on Bitcoin is around 115.5, this trend line here. Okay, does look like we're going to hit that. Okay, so Bitcoin definitely seeing some sell side pressure. Maybe a 15-minute topping tail on nvidia. We'll certainly see how that wants to play out. But a nasty little 5-minute rejection. If you're wanting to go long the SOXX down here, SOXS looks quite interesting. It looked like a head and shoulders on the SOXS, but I think this is going to firm up to break out here. So definitely looks like a bit of a sell side day that's going to hit the tape here. I do think that there's a strong sell side pressure in the tape. SPY is almost going negative, guys. S&P 500 almost negative. Guys, Bitcoin's still dumping here, testing 117. BTC, a little bit of an indication that liquidity is starting to flow out of risk assets here. That's beautiful. Look at that nasty reversal on Bitcoin, guys. That is filthy. Filthy price action. Look at this Archer Aviation. Continuing to push. Whoa, past me. Wow, Archer's flying off the charts here, guys. Look at Bitcoin. We are printing on these shorts, guys. Remember, we are long BITI yesterday. We exited all of our cryptos. 1729. I am hungry today. QS still trying to bounce. nvidia still trying to hold steady here. Coming down a little bit. SPY making new lows, guys. The S&P 500 making new lows. Are they going to take SPY negative? Let us pierce that gap fill. There's a lot of people. They're going to knife it through this gap, guys. They are absolutely going to knife it through this gap. I would not be buying there personally. They're going to absolutely knife it there. Just be careful if you're trying to buy a gap fill, which a lot of traders like to do. That's not enough technical support that's sitting right there. You might get a couple of minute bounce, but I would personally not buy there. I mean, there is this trend line that kind of supports it. But for me, the long level guys on SPY today, the bigger day trade long level is down here around 623. Pierce of 623 is the bigger level on SPY that I'm observing. Google's still pushing higher here. Google's still strong. Google's putting in this ascending triangle pattern, which is very bullish. Probably going to give us a new high of day on Google. Just as an FYI. Nice bounce in SPY. SPY is holding that gap fill. Very interesting. Let's look at our BABA calls again. BABA continue. BABA looks like it's going to make a new high of day, guys. BABA. Very strong on the tape. Our 120 calls are absolutely flying here, guys. They are printing to the upside. Bitcoin still selling off here. Nvidia trying to stabilize. SPY getting a really sizable bid here. Maybe Nvidia wants to hit that inverse target of 173.40-ish. Potentially wants to break out of that little basing formation. So our October 120 BABA calls are up nicely, over 50% there. We still have Baidu $100 calls for September. Meta, that trade is getting smoked. Meta. Disappointing. Tesla getting knifed down here. Still have runners on QS as well, guys. We took 44% profit on the first trim. I see QS going negative, guys, today. The relative strength in the market is just too weak today. I see QS going negative. You have a potential head and shoulders here. If we trigger, QS should go to about 978. That would take us well up over 100%. Fair target, but the trade is risk-free. We've taken half the position off the table. And we have a stop loss at break even. So everyone should have caught that one. And obviously we're still riding an nvidia put for July 28th. Baidu. We got so much time on these China names, and even with the pop today, they are still so undervalued on a fundamental basis. I hope my members and group were able to look at some of those charts that I posted a couple weeks back regarding Baidu and BABA. You know, as technical traders, we look at the charts, but as a smart investor, you need to understand fundamentals as well. Valuations. A lot of investors today just think they can read a chart and that's good enough. To be honest, charts I do think dictate, but if you can sharpen your skills and know how to read balance sheets, cash flows, earnings, income statements, profit margins, valuations, it just strengthens you as a well-rounded investor. I think the best investors and traders understand both the fundamentals and the traders. We hear people, oh, I'm only charts, I'm only charts, I'm only charts, or I'm only fundamentals, I'm only fundamentals. Well, I'm both personally. I like to look at balance sheets. I know a lot of people in retail don't like that stuff because they don't really know how to read it, but you have to understand both. And right now, China stocks are, a lot of them are pretty undervalued. Of course, there's risk with China, the PBOC, the Communist Party. Obviously, US Wall Street favors American stocks. But I still see China as a very, very interesting opportunity. All right, Baidu. What's Baidu saying here? That's still strong on the session. And again, Baidu today had news as well. If anyone didn't know, catch the pre-market. Baidu partnering with Uber for some self-driving vehicles. So Uber's been one of the stronger stocks as well, coming in today. But that was the news hitting the tape. So you had a lot of different news hitting China, along with trade tensions easing because of nvidia relations. Baidu partnerships, Baba partnerships across the board, and China stocks have certainly done quite well today. You have nvidia falling a little bit. SPY, guys, look at SPY continuing to melt here. Again, we have a long level around this 623 Pierce. Anonymous looking at Carvana. Oh my goodness, what a reversal. They're going to take this one right back down, guys. If you want to short Carvana here, friggin' full port it. No, don't full port it. But Carvana does look like a short here. Maybe it wants to push up to this zone again here, 350. But if you're looking at a swing short on Carvana, it does look ready. Even a day trade here, Carvana looks ready. Certainly does. Look at SPY, guys. New lows on SPY, knifing through that gap fill. I hope I saved a few people from buying into that area for now. Again, aggressive. Your first aggressive level comes at the bottom of this channel. You can see the tight channel that we're trading in. That's your first aggressive level. I'm looking at a move into this Pierce of 623 on SPY. Slip back to Mr. Nvidia. Nvidia is starting to come down. I'm still holding short Nvidia, and we are still holding runners on QuantumScape. Look at QS knifing here, guys. Stunning price action to the downside. Amazing, amazing QS. I love it. I absolutely love it. Look at QuantumScape knifing. Let's go. Bitcoin knifing as well. Guys, Bitcoin is knifing. Look at Bitcoin going for target. Come on, give it to us. What else did we just enter with members? SOXX off the 701 level. Let's take Nvidia down, guys. Come on, the stock is still so elevated. Give us some lower price. Bitcoin knifing, SPY at the lows. Here we go. IWM down 0.85%, guys. SPY still continue to fall. Bitcoin 115.5 is my first trim on BTC, guys. And then we'll move stops to break even. Whoopsie. Don't need that. So today, our Baidu calls, guys. When Baidu was at the highs, our Baidu calls did tap over 100% on the September 19th $100 calls. We did tap 100%. Still think there's more upside, but look at SPY knifing here, guys. Ooh, this is getting filthy. This is getting filthy, guys. Filthy. Nvidia must be selling now. Look at Nvidia knifing, guys. We do have a nice little trade setting up in SPY. If we can keep falling here, this is going to be an interesting opportunity on SPY, guys. Give me a second here. SPY's hitting a volume zone right now. POC at 623.97. There is a zone there. There is a decent zone at 623.97. Some support here on SPY. There's definitely some support. Guys, there is some support on SPY here around 623.87. But I'd let it sweep that POC zone. You can see there's a nice amount of volume sitting here on SPY. There is a decent amount of volume sitting right off of the 623.87 zone. It's a high volume zone. If you lose that, it's troublesome action for SPY. But there's a high amount of volume there. Sarfer saying, look at Tessie. Let's look at Tesla here. Yeah, Tesla knifing down, guys. It's really, really coming in hard. And that's because of the higher rates right now, pushing it out. Look at Bitcoin starting to knife here, guys. All right, first target, guys, is coming into play for BTC, guys. I'm just going to widen some of these time frames. We are coming into first target here on Bitcoin. That's absolutely getting crushed right now. Printing on our BITI. Wonderful job if you've caught that with us. But yeah, everything is under pressure. QS puts are in the money again. Our 1050 puts. We are starting to see a lot more sell side pressure hitting the tape. Google still remaining firm at the highs of the session. Nvidia coming in just a touch more here on the 15-minute chart. See that IWM? Yeah, wow, IWM, guys, is hitting a swing trade long level here. It's an aggressive, but you have SPY hitting a nice volume zone. You have the IWM hitting this lower boundary trend line. But I do think the IWM today is going to go for this gap fill around 219.80. But ultimately, this head and shoulders that's triggering on the IWM takes us down to about 217. Imagine they took us down there today. Nvidia, SPY still near the lows, guys. Look at this. And again, you break this 623.87 point of control volume shelf here, you're going to knife a lot lower. My ultimate long level on SPY was around a pierce of 623. I think we could be shaping up for a 3-bar surge down on the 5-minute chart of SPY. I think that is very, very likely that that could happen, guys. Nvidia is starting to break down even more. We're still riding short Nvidia. Could have taken a nice amount of profits off of the first initial dip. Here's SPY, guys. I would personally wait. There's some buying here. Look at that volume that we're hitting. Huge amount of volume there. But I don't trust it yet because The stock market technicals right now are very, very skewed because of the semiconductors. So you really have to take more of the extreme support levels if you're trying to trade on the long side, because of the skewed and outperformance of the semiconductors. It's really swayed things. So I'm not looking at going long SPY unless we hit some massive, massive support, which to me is down here around 623 Pierce. So about another buck down. And even then, we could still flush down to about 622.20, and maybe even that prior day low. So Nvidia is still continuing to melt. QuantumScape 1050 puts in the money. Bitcoin's coming into our first trim target, guys. Because we have such a large position in BITI, I'm looking at trimming my BITI when Bitcoin tests about 115.5. Okay? Just as an FYI. SPY bouncing off of that POC, point of control. I think it's going to get sold into. But a nice little bounce there. There we go. We're going lower. We are going lower, guys. Tesla's down 1.12%. Give us a knife down. I want them to take QuantumScape negative as well. I want these puts to continue to rip. We've triggered that head and shoulders. It's more of, say, a 3-minute chart pattern. But QuantumScape bear target is on watch now, guys. So we're riding Nvidia still short. No trim there, even though they tried sweeping liquidity at the highs. And we're obviously riding still half a position short on QS, which these 1050 puts are in the money and still printing to the upside. Google still holding steady. Come on, SPY, break it down. I would consider going long SPY, piercing 623. I would get into some 623 zeros as a bit of a scalp long. Markets are bouncing. Guys, get ready to take a first trim on Bitcoin. It's starting to knife a little bit lower here. First trim. Markets are trying to stabilize here. Big bounce on QS. Big bounce. How's CoreWeave doing today? Wow. 9% of the session. This is another one that's a short opportunity. Look at that. Wow. If Nvidia comes down, this name's going to come down. This is just a higher beta play on Nvidia. Coinbase topping tail. Looking nasty. How's Mara? That's going lower. MSTR. That's a nice little topping tail on MSTR. MSTR retested the highs today. That's crazy. Tesla losing that gap. I don't like that on Tesla. I really don't like that on Tesla. QQQ. Maybe we're gonna see a bit of strength come back into SPY as the Qs go through their distribution. Nice bounce on. Look at that channel bounce on IWM. Isn't that beautiful? Beautiful channel, trend line. Huge bounce on the IWM. That's pretty stunning how charts can work, right? Pretty stunning. Look at that POC on SPY. I mean, my oh my. From 623.87 Pierce back up to 624.50. That's a nice little gain. All right, guys, look at our beloved Nvidia starting to come in. Chop it down, Nvidia. Chop it down. Come on, nvidia. Take us down. Bitcoin's still trying to hold 116. Alright, guys. I will be right back. We are back. SPY's bouncing nicely. So far, Bitcoin down 3.1. Dow Jones Industrial Average down 0.59. SPY down 0.06%. Qs are still holding positive. I don't think this market stops selling until they take the Qs negative, guys. That's my hammer on the nail. Today, IWM down 0.76. Nvidia still up 4%. Monster move. Microsoft still green. Apple still green. Amazon barely green. Meta taking on the chin. Tesla taking on the chin. Netflix is back to the negative side. JP Morgan, Eli Lilly selling off. Carvana back to the negative side. Home builders are struggling today. Boeing slightly green. Lots of sell side pressure hitting the tape today. Let's look at some of these sectors of the market. Copper, we said copper. Watch out for copper. That's negative. Look at the sectors of the S&P 500, guys. Negative, 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 negative. Tech, positive. Everything else negative. Healthcare underperforming today. That's down 1.37. Financials are underperforming. Materials are underperforming. And retail. Let's look at GME, GameStop. GameStop today down 1.53%. And that's looking like it wants to go lower at least to 2170 GameStop. Healthcare has been quite disappointing. It looked like a sector that was trying to break out, but obviously needing a little bit more time on the session. Look at copper, still going through some of that distribution phase. Names like SCCO probably getting hit pretty hard to the downside today. Yes, they are. Let's look at some of those higher volume names. Nvidia slept 4% on the session. Maybe a little bit of a doji candle. What's this XAGE? That's coming in from the highs. AMD is still strong as ever, but coming into a little bit of selling off of that trend line. Damn, I wish I saw that and caught that. I thought 160 was going to be the top. Came just close enough. BBAI still down 2%. Quantum Safe catching a little bit of bounce, but I still see this stock trying to fill its lower boundary gap. This MP Materials has been a rocket ship to the upside. Crazy. Tesla right now losing that gap fill. Not a very, very good sign. Palantir is into a bit of a short zone here, guys. I think for a swing short, Palantir does make quite a bit of sense here. I think that this stock can go lower based off of this nasty weekly negative divergence. We've traded that on the short side a couple times and made a nice chunk of change there. Ericsson today, ticker ERIC, getting absolutely clobbered. Archer Aviation looks like it wants that gap fill. I wish I took a long at the open on that name. We did mention it when it was basically flat on the session. So hopefully someone caught it. SBET trying to work itself back into this gap fill. Nothing for me. SMCI, a monster breakout today on the daily chart. Still looking positive. I wish I bought at the lower boundary wedge here. I thought we were going to get one more pullback into this upsloping trend line before it was ready. Lucid still looking constructive. Lucid appears to be putting in a bull flag, but not a stock that I can trust personally speaking. NIO is still holding some strength on the larger daily time frame, but seeing a bit of a pullback from the highs today. Ticker NU, obviously seeing some strength today. PROK, I've never traded this name, but it's been through a crazy move in recent sessions, seeing a little bit of distribution. TTD, the trade desk, reversing from the highs. You're testing this little bit of a volume shelf here on the daily chart. This name is now being included into the S&P 500, which is why it's up 9.13%. So long term, trade desk is going to fill this gap within the next 6 months. You can probably bet on that. So that's looking like a very strong chart to try to take a swing trade or a bit of an even longer term investment. Since now the trade desk has the backdrop of S&P 500 inflows, up and to the right, baby, up and to the right for the TTD, finally being included into the S&P 500. SoFi has just been one strong mother, you know what, and it's just not really giving up any of its gains at this point. You did put in a little bit of that distribution candle, that hanging man on the daily chart, but obviously it's still trading near the highs of its session. What the heck is CYCC? Sickle Cell Pharmaceuticals? Jeez. What is the market cap of this bad boy? 5.24 million. Oh my goodness, that is nothing. Topping tail on the hourly chart coming into full effect. Yeah, I would stay away from that name. Airlines are interesting, guys, because we do have crude oil falling. You have a whole bunch of airline earnings still coming up. Obviously, we had strong price action in DAL, Delta, which is holding near the highs of the session. So airlines are one of those sectors that I think could still push higher. Delta has an upside target of about 64 and change. But obviously, we have a whole bunch more earnings to come. You have you have United Airlines, you have American Airlines still set to report. So I'm watching jets very closely. APK looking at Joby, Joby Aviation. Rocket ship, I mean, up 8.16%. You can clearly see the trend in aviation, flying cars, etc. is just melting to the upside. Again, Joby, be very careful. You are coming up into some near-term resistance here on Joby. Maybe it pushes a little bit higher to call it, what is that, 14 bucks, maybe 13.90, appears to 14 bucks. But I would be very careful chasing Joby up here. The upside is certainly limited in the near term. I think after you get a pullback, then you can buy it for continuation long to basically pierce these all-time highs. But just be careful trying to chase it here. You had a multi-week run to the upside. I know there's a lot of positive headlines around it, but just be careful. It's getting into a key resistance zone. Wait for a pullback and then a continuation move higher, okay? So it's tough to chase that name that's ripping that fast, that quickly. I would be I'd use some caution there. Alright, S&P still bouncing. No FOMO. That's right. No FOMO. Use some trade diligence there, APK. Thank you for joining in. Definitely wise. Don't FOMO in some of these flying aviation stocks. You know, look at that bounce off of that point of control on SPY. Huge area. Even if we look at some of these other names like ASTS, right? Space stocks. Look at ASTS. This is actually a much more healthy chart. I mean, you're looking at a potential bull flag breakout shaping up here. This chart is looking very strong. Huge move up, consolidation, backtesting support. This one could absolutely fly. I mean, you're holding above some key support zones. ASTS is looking interesting. The space seam, I still think, has quite a bit of upside. But if this bull flag breaks out, I mean, you're going to see some monster moves in some of these names. Rocket Lab is one that's continuing to go. Rocket Lab looks like it's heading to about plus $50. That's what I have on RKLB. You've triggered this inverse head and shoulders on the daily. So the space theme is live and strong. Do you believe in aliens? Have we discovered aliens? But this is looking very strong. Now, how I see Rocket Labs playing out here is you may get a 3-bar surge on the daily. So 1, 2, and then 3. Wait for a pullback. But this stock should try to hit 50 bucks. Okay? All right, let's flip back to nvidia, which is potentially forming an interesting little pattern here, guys. Is it a 5-minute shoulder, head and shoulders pattern on nvidia? Maybe. Maybe this is a right shoulder forming. Is there a 1-minute head and shoulders pattern forming on nvidia? Perhaps there is. Perhaps this is a 1-minute head and shoulders pattern. Will it break down? Will nvidia trigger this little neckline and take us to a new low of day? Time will tell, but SPY certainly is still weak on the session, and it does look like nvidia could break us lower. So we're still riding those 172.50 July puts. Bear target if it triggers. And then obviously we have a bull target. Whoops. Speaking of bull, I should take a look at Webull lately and Robinhood. Muhammad Ali is saying, would SPY be able to head back to 626 today? Unlikely. 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 You know, the big level you need to watch for SPY is you'll have a shot if it can recapture this gap. So this gap fill where we opened. So why I say we are unlikely going to head back there is, one, you still have semiconductors that are bloated today. So likely still some profit taking. And SPY had all the rhyme or reason to hold these gains with semiconductors strong, but it broke down. So the big level you need to watch, there's two real levels. You need to watch this gap fill, that's your big one. And then your prior day high. But SPY, I think, is going lower. I think we're heading to 623, maybe. Pierce of 623. Maybe you have a huge bounce into the end of the day again on the back of semiconductor hype, but I would not be betting SPY 626 calls if that's what you're in. So I just would use a bit of caution when trading that. Now there's always a chance. I mean, you could be forming a 1-minute inverse head and shoulders here on SPY. But my analysis is telling us that we're going lower. I'm certainly not chasing SPY yet. But this gap fill is your big zone. All right, Bitcoin's stabilizing here. So a little bit of volatility is being sucked out of the market, guys. Just a bit.
I mean, how much lower you think it's gonna go, man? This thing is already sold off pretty good.
I'm in the 150s, so
All right, guys, I'm going to take a bit of a break, resting my voice here. If anything crazy happens on, I'm just now scanning for other chart setups. I'm still looking at a 115.5 profit target on Bitcoin. I'm still looking for nvidia to go lower. I'm still looking for a SPY long entry around a Pierce of 623. So if any of those variables hit, obviously I'll jump back on the mic. I'm still here, but I'll tune you into another little trading group just so that you have some extra eyes on the market. If there's any final questions, put them in the chat. I'll be able to happily answer them.
room on it. I'm getting a sell signal on the weekly chart, so I mean,
Man, on the weekly chart, man, I don't know. Like 150 could be some strong support.
Yeah. I mean, if it loses, that's what I'm saying. If it loses 150, it's it's in trouble down there. On Decker's one.
I mean, it's damn near all the way oversold. Like, bro, it's like the RSI is way under 30 on the daily. It's approaching 30 on the weekly. I mean, how much more selling is it going to do?
Yeah, that's a head and shoulders playing out on the daily as well. I mean, if this monthly candle plays out, I have 144 on PG, Procter and Gamble.
Yeah, that reversion call looks like it's playing out pretty good, son. Look like it might actually have a little bit of legs to it. I don't know.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
So did anybody talk about the EU hitting Meta with a 200 million pound fine or euro
Yep.
fine rather?
Yep. Yeah, we saw that. Meta always getting smacked with
So
shit.
just one AI engineer. That's the
Yeah.
fine.
Basically, with the way they pay shit, you're right about that. Them spy calls are green from that 231 ad from the original position that we trimmed out, and then we re-added with profits. So now we're back green on that one too. And Baba's still going. More China news, more U.S. China tension. I mean, that makes sense. Baba's been destroyed for so long.
Yeah, I think you're starting to see that these pricing out rate cuts, right? Um, so we're seeing this dispersion is kind of back with the mega caps and all these rate cut names kind of selling off a little bit more. I don't know if it's going to keep going like this, but that's what it looks like.
Sprouts Farmers Market. The 180 calls that I grabbed yesterday, they're up 12% or $80 per contract. SFM, Sprouts Farmers Market, on the 30-minute chart, it's a W pattern printing on Sprouts. These are the 180 calls for September 19th, up $80 a con.
There we go, Rocket Lab 45. And I even have ASTS call still for the 50s. Let's go. I'm all about the Space Force now.
Space Force, that's right.
Yeah, how
So
do we
looking at
even sign up
Bitcoin,
for that?
looking at Bitcoin real quick. Bitcoin looking like it's 116 failed. For 115.7 is support currently. Can we get a bounce? Unknown. VIX right now rejection 1730, and looks like we have follow through on the VIX rejection, and the market is subsequently bouncing. Nvidia is looking like it's middle in consolidation, can't figure out which way it wants to go. Microsoft break of high a day, pushing towards 507. Apple look like it's going to test high a day, approaching 211. Google doesn't look as bullish as Apple. I mean, it's Microsoft, but it is bullish, looking like it's pushing through the high a day. Meta look like it's bottom rounded and bouncing, similarly to IWM and the Dow. And Amazon is trying to bounce. Coin look like it's bottomed and trying to bounce. Still looks bearish overall on coin though.
I did take a gamble. I took some IWM calls for tomorrow. If PPI comes in a little bit cooler than expected, then I think we might see breadth expansion again. So I don't know, something I'm just kind of thinking that could happen.
AES look like it's found support and is currently pushing, trying to get that volume increase, pushing back towards 13. AES.
Ten-year yield futures contract /10 Yankee 10Y is hit a new high of day today at 4.479.
We added 100 shares of to EVLV right here, Evolve Technologies. All right, so taking a look at Google. So over my level at 183.77. Next level is 184.67 on Google, and then 185.55 I'm still in those $200 calls for August on Google. Look at the 4-hour daily. Yeah, I like Google. Monthly charts looking good. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Six,
It's all like
6285 0 DTE calls been getting hit on SPX back to back to back. Three different orders already totaling up to 1.7 million.
that's not surprising. Like Apple, Microsoft, Google, TSM, all still at the highs of the day.
They're slamming the 6285s now at 20 a pop, 30 a pop, 17 a pop.
Meta just got a nice little double bottom bounce on the 30-minute chart. 718.
Flight to safety.
719, yeah.
I just see treasury selling and silver selling.
Don't know if you guys brought this up yet, but Tesla's top North American sales executive left. Was leaving the company from Wall Street Journal.
No, we didn't bring that up. We didn't talk about it. That just happened?
I guess it just came over the wire.
Oh, okay.
See if I can find some more info. There's been a couple executives that have been leaving lately, starting to form a trend.
Rivian got a nice little double bottom as well on the 30-minute, but there's so much resistance above on this thing. Applied Materials up almost 5%. It's at $9.99, $10. APLD. Nice bounce on the 10-minute there. 977. Hey, Big Kev. Probably not there. But the sticker RIO, Rio Tinto. The H playing out on the 10-minute chart. I grabbed those $55 puts for Rio, RIO, Rio Tinto, and $55 puts for September. The H playing out on the 10-minute chart on Rio.
Yeah, so when I say Rio is one of those companies that Dragonfly used to work with.
Oh, yeah? Huh. Yeah, this chart looked nasty. Walmart looks like a H as well, Big Kev, on a 1 hour and 2 hour. The thing with Walmart, you gotta buy time, lots of time on your puts. Joby's
AES making that push. Go ahead.
no, I was just saying Joby is up almost 7.68%, 1360 on Joby.
I'm so confused at this headline. Rivian pairing up with Google to launch custom EV nav system? What? What? What are they trying to do?
I don't know.
I'm a little confused.
Yeah,
They're probably just updating like the Android car play type of system, so just software update.
yeah, but that's what I was just telling you guys. Rivian is getting some volume, but there's just so much. There's so much overhead resistance on this thing.
So they're most likely partnering on a firmware update or to their UI, the actual software that shows on their screens in the cars.
Ooh, Decker's 9677. Let's go. Drill.
They've come a long way. I'm not gonna lie. Rivian was struggling for a while. I mean, the chart still looks like trash, but at least they're figuring out a way to sell their cars not at a loss.
Energy Fuels ticker UUUU. New high of day $7.34, approaching 6-month highs.
I jumped into URA calls this week a little bit earlier. $39 strikes.
Oh, what the fuck? The Newmont CFO resigned?
JD and samples.
Yeah, what the fuck, man? My calls are getting nuked.
What the hell?
Shit, you talked about Joby. Look at Archer. Archer about to clear 1150 and hold. Let's get a push towards that 12.
Mm-hmm.
And won't stop.
Let's go. Yeah, this chart is nice, too. I mean, you called it perfectly. It was lagging.
Son, I don't hate this though. I might be buying Newmont soon again.
All right, this is a chase, so size accordingly. And BIS 56 calls this week, $1.20.
BB is still in Deckers?
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Yep, got taken out of half my position of Archer. $12 calls at 100%.
Let's go.
Still in the middle half them contract.
Bing bang. These NBIS 2026 $70 calls are up 12%. Nebius. It's getting some nice volume right now, too.
Yeah, they're starting to hammer TLT. So they're shorting, basically shorting the bond ETF, 20-year Treasury bond ETF.
Sure.
Targeting $86 strikes on it.
I need to raise funds so I could buy more of this NBIS, bro. This thing. This.
So I got stopped out of my SPY 622 puts that expire tomorrow. So I just got into 628 calls for tomorrow's spy?
NBIS new high.
Yeah, you shouldn't have bought so much time, Bull Bear.
I know.
I bought the August, and I pushed it about less time.
Yeah.
Yo, hey guys, those NBIS calls are already up 10%. I just got.
I went at this heavy this morning.
What the hell is going
No,
on with this
I
stock?
pointed that
Dude,
out.
look at the gamma, bro. Look at the gamma.
know. I pointed this out. At opened this morning. I should
know.
have bought. You're right. I should have bought closer.
I know. Is that Amen
No,
Yeah.
talking?
it's Bull Bear and Bull Bear. Yeah.
No, not you. I know you,
Yeah,
but the
yeah,
other dude with the
Amen,
gamma.
Amen.
You don't. All right, because he shows his listener my whole shit's
Yeah.
fucked up. I can't see
Yeah,
nobody.
you take a look at that gamma, you'll be like, you'll want to use all your
Vomit.
margin on calls for NBIS.
Hold on, I'm gonna buy
There's a
some.
big gap to
Let me look.
60.
Let me look.
Yeah.
I'm looking combined through 919. Bro, what the hell? They're going all up to 75.
So
like
am
you
I.
said.
I'm
Yeah.
following them right with it.
Yeah. I'm gonna buy. I'm
The
gonna buy closer.
Hey, that's
shit
Amen.
bucket. The shit bucket.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy closer.
Some of that is me, sir. Sorry.
Probably
He
is.
literally wrote me 6 numbers. That he just laughed. I'm like, okay, shit.
Are you in the September 19th 75s, or which ones are you?
I
in?
recently bought those,
No.
yeah.
Okay. Yep. Well, I see your OI probably in there.
But I really hammered the 55, 60, and 65s for August.
Yeah, I grabbed some of the 70s for September.
Yeah, those are the ones I've started to buy 70, 75s.
Yeah.
Because they keep buying higher. Look at the volume on these chains. It's ridiculous.
I know.
I think this is gonna be the next AI type of step to the
Yep.
Yep. I think you're right.
the pivot.
Yo, this chart is insane on this thing, man. Like,
Look at the chart on the daily, bro. Now this me. I don't chart for shit on the daily, but I'm just looking at the 1 day, and it nasty gaps below filled, and then this is
No,
all
that
time high
daily
now.
is
It hasn't
setting
seen
up
over
real
this.
nice. You're not wrong. That's a nice daily.
Oh yeah.
bro, this when this W plays out, people are. I mean, this is insane.
Bro, they don't let you buy more than 80 right now. They fucking capped the chain. What is this crap?
I'm good with what I have right now, actually.
They'll
capped the chain.
probably take it to the end of the chain, honestly.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, when I saw this chart this morning, I'm like, yo, I got to. And this wasn't even on my buy list for today.
Oh, it was definitely on my buy list today. I should have bought it yesterday, but I was not paying attention.
But what should have been on people's buy list is Ouster OUST.
We're already in that, right? We're in the.
I'm not talking about you. I said what should have been on people. I'm talking to the 300 people that's in here, in the space.
Yeah.
Big,
Yo, you're buzzing. I can hardly hear you, Big Kev. You're buzzing.
Are you on Boost Mobile, bro? You got touch to talk? Beep,
So now I had that.
beep. Beep, beep. I love those Boost Mobile talk. I miss those shits, bro. Oh man, those were the days. Those were the days. Hey, guys, Citigroup, those $90 calls for August 15th, 75%, baby. We still got a month to go. Look at that candle.
Good job, man. Good job.
Beautiful. I appreciate you, man.
Rivian is getting that push out, trying to clear 13 on Rivian.
Wait, did you say Rivian China? What? Sorry, what?
No, I said Rivian is trying to get this push.
Oh, trying to. Sorry, I didn't know there was like a news.
Yeah, I heard Rivian China. I swear I heard
I
Rivian
heard
China
too.
too.
I was like, damn, Rivian's going to China.
It's probably my accent. My bad.
It's not good.
Rivian trying to China trying. Yeah, it sounds
it's like,
similar.
yeah.
Yeah. Hey man, City calls are ripping, and just remember we got the other banks. So I still got lottos on MS. Whatever. We'll see what happens. And
Which MS ones do
yeah,
you have?
I got 150 for next week
That's
lottos.
interesting.
I don't expect it to hit because it's an outside move, but if it goes to 147, it should be at least a double.
Where's the Vanna at?
I did not
Or
check
Charm?
that.
What?
I can check. I can.
You're a pajama gamma trader.
Oh well, I don't do it for earning plays because it's a freaking lotto.
Oh, you're playing this for earnings? But I thought gamma isn't like the best
Earnings.
type of alpha, like for earnings. Well, not gamma, but Vanna and Charm.
It is, but it doesn't always work if the move becomes the other way.
Yeah,
right?
true.
So I stopped reading it for earnings. I've been burned too many times reading it for earnings. But yeah, it's got earnings tomorrow
What are you
morning.
guys talking about? I stepped away and then I heard Vanna and Charm.
MS.
Holy fuck.
MS for earnings tomorrow.
Like who the fuck's talking Vanna and Charm?
He said, "Oh, somebody said my name."
No, I was asking AJ where the Vanna and Charm is on this on MS because he was saying he has the 150 calls, but he says he doesn't look at that as much because of yeah. I guess he's been burned
No, I
more.
don't look at it. I don't look at it. No, that's not correct. I don't look at it when it's for an earnings play.
Yeah, that's what I mean for earnings play.
Oh, that's when
So
I
I
do
didn't
look
know
at
that.
it.
No, I mean, that's what I told him to do. Like, that's what I mentioned to him. Like, I feel like that is kind of where the alpha is more. But he said, historically, he gets it more wrong than right, I guess. So it makes sense that he just stays away.
At least my luck has been more wrong than right. Not doing it for earnings and not doing it for earnings. I'm better non-earning plays than earning plays
Makes
for that
sense,
reason.
yeah. I mean, earnings are never. Most people have a hard time with earnings,
Yeah, and honestly, it comes down to sentiment. If there's enough bad shit, right? Like you can use Tesla as an example. You can read all the data you want, but if Elon goes Elon and you never know what the hell he says, the market goes wee or dead.
Hey, are you guys seeing flow on for Archer? I mean, look at the 30-minute chart
I
on
was,
Archer.
bro. It's funny that you said that because I was just about to just butt in and be like, "Look, man, Archer's finna pass Joby.
Yeah,
Archer's about to pass Joby. That's crazy."
yeah, it is. Are you guys seeing flow for Archer right now? This thing is up 7%.
Yeah, someone I think Trade God said that he saw 13s and 14s earlier. I think he posted that in the chat down below.
Oh,
I
wow.
think I saw that. I got a notification for that.
You saw $13 and $14 calls for August. I just asked him what the premium size was. I didn't hear back. I'm curious what the premium size is.
This is crazy.
You talking to who? Who you talking to?
Whoever posted that flow about Archer.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
Trade God.
that's Trade God.
Invest
You got
three.
Trade God. You got to have him ask him to post it, repost it. I'm sure he's listening, so he'll probably acquiesce.
Yeah.
Bitcoin futures bottomed out, put in a nice rounded bottom. Look like they might try to push.
Just back to drones real quick. I think I saw a drone index called ASC, maybe. I think like it's a huge cup right now, and it just made an all-time high. So I haven't looked at what it's comprised of, but it looks like, I mean, if it could keep going.
I'm sorry, what was that ticker again?
It's I think it's ASC. It's the ASC drone index. So I'm not sure what's compiled in it though. I just remember seeing JC Peretz, you know that guy, the technician. He was posting something about drones, and it looks like that's one of the indexes for them, making an all-time high yesterday.
You know, I like to follow JC's tweets, dude. But when he talks,
Dude,
I can't listen to
I
that
can't
guy.
take him. Yeah, no, I don't like to look at him that much because he loves to get under people's skin, right? Like that's kind of his thing. So
Bro,
He's a dick. He's an absolute dick.
Yeah, he loves to do that, man. That's his thing.
Dude, hey man, did you ever get into this short on Deckers?
Nope.
This thing is about to fall off a cliff. Look at the weekly chart on Deckers.
I'll be right back a little bit. I gotta go take a quick
Yeah.
phone call.
Check out Red Cat. Red Cat round bottom on intraday. Looking like after that drawdown, it's ready to go ahead and continue pushing higher. RCAT. Ouster about to clear 27. OUST.
Let's go. Make 30 great again.
OMEX.
NVIDIA.
OMEX after having that pullback, looking like it's ready to go ahead and clear 160 high a day.
Mm-hmm.
QuantumScape. I'm in those 11s for August 1st also. Yeah, I think that was Silencius that pointed that volume out for the 11s for August 1st. QuantumScape. I think that it's going to take 11 out and just continue pushing higher. It's already found supported a value area and it's pushing currently. It's over 13,000 in volume and only it's less than 600 in open interest or less than 700 in open interest.
Bro, Decker's about to go under 96. Let's fucking go. Come on, baby.
Oh, I'm nothing compared to this volume on NBIS today, son. You won't be able to find me in this. Holy crap.
Yeah, almost hit 55 just now. 54.94.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the breakout to sell my 55s that I literally just bought them this morning.
Jesus, how much are you up, Eamon? Because like I bought it. Um, I bought it pretty late.
115%.
I was gonna say I'm up 50%, and I bought it super late. Like I bought it just at 53 or something. But I bought the 60s for this week.
Oh yeah, see, I should
Those
have
are
bought some of the I should
50%.
have bought some of the shorter duration stuff, but
Did AJ take off or something?
yep.
Yeah, that Jay-Z Kretz guy, I don't like to hear him talk as much, but he definitely has like good like he brings up certain tickers that I like indexes that I don't check out as much. So it kind of helps me see where kind of rotation is sometimes more. So I kind of like that, but
Yeah, my voice might have been off this morning because I had just woken up. I woke up in the middle of the night at like 4:30 and looked at some of the pre-market for 4:30 and looked at some of the pre-market volume, and that's where I saw NBIS.
Yeah. Yeah, your voice sounded like you were getting sick. So I was like, wait, is that A, man?
Just sleeping in, brother.
Get that sleep. I think I fell asleep last night at 10 o'clock. The first time in a long time. I went to bed at
That's probably about when I fell asleep. Then that's why I woke up at like 4 in the morning.
Yeah, I think I woke up at like 5:30. But yeah, that's the first time I went to bed that early. Well, what time is Trump supposed to be talking? Hold on, let me scan this and see if I see him.
Speaking at 2:30.
Oh, okay, cool.
He leaves the White House at 12:30 to Pennsylvania. Ethereum's ripping today too. I'll grab some SBET calls.
I hear you down there, JD. I'm starting to buy Newmont here. I'm starting to buy Newmont again.
I see an H pattern forming on SPY. Probably about to close these calls and go back for some puts.
Poor bastard.
Still have those two runners for Unspy for tomorrow. Those 624s.
Yep, I'm eyeballing these 623 zeros.
Big carrier Fluence.
Ouster over 27.
Let's go.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say your Fluence FLNC is up 6%, 842.
Yeah, that's relative though. Like I needed to clear 9, then 10, right? It's been holding 8, so that's definitely a positive. But right now, AES is the booger with the sugar.
Booger with the sugar.
The burger with the sugar, that's a Midwest thing, right? Or like a Southern thing?
All Southern, boy. That's straight Southern shit. I don't think you'll hear any Midwesterners like the Chicagoans and the Missourians. Like you won't be hearing them say that shit. It's all Southern, boy.
Definitely not. You're not gonna hear that up here for sure. Booger with the sugar.
We just say booger sugar here.
Hey, all I know, my son's gonna love these things, man.
That's right.
Yo.
This is how I educate my son.
Yo,
Booger with the sugar,
son,
yo.
look at that! Look at that Newmont Gex. This thing is gonna absolutely full send erupt next week for earnings.
Shit. Praise those dividends, dividends. I take a look. No, no. Can you hear me?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
He is talking.
B, can you hear, son?
Yeah, he can't hear him.
We're bastard.
I think he stepped down.
Oh, wow. Look at that, Gex. Oh, wow. Does it have expirations on this Gex thing? Even, or
No, this is overall
just
positioning.
pure?
I could look at it for a particular date.
So I would be curious at what would next week look like just next week alone, since it's earnings. Oh, every sector is down essentially except for tech, XL, SMH. Oh, all the X, whatever X is there. XLV's down. That's a lot.
Yo, NBS is exploding. NBS 5543. NBIS, sorry, not NBS. NBIS.
I'll reply with next week's Gex. Actually, what's fucking Jay's? Okay,
So I got the 1.5s OMEX for January. I just added the $2 for August. OMEX.
Let's go.
I need MBIS to explode because my broker glitched and I went 15% my entire portfolio into August calls.
What?
I think OMEX is the one that y'all are sleeping on. It's gonna be the next one that just explodes, and then people are gonna be scrambling and be like, "Oh shit, what the hell? What happened?"
Mm.
OMEX. Buy it now, not financial advice, but maybe that is.
Some people call it the Palantir of the sea.
Palantir of the sea,
Speaking of
baby.
C, I like SE a lot.
He said people. I've been saying it forever. Palantir. See, that's my thing.
Yeah, you're people.
I'm people.
I think SE just broke out today. Broke out of flag, daily flag.
Yeah, OMEX is a nice cup and handle on the daily. It's on the breakout.
This one was not missing me. Not at these prices. Hell to the no. OMEX.
I'm just saying, bro, right? Like this thing is super fucking cheap, and Lockheed Martin fuck around and announce that they buy them 2 weeks from now.
This shit was a no brainer at these prices. So I grabbed it. Come on, Dickers. Drill, baby.
Yes, yes, sir. Amazon, 2 million plus aggressive call sweepers. I just put them up top.
Yeah, I think you guys were talking about Archer 1.53 million deltas today. Looking pretty bullish.
Hmm.
That's what I'm talking about. Talking about. Thank you, son. Only thing is, AJ was the one that wanted to see it, and I think he stepped away.
Yeah.
My broker is fucking up right now.
Oh, amen. I don't know if CoreWeave might have a chance to, if they could base a little more here, possibly to go higher. But they did announce 6.5 billion equipment, new data center in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I'm gonna just stay away from CoreWeave now. Like the volatility was good to play, like on the upside and then the recent downside. But I think you're gonna see the vol kind of hold like start to deteriorate a little bit on that name.
Yeah, I think we'll see. I could be wrong. Like I was wrong last time, but I want to see a base here. If it does, I might for a week or two. Then I might go for some calls, but it all depends on how it holds these levels.
Hmm.
I made out pretty well on that name. I played calls to the upside, which paid, and then I cashed out on even more on puts.
Hey, also, what do you think about ARM? You still does the gamma still look pretty decent? When I last saw it, looks pretty good.
Yeah, I don't trade ARM, but I could take a look at it.
Because if I remember correctly, the gamma for ARM for August was at 175.
What's current spot? Needs to get above 150.
Yeah, it's at 149 point. It's almost hitting
Yeah,
150.
there's a big wall there at 150,
Mm-hmm.
but if it does get above 150, then yeah, 170.
Oh,
170
fuck.
to 175 is next.
Damn, I played Asset again one last time. It hit 28. Holy shit.
Let's go. Yeah, Ethereum's pumping right now. I jumped
Not
back in
bad.
not too long ago in SBET.
Thanks, Simon. Yeah, I was just shocked. I got all alert.
Hey man, you say you were short AA Alcoa?
No, I'm very long Alcoa,
Oh, okay, gotcha.
but I keep buying the dip. I bought the dip again today.
Oh, you did? Damn, you really
Yes.
like this one.
Son, I saw some call flow come in for August 15th, $35 strikes.
Which one?
$35 strikes, 30. Yeah, 35 and
Are you talking
30s.
about Alcoa?
Oh, no, SBET.
Oh, SBET. Holy shit.
I was gonna say those Alcoas. That was me, gang.
I'm like, I was like, 35s? Holy shit.
Hey, you know
Yeah,
what?
it's a couple
SM
bets too.
SMLR just did a morning star reversal on the 1 hour SMLR.
Almost a million in premium for that 30s and 35s on SBET.
Yeah, they're probably rolling that shit up. That's a crazy squeeze. Wow.
35? Bro.
I'm tempted to buy some SMLR. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it looks good right here.
Yeah, I mean on the daily, it's there's a lot of MA supportive here. Fucking Dilly's
Hey man, I
laughing.
like your perspective. Hey man, I like your perspective on Alcoa AA. The on the basis of the electrical infrastructure. Electric infrastructure, high tension wires are all aluminum, not copper.
Yeah, and the stock's just cheap. It's just plain old cheap, and aluminum, like the futures price of aluminum keeps going up. But there was news that I guess one of their facilities has been down. So there, you have to read about it, but there is, I guess, recent news on that. That's why it's been getting kind of crushed. But I think the earnings will be just fine.
I always think Valencia's like some sort of farmer, but I forget he lives in the Orange County. Seems like he has an accent though. I don't know why.
I'm a New Yorker. I grew up not far from Bull Bear.
Let's go.
Interesting. Yeah.
Man.
Bull Bear, you know where Smithtown is?
Yep. I have a couple of friends that live over there, actually.
Yeah, I grew up in Smithtown.
Nice. I went all the way to Orange County.
Used to live in Oldfield Point.
Oldfield Point. Do you come back and visit or no?
I haven't been back to New York since 1988.
What?
Left town, never looked back.
Wow. He really moved. He's like, yeah, I'm moving. I'm done.
I do miss New Yorkers, though. That's the best part of New York is New Yorkers, and I do miss that.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, because we're so real out here, dog.
That's exactly it. New Yorkers don't bullshit you, man. They just tell you shit straight out.
Yeah. If somebody holds the door for you here and tells you good morning, you look at them like, what? Are you okay? Good morning. Yeah. Everybody's just on the go here.
My God, I should have tried to short Lily. Fuck! Every time it touches
Speaking of
800,
short, I'm back in puts. I got the 623 zeros.
dude. When Lily hits the 800 supply, it literally has been dropping 20, 30 bucks. It's insane.
I bought a couple calls for Elevance Health. I don't know if they'll pan out, but we'll see.
Is that tomorrow?
Tomorrow after
Let's
hours, yeah.
go.
After hours or pre-market? Sorry.
Oh, hold on. You
After.
said Elevate. My fault. Never mind.
Yeah, ELV. this thing is cheap, but I don't know any of the fundamental stuff with the bill and stuff, how that is affecting it. And I don't care to even know that level of detail.
This is the part of the day where the market tries to lull you to sleep.
Oh, it won. I'm cooked.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think it's about the dumper McGumper.
Kev, take a look at NEM and see where you think that might bottom. I want to go absolute ham on options on this thing. Talking about hundreds, maybe
All
1,000
right, give me
contracts.
a few minutes. Give me a few minutes to chart it.
I don't have much further down on this. I have 54 on NEM.
Man, I sold my weekly.
So if 55 doesn't hold up, then I'm looking at 45 to be where it should bounce. 46, 45, 46.
For which one? NEM?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. That's a. I mean, I have 54, then I have 52.60,
I would think
and then
a
50.
new
I don't
CFO
have
is
any.
good news for NEM. Their books suck with where gold is right now.
45. I don't
It's
know.
currently bounced exactly off of the 50-day moving average. So I might just fucking start hammering this now. But there is a gap fill down just under 54.
Yeah, that's what I have. 54, then 52. The lowest I have is 50. But Big KFC is 40 something.
Yeah, 50 is the 200 EMA. So
Yeah, that's what I have.
Well, here's the thing. You have to take the question that you asked me, so I'm only going to interpret it the way that I interpret it. You said the absolute low that you
no,
think it would
that's
go.
fine. That's fine.
So, I mean, I could give you all those support levels in between, right? But to me, 55 is what needs to hold. Otherwise, we're
I'm
going
kind
to
of on
start
board.
going to.
I'm kind of on board with that 55. I think that probably will hold, and maybe I'll wait to go size until it does hold. So I appreciate you looking at it.
Man, these CTAs still could buy a shitload more. They still have another 90 billion this month if they want. What the fuck? That's a weird. There was a Citibank $55 call for January 15th for January 3 million. That's fucking a replacement for sure.
Come on, let's get this drop, boy. We didn't already tried to get to the top, boy. We didn't, and we flopped, boy.
Damn. They fucking destroyed Lenar, Len. That thing hit this level and just started selling nonstop.
Yeah, it's all
If
I was
Frank
mentioning.
just Frank just DM'd me about Lennar. He said that uh they're offering broker bonuses for closings.
What?
I mean, with CPI a little bit firmer, that causes a delay in rate cut. So that's what I was saying this morning. They're selling the rate cut names. So
Oh, okay, yeah. This thing is down 3.15%.
yeah. So once they sell those, they're going with dispersion, which means the big tech, right?
Yeah, I'm short Toll Brothers, which is also down 3.5%. So that's like starting to come back, starting to finally. Let me see if they're even green.
Yeah, bro, if this Lenar doesn't bounce at 109, fucking thing could come down to at least 105.
Well, I think if RH doesn't hold this level,
106.
it's the structure, might take the bullish structures didn't take much longer.
That's my take. Yesterday, we just found out that the Northeast is turning down, which is the last one, the last pigeon to fall. I think this is just the beginning.
Hmm.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying,
Uh-oh.
Frank. That's what I was saying. People who think that the housing market is gonna rebound, I'm gonna take the other side of that.
Mm,
Fort Myers is down 11% in what 24 months.
well,
I think it'll be down 25%.
even I mean, I don't know about rebound, but it could have the appearance of a rebound because what I've heard is that when the rates have been going down really low, I think when the 10-year hits like 4.2%, you see a huge surge in mortgage applications, and then it pulls back. So this is like lagging data, right? So we could see it appear to look like it's reaccelerating when it's kind of not, but that's just one possible take of it. Not, I have been seeing an uptick in mortgage applications when you see the rates go down, though.
Yeah,
Gotta look at
that's
closings. Gotta look at closings, brother.
But that's not the data that they're looking at. Like I'm looking at I mean, the market's going to look at mortgage applications too, right?
Yeah, but those vary. Month to month. They just like it's like a literal roller coaster. You can't really get a trend off of that.
And I don't know. I've been noticing past month, like whenever it has hit a certain level and the bounces from there, like there's just been a surge.
Check out the stock BLD.
Oh yeah,
They're the largest insulation company
that's on my
in the
screen.
United States.
That's been ripping.
Yeah, and because they just bought a roofing company very cheap, and they're getting the roofing business, and it ran on that news, but now it's starting to give it back a little.
Yeah, that's on Lennar LEN. That's three black crows on the 1 hour, bro. That's bearish as hell. Didn't look like that this morning.
Mm-hmm.
PG Procter and Gamble on the 1 hour. That's a H playing out on Procter and Gamble. It looks like it's trying to base down here.
On Lennar, if you saw the hideously ugly condos they're building here in Orange County, you'd understand why they're tanking.
I'm surprised they're allowing them to build that there in Orange County of all places.
They're really disgusting looking. I mean, they're really really disgusting.
That's crazy.
How much are they?
800 and up.
Oh, I mean that's not bad then for discussing looking house. 800 in Orange County. I mean, Orange County, those houses could be $2-3 million bucks. So
Yeah, but what I mean is that a one bedroom
No,
or a two bedroom?
these are like 2 and 3 bedroom, 2, 3 and 4 bedroom condos. From basically like 1,700 square feet to around
condos,
4,000 square
okay.
feet. But the bigger you get, is you're talking in the millions.
Yeah, I mean, when you say house, though, I'm just like, for a house, I feel like
Yeah,
that's not bad for Orange County.
No,
yeah.
these
It's
are
on the cheaper
condos.
side. Yeah,
These are
yeah, yeah, I
Oh,
hear
condos.
you,
condo.
man. Yeah.
Yeah. Not buying that for a fucking condo. No
What's
fucking
up, crew?
use that.
J
I
Dash.
put the June housing inventory numbers up to the top.
Word.
Soon we won't be able to say that
Is that J Dash?
It's the
Yeah.
ghost of J Dash.
there's a housing shortage.
Yeah, I mean, I agree housing's weak. I'm not saying that. Like, I just think the market might interpret those surges as somewhat stimulating since it's lagging too. So
Yeah, I just think the Northeast rolling over is a huge thing
yeah, but
because it's been so
but
strong.
you understand I'm saying it's a lagging data point, right? So it's not going to maybe hit it for a little bit longer. That's what my take is. So
I just don't see the 10-year. Like I'd be willing to listen why people think the 10-year would come back down under 4.2, but I don't see it happening.
no, it's not.
So there's the thought is that these rates take 12 to 18 months to work themselves through the economy. If they don't move, therefore after, it just means that you're stagnating that like specific industries even further the longer they remain up at those levels. So that's why I think we're just gonna come to stagnated growth.
Stagflation.
Hey guys, SMCI is getting some volume. It's up 8.5% SMCI.
Dude, I mentioned it this morning. I've been saying that's one of my swings. I had the $55 and $60 calls for August. So I'm finally up
For
100%.
for for what?
SMCI.
SMCI, yeah.
Oh, that's another one I don't play.
Yep. It's fine with me. It's up
Got a pretty nice bounce going here with Bitcoin.
it's up like 15% from where I bought it. Just equities. So
Well, some of these names they were too hard for me to play swings.
dude, just look at
Yeah.
the chart for SMCI though. It literally looks like Nvidia's chart, after like after it pulled down, dropped all the way. It's like the huge inverted head and shoulders. I'll send it to you.
So earlier I mentioned BABA to you guys, and I said my next target was 115.30. It flew through that, and then it flew through my other target. BABA is at 116, up 7.25%. Next target on BABA is 118.28 to the upside. Yeah, this thing is getting a buy signal on the 4 hour as well.
Are any of you guys playing C Limited, SE?
No, but Son brought it up, said that he really likes it.
He steals my ideas a lot.
Only from the best.
Now, if you look on I was just looking today at it on a weekly chart. It looks like it's got sort of a cup and handle pattern, and on a daily chart, it's breaking out of a bull flag. Looks good. I know A-Man mentioned he liked Chinese stocks. I know it's not Chinese, but it's over in that part of the world.
Yeah, I just want to wait to see what happens with this dollar squeeze. To get into some of the emerging market plays.
Yeah.
But I said Chinese because they just had another in early July, another stimulative money printer go bear.
But, you know, what you were saying about the housing market or just being sort of frozen is one of the reasons I still think that we have room to go in the stock market, because I just think people have money that normally would go into buying new homes, and they're trying to make money in the stock market.
Well, yeah, and homes are less attractive right now for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, higher insurance rates, everything is just. Yeah, there was a better chart than that, though. Okay.
Amen. Are you done with your wolf play, or you still think it has another leg up? I was
I'm
actually
just
looking at
I'm just
your.
holding it. It's just a
Yeah.
long-term hold for me. It's free now.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna go for puts for tomorrow. I think you should hedge downside risk, in my opinion.
Yo, Big Kev.
On Wolf?
No, not Wolf. Just markets in general. Sorry, I'm just totally lost in my own thing.
Oh yeah, I'm short the IWM.
I'm in Palantir puts.
Yeah.
I had to do Palantir puts above 150. Just too tempting.
My IWM is finally up.
Dude, that's got a really nice head and shoulders on the 30-minute.
Hey, Son, do you know who this JD guy is?
Oh yeah, we know JD. That's our rare earths mining
That's our
guy.
South African friend.
By the way, SPY when I hit 623.81. 1 penny off the 623.80 level that we've had. That's crazy.
Yo, this IWM is dumping.
Big Kev, did you play open this morning?
I don't think so. I think he hit on a few other stuff. He's probably out. But it sounded like he had a pretty good day. So. God, where's the better SMCI one?
You know, Son, I listened to a Michael Dell over the weekend, and They already did more business in Q1 server business than they did in entire 2024.
That's insane.
That
Yeah.
one might be a one.
I mean, yeah, Dell looks good.
Those were two, actually. Dell and RTX were two of my tickers I wanted to go heavy in for next year. Dell and Raytheon.
I mean, this is
I mean, if
cleaner.
there's
I mean, I don't, this chart just looks bullish. I don't know why, but it just looks
SMCI.
bullish. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I feel like the problem with Dell is like their better margin business isn't growing and their lower margin business is booming. So it's like
Looking at the H pattern forming on Tesla. Anybody in Tesla puts?
no,
Look
I
like
mean, I was
I see
saying this
Microsoft
morning, I
pulling
kind
back.
of think it's in
Go ahead.
the box 310 to 320, but maybe I'm wrong. But they were selling puts at 310, selling calls at 320. So
Yeah, that makes sense. $3 to $10 box. But and of course it's gonna overshoot a little bit. It's gonna wash through on both ends, but it's gonna pretty much stay in that. I get it.
it's possible. I just think it's going to be sticky here, maybe.
Well, looking at Google pulling back, looking at Microsoft pulling back, Nvidia still barcoding. It's a tight barcode. Looking at the VIX trying to bounce, nice bounce on the VIX. The VIX looked like it was moving with the market, but it's kind of bouncing now. Looking at Meta looked like it's trying to form an H pattern, IWM bottoms up. Yeah, because it's knocking that whole bottom out. And Meta looks like a full H starting. The Dow looks like an H going. Amazon's looking bearish. Yeah, starting to get that pullback. Let's see if my spot puts a play out.
Yes, sir.
Dude, that spec is pushing.
Yeah, I was just looking
Jesus.
at that chart. Up 20% already. 20, almost. It hit 29 just now.
Oh, man.
Yeah, son. I think if SMCI gets to 55, it's a short.
Yeah, I mean, it's that's the shit part about SMCI is that with all the overhead, it's hard. It's going to be hard for it to go over. It's going to be like squeezes, pullbacks. So I would agree. It would take probably some sort of event to get it to squeeze. I still think 60 is the overall target, though.
What's up there, JD? This this Newmont news is really crushing us today, huh?
Ah, man, this is a blessing in disguise. I was just going to say,
I agree.
if this gets down to 52, I am going balls deep in this one all over again.
This motherfucker sounds like a Bitcoiner.
Me too, bro. Me too.
Just stacking.
55 is a blessing. 52 is fucking incredible.
Yeah, I just bought 1,000 shares back, and I'm because I haven't had a position since
Recklessly
I
sold.
turned I turned Michael Guyot on myself, bro.
No,
Few.
son, are you in yet or not?
If it gets you to sell, absolutely.
I think we're talking about Newmont NEM guys. The CFO stepped down today, but not for any like reason in regards to the company, and the market's just kind of overreacting on this like hugely, and they have earnings next week, and spot price of gold is just they're making hand over fist so much money right now, and it's back to like basically where it was last quarter. So I really think that this is gonna start to boom over 60 and start heading to $70.
But also, no one talks about the copper production and having the biggest silver mine in the world in their portfolio, right? So these are just, I mean, the gold price is obviously, it's the biggest gold producer with the biggest gold reserves, but separately you got silver and copper, which there was talk about copper being spun out into its own entity at some point. So, I mean, that's how big the copper operations. So these guys are just printing money at the moment.
Yeah, that's a good point. Their copper business is growing like very quickly.
Yeah. Now this one, look, it's not the sexiest play out there, but if you sit tight and hold, you will still see some pretty decent returns, right? Not financial advice.
Is silver the sexiest play out there? Is that why this isn't the sexiest play? Is silver?
Silver's your dirty whore of the market.
Oh, there you go.
But when she performs, my lord, you won't forget
Dude,
her.
she's a fickle bitch. That's all I gotta say. That's why I don't play her, man. She's so fucking fickle.
Yeah, mate, but just watch silver very, very closely. We've broken that 37, we broke the 38. Just watch silver very closely.
You have been right about silver. You have been right about
All
silver.
takes time, just takes a bit of time. I don't know how that paper market works, but a lot of the smart men that I follow and ladies, there's a bit of shenanigans going on there, and it may not be the physical to support the paper that's apparently being sold. And if that's the case, that will take its time, but you could see some upside move coming there. Once it hits 40, I think we're going high. Son, please don't
You're
buy.
you're getting me even more juiced up about buying Newmont.
See, I'm not buying to save JD because he's gonna send his boys from Africa to get me.
Fuck, my boys from Africa are already in the States, but
Yeah, yeah. Boys are everywhere.
Are they the ones that have been taking care of these freaking farmers in South Africa? Is that
oh fuck yeah.
That's why they
Well,
left, man.
it's all
That's why they
left. Yeah.
left.
Fair play.
it's not a joking matter, but sorry, I was just kidding. It's sad, dude. It's sad what's going on there, man. I saw some of like I saw some of like the basically the graveyards and stuff along the sides of the road. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I've been a bit removed from that. I've been out of South Africa for a long time. Left a lot of largely because of those kinds of reasons. But from what I heard from people that are still back there, it's a terrible situation. Not ideal. On look, keep it back into the markets. On is anyone still in SBSW?
Yeah, I still own that thing.
Yeah, have you got a target there? I'm looking at around 12 and a half, 13.
I don't know because I mean, you look at this longer term chart, and it looks like it could literally just keep going. And the only reason I still hold it is because I I'm I'm in the camp that, you know, platinum could be the new gold at some point in time.
I tend to agree, but separate. I mean, they've got a huge gold portfolio, right? And then their basket of commodities are all pretty relevant to where we are, barring zinc, which is I don't think is really, I don't know what the fundamentals are there, but everything else in their basket is looking fairly solid, right? And I think they also have the only producing platinum mine in the States. Is that right?
Is it in the States?
It was it's Stillwater, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
What do you mean platinum is the new gold?
No, you're right on that call. Hey man, I have a friend that his parents own a shop in the Diamond District here in New York, and he's saying that gold has become so expensive that they've been switching to silver and platinum. They've been
Exactly.
buying a whole boat. Yeah, so yeah, you're right on that call.
That's the reason is the carrying costs, son.
But separate, I
Hmm.
think the fundamentals support an increase in the physical price. But then separately, if hypothetically you get tariffs on Russia, which is obviously Russia and South Africa are the two biggest platinum palladium producers in the world. If those tariffs have an impact there, I mean, you could see SBSW, I mean, like you say, just overshoot completely, right? But then there's also Impala Platinum is another one to look at if you are playing that. But the best performing one I have at the moment is SBET, son. You'll be happy to know.
Oh, you
Dude, he
degen.
degened into SBET. Holy shit.
I don't know what I was thinking, but like I'm watching it day and night now. I'm gonna sell as soon as it
The
drops.
the
Dude, he
top
made more in
it's
SBET in just a week than he has in gold his whole life. It's
the
incredible.
top is the top is the top is dear when you have commodity miners buying Bitcoin Bitcoin treasury codes.
That's hilarious.
I love it.
I don't know. SBET just feels like this is gonna go a little bit higher. I don't know. The other one that I've got, that Holo, looks like it's a piece of shit.
Dude, I'm just holding on for holding on to my balls on this thing.
I saw your thesis. I
I
agreed with it though. That made sense to me. It wasn't
Yeah,
just
it
it wasn't
does.
just close your eyes and throw some money at it. That that made sense.
Yep. Yep.
So SPY double bottomed right here at 623.81 on a 10-minute chart. It's trying to bounce here on SPY. Sorry guys, go ahead.
I rebuke that. I rebuke that. It ain't bouncing. It's going down. Still hold my puts.
Looks like Newmont might have found a bottom and start to curl back up.
What's kind of annoying is when you bought SBET like a handful of times, essentially, and you're selling a couple dollars early every fucking time too. It's fucking annoying as fuck.
So Bank
What do
of
you think is a
America,
reasonable?
B of A just raised NVIDIA price target to 220 after the China AI resumption.
I mean, that's probably math. Yeah, makes sense.
Son, do you think SBET has got any sort of, I don't know, validation to be a long-term hold?
No,
Or do you think just
no.
sell this thing quick?
Sell it quick. I, I I don't know shit about it, so don't ask me questions about crypto. But I don't trust crypto really. It's
Oh, I
to
thought
me,
this was in
it's
your wheelhouse. Sorry.
oh, dude, I'm just I'm trying to get to that retardation
He's
level.
new.
I'm trying to
Yeah,
get to the
he's new to
retardation
the
level. So bear with me. I'm working on it. Yeah, I'm still new, man. I mean, I don't consider I'm just trying to get into the mindset of these guys and get into what they like, right?
I always see you in their spaces chatting crypto.
Yeah,
I most of the time don't hear them chatting crypto at all.
it's just racist shit.
They're talking about gold most of the time.
Yeah, I don't hear him talking crypto either.
Here,
Yeah,
They be talking all kind of other shit.
came in.
I just hear every
Kev came
4
in at the wrong
weeks.
time.
Every 4 weeks.
Kev came in when I was discussing eating ass. We were all taking a poll, so that was a rough time
Oh
to
my
come in.
god.
Yeah,
Yeah, that wasn't crypto. That
yeah.
was
Kev was there
that
for a
was,
minute. He's like, I'm out.
yeah, I couldn't hang out there.
He's like, my social capital is going down while I'm here. I love how everyone gives me shit for hanging out there. It's the best.
Hanging out where?
In crypto, that the 10B's room.
The crypto dive
Yeah, even
bar.
like Joe Schmuckatelli. It's just I get it from all
Oh,
sides.
I guess it's because they stream live over there
It's just
on camera.
it just happened. Like it literally just happened last Friday, this past week. I don't know. Maybe
That's
I inspired them, guys. You know,
that's your new spot now.
maybe. Oh, you know what I did add a little bit more of, Eamon, too, is ACMR. It's at the top of the range though.
Oh, let me look at that one.
I mean, I
Drop it low, girl. Just took out that low, girl.
Oh, there it goes.
Yeah, see, I like to add ACMR back in the mid-20s.
oh, I remember what I was gonna say. Son,
So
have you ever been to
locking in profits on my 623s, up 75%, leaving runners, closing 3/4 of the position.
um there's a restoration hardware rooftop here in New York. Uh son, it's pretty dope.
It's all right. I mean, I think it's for overpriced. It's overpriced.
It's
It's
very
just
overpriced. I mean, the area that it's in is pretty overpriced, so
yeah. It's like a lot of California people like it. I don't know how well it does in other states, but when you kind of have like I guess these bigger houses in
I'm
Cali.
sorry. I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm taking my next trim up 162%. Now I'm down
Oh
to a few
damn!
runners.
Well done, man. Damn, this could dip more.
hold on, let me see what these 624s are doing. Oh,
Hughes
up 81%.
Hughes made a new low too.
Is we're getting some
Yeah, I'm
action
gonna
here.
trim one of these.
We are going to get some action here. If the markets continue to flush here, we should see an opportunity on the long side. Nvidia finally giving us some sell side pressure. I am looking at a long on the S&P 500. You are hitting some support right now. I repeat, this is like 15-minute chart support. You can see this parallel channel, you're hitting that. I think we still knife through there. I'm looking at a test of 623 Pierce at the minimum. And we could even go a little bit lower than that, down to about 622.35. So Nvidia put's still printing. We did get into some shorts with members. Obviously, SOXX moving to the nice high side there. Palantir continuing to melt a little bit lower. So the level that I'm looking at going long on SPY is probably going to coincide with SPX tapping this 62.45 zone to 62.44. So SPX, that's the level I'm looking at going long. So we'll just let SPY drop a little bit more, although you are hitting some chart support here. I do think that that we should slice through this level, and you can see we were holding along this volume shelf for quite a long time. We knifed through it, seeing some significant sell side pressure through that tape. Come on, take us lower. Nvidia now sub 4% on the session, guys. So that's going to be the big thing that needs to break down. Nvidia is testing the neckline of this head and shoulders pattern. That is a big area for Nvidia. SPY's negative. You still have the Qs slightly green, up by about 0.36%. Come on, take it down, Spy.
Nuts after that. What?
Damn, I remember
Yeah.
trading that at 90 just last year.
Yeah, me too. I had an $80 common position and $100 calls, and rode that bitch up, and thought I just won on that. It's still going. It's the Energizer button.
Yeah, yeah, it is. It's still going. I can't believe that.
Hey, son, what are your views on Vale here?
Well, there was a lot of flow on the $11 calls.
Did I hear you say that's your long-term hold?
Yeah, I still own a bunch of LA still. My average is at
What's the
9,
price target there?
11, 12 maybe.
Right.
It's hard to have price targets for these companies, right? Like sometimes I should figure out. I mean, maybe if I could
We
hold it for a
wait. We
year.
wait for lower price. We
What's
should
the
get lower
thesis there,
price
though?
in the S&P, guys. We've broken some key
What's
critical
up?
levels.
What's the
So
thesis
we might
behind
just
Vale?
chop sideways for a little bit as
Well,
we
I did
digest
buy
this
it.
recent
Like
little
I
leg
was
down, but
still
we should go
thinking of
lower.
super commodity
FYI.
cycle
We
when I
should go
bought
lower.
it earlier this year. This year,
So
and
I'm just
I was
gonna sit
talking about it
outside
with
for a few
Repo at
minutes,
the
grab some
time.
sunshine, go
And I
touch
just
some
saw, I
grass.
remember
Still
we were
watching the
talking
charts.
about
Again, if
how they
anything
had
drastic
kind of the
changes, I'll jump back
largest
on. But I am
volume
looking at taking it
on
long
it, and it looked
while
like
we
kind of
press some of these
accumulation more.
shorter term time
Yeah.
frame shorts.
So,
I am interested if the
just
markets dip a little
commodities
more
going
to get
higher
long the
too.
S&P for a nice little 0 DT bounce.
Big.
Because
Maybe
They've
we
got
have
a
to wait till
big
power
base
hour,
metals portfolio as well,
but just
right? If that
recognize we
spin out of
should
the
go
copper happens,
lower.
this thing could fly. I'm looking at
yeah,
it as
yeah,
well. I'm
that's
looking very
true.
closely at it.
And they own their own ships too, right? So,
Correct. Lowest cost iron ore producer, a healthy copper portfolio, healthy base metals, and a healthy dividend while you sit and wait.
hmm
I didn't know
yeah.
they had any copper.
Yeah, yeah. They're gonna. There's a potential. I think the CFO said they're gonna spin out. There's an aim to spin out at the end of 26.
JD, which one's like your biggest position, or your like, I don't know, your biggest position, I guess.
Sorry, say that again. You broke up.
Your biggest position. What's your biggest
Oh,
position
it's
in
Newmont, mate.
commodities
But huge,
by a mile?
irresponsibly so. Yes.
Oh, well, now today it's Newmont for sure, right?
No, I haven't bought anything today. If it if it goes to 52, that's where I reloaded. I think about 2 months ago. I'll do that again.
Here's my thing. Here's my thing about it. You know, iron ore, steel, and these names, right? Is what I remembered reading that, you know, China basically was 70% of the world's demand in iron ore, because of the building of like the last decade plus, they've been building just infrastructure. And now that, you know, they're not building and they can't even, there's really nothing to get rid of there or reasons to build because of, you know, diminishing demographics. Like, where's the demand coming from?
It's the right question to ask. That's why I was asking about the thesis.
India, um, a lot of these other countries that are developing their infrastructure too, for more internet access and all that.
Well, that's your demand for copper and data centers, and like I'm fully on board with that.
I think if you want to look to it, the other option is, I mean, if they're going drones wise or even robots
Mm,
wise, right? We're going far into the future here, but if we are going to have a robot per household in the next 20 to 30 years, right? that's going to take an enormous amount of iron ore, steel, and obviously copper.
Yep.
But that's a
Yeah,
very
fair
long-term
fair
hold.
enough.
It's not even like it has to be one per household. It's like the attempt to try to do it that will take up
Yeah,
a lot.
yeah, a lot.
But I just remember, like, I can't get the vision of them blowing up these buildings in China out of my head and being like, dude, how much fucking demand in some of these rare earths were due to them overbuilding all of this crap over the past decade, and where is it going from here?
Yeah, I just got an alert on USAR. I grabbed the $15 calls for September 19th. USAR.
Wait, what is
Yeah,
that?
they do antimony. They do antimony. I'm in UAMY.
It's like rare
They do rare
earths.
herbs. Yeah, they do rare herbs.
Yeah, I just grabbed the $15 calls. Good. USAR.
Also, they're one of the ones that are like UAMY also, but they are one of the other ones who are working on building a refinement facility for their rare earths in Fort Worth, Texas, and then in Stillwater, Oklahoma. That's the one that's trying to build one in Stillwater, Oklahoma.
Yeah.
I just bought this week, was a play that Butters had given me on, and like a antimony play was PPTA.
Yeah, they're the ones that actually own the land for the ore that they mine for UAMY. So that's the Perpetua. Yeah, that's the proxy play with UAMY that they play off each other.
All right, son, you'll be happy to know. Did the responsible thing, took a third off SBET. Close to free running now.
There you go. Load it up into Newmont.
Not a bad shout. Only if it gets to
Anybody in
50
Red
cents.
Cat?
No,
I'm still in the 15s. I closed out the 9.5s earlier on that drawdown,
yeah,
but I still held the 15s. I still got the 15s.
yeah, I added to my what's that position? DPRO.
Yeah, DPO is up 4.5% currently.
Yeah. Um, this CRML, Critical Metals Corp. It's up 30% today.
Yeah, that had a nice push today.
Yeah. Dude, if this closes over this level,
Yeah,
I
that's
see
me and Butter
527.
missed the move on that one. Yeah, so someone had already posted earlier that one had started making a move, and by the time I looked at it, it was too late. So yeah, you are
Yeah.
Damn, I'm finally seeing $300 sweeps for Avgo.
The Embraer CEO just said that U.S. tariffs could lead to revision of output plan, lower investments, adjustment to workforce.
Yeah, should. I would hope so.
I just know that Bull Bear's in that one, so as soon as that pops
Yep.
up.
Yeah, thank you, bro. Let me grab some ERJ Lottos. Puts. ERJ.
I'm seeing the weirdest Cloudflare sweep. Is anyone else seeing this Cloudflare sweep? 948K, 290 calls for September.
So, did anybody report this? Wall Street engine Embraer may revise business plan due to U.S. tariffs.
Yeah, A-Man just mentioned that just now.
Dude, that's a huge fucking
Okay.
bet.
Just make a drop. Stepped away. About to step away again. So, give me a second.
No worries, bro.
It's a huge fucking bet.
Are they selling those? Like, what's like?
I mean, no.
Net
I
looks
mean,
like
it looks
it's
clean to me. I don't understand why you go that far out.
Net looks like it's fucking hanging on by a thread right now.
Which one?
Cloudflare Net.
Did you not hear me?
Oh no, I didn't hear
Before
you.
Kev was saying, I'm saying almost $1 million bet, 290 calls.
Oh.
September 290 is like double, almost fucking double.
What?
I mean, Abgo fucking bazooka, 3 billion October, 300 calls.
290?
This is a $100 move.
That's wild.
I mean, I think this is gonna make sense because I am kind of thinking the agentic shit might be coming up more. So I don't know if this is kind of one of the beneficiaries, but okay, they're starting to hit Newmont more. Looks like they're planning their earnings.
That's JD and I fucking hitting Newmont.
Yeah, after you said I sold my S bet. This motherfucker. He ain't waiting for 52, 53.
I actually just saw there was something about someone's posted that they were going to, or they are going to release that they haven't hit their production guidance, but then he's deleted the post immediately, which is interesting. So it sounds like bullshit.
Well, they're hitting in the money, at the money, 6 figures here and there, low 6 figures, but solid bets for gold.
And dude, it's like it was a perfect bounce off of the 50-day. That I just don't know if I'll get a better opportunity than now. Instead of buying using capital to buy shares, I actually bought 10 of the January 2027 55 calls as a share replacement.
Interestingly, I just saw a note too that's from Goldman Sachs saying macro institutions add some leverage as probability of rate cuts increase, but because CPI came in a little bit hotter today, I think they they have to deleverage like they have been. So if you get another rate cut possibility, then average could be added again. Probably some sort of compliance thing for them.
So what does that mean for the layman? They have to cut their exposure to rate sensitive stocks.
Yeah, like it depends on like if rate cut probabilities come in higher, right? Then they could add exposure to these rate cuts, but once the CPI, like if they get bad data, it's just deleveraging. So it's just, I mean, I think that's what we're just seeing right now is just deleverage. But I think it's just temporary. I mean, they think it's just temporary. It's just a temporary pause for today. We'll see. There are some puts coming in though. Overall, like LUV. I just got some bangers. 438 puts. 438K for 40 puts. September. 745K for September. 40 puts.
To me, what matters more than the CPI is the producer price index, right? Like if that if the rate of increase on the PPI is lower than CPI, it means that they're able to pass the price off to consumers, right?
Yeah, I mean,
That's the relationship I look for.
I think it's, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of early for me to tell, I guess, for this, but yeah, maybe. I mean, that they do say PPI is more important for the Fed, right?
I thought they look at the PCE. I thought they said that that's the barometer.
Yep, that is
But
correct.
they take into president's PPI over CPI is what I'm saying.
And that is correct too.
Wait, SPY's about to hit under 623, 623.05 on SPY
Yeah,
right
this
here.
is impressive. I mean, this is kind of good because, 10 sectors are red, and it's this underneath selling is kind of renting out the technicals, maybe.
Still holding 10 runners.
I'm still in one of those 624s. Might swing some 620s. Let me look at
But if
these
you look at,
But
620.
honestly, flow wise, like nothing has been that great overall, like the past couple days. So
and if you look at Newmont, mate, this is just getting bought up. Look at the volume on Newmont today. Someone's just buying this up.
yeah, J Dash. I mean JD, you don't have to keep talking about yourself, man. We know, we know.
My $800 just made a huge difference.
I mean the home builders is a bloodbath today.
Yeah, it is. It's getting slaughtered.
And I love to see it.
But that's what I'm saying. Like if PPI is a little bit cooler, we could just see a reflexive bounce again. But you know, we're getting into that window of weakness though.
Hey, you see these volume on these Newmont 67.5 for August 15th, sorry.
What's the volume?
3,300.
Oh, what, 67.5?
Yeah, for August
Oh
15th.
geez, I didn't buy that far out of the money.
Yeah, they're hitting these.
Come on.
Come on.
Slap it, baby. Slap it.
Come on. Every
I
4 weeks.
I went a little bit overboard on Newmont today. I'm not gonna lie.
Fucking finally, mate.
It's good to be back, JD. It's like
Now we can talk again. Now we can
you
catch
weren't
up.
you were not happy with me for a while.
Very
I know.
disappointed. Very disappointed.
Dude, I can't believe you still had your gold pickup when you sold your gold. I mean, what a disgrace to the gold community.
Bro, I got back in at a cheaper price than I was
Yeah,
selling
yeah,
it.
but your membership should have been suspended for a month. Let's face facts here.
Well, we didn't speak for a while. I avoided him, but we're back.
Well well done, JD. Keep up the work, God's work.
Yeah, I fell into this bit of a deflation spiral for a little bit, which I'm probably still early on, but I was reading too many Michael Guyad like tweets.
Mate, my only thinking on that is there's no way Trump lets any fall in the market sustain. His whole legacy is based on a successful market, right?
Yeah, the problem is there gets to a tipping point where no matter what you do, you can't spur consumption.
But I mean, cutting rates, QE, I mean, he'll do
The
it,
10 year's calling the bluff, but the 10-year will call his bluff, and that's all that matters.
right? I don't know. That's still bullish gold, precious metals.
Certainly. I certainly agree with. My overall thesis on gold has never changed. It was more of like it was a part-time decision.
Hey, not to cut you guys, but this CRML is getting quite a bit of volume right now. It's up 35%.
Never even heard of this ticker.
Yeah, critical metals core prior. It's getting a lot of volume. Yeah, I have
It,
$5 on this thing, man. 530.
yeah, I would just be careful because it's coming into the 200-day.
Yeah. Yep.
So the 200-day, both the EMA and SMA are at 437. These guys, do these guys not even have revenues? I'm not seeing anything on TradingView as far as like quarterly revenues.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to look through to see what I could find about this one. Critical.
If anyone's in Oklo, it's probably going to take a few more weeks for the bullet structure to play out for the next
I
level
sold,
higher.
did I tell you I sold it all yesterday?
No.
I I told Lindsay or Nadine or whatever her names are these days that I sold my Oklo yesterday because it went above peak positive at 60.
Market cap 399 million for CRML. You want to know how many employees they have? A whopping 4.
Oh yeah, that ain't a company I'm gonna buy.
No overhead.
Yeah. What?
Yeah, I like Oklo. Like I said, Oklo is probably dead money for the next couple weeks. It needs to just base here and for the next for a leg higher anyway. So
Yeah, if you're gonna leave overhead when you're a lithium mining company.
Yeah, they're in the British Virgin Islands.
When you have robots doing it for you, it's artificial intelligence doing it up for you. You don't need humans.
British Virgin Islands, though?
When you have the autonomous equipment working for you. I mean, I don't know if they're in the autonomy or not. I'm just throwing some shit out there.
Yeah.
I just thought that was funny.
It was. It's fucking 4 and can you imagine?
Olo making a bit of a comeback.
Should I right here? Should I add to these 625s?
Amen. If you're bullish the dollar, just short EM stocks.
Italy's up like 34% year to date.
SE made new highs of the day again.
Nice.
Yeah, I just don't like it. I don't like to try to short the emerging markets.
I mean, if dollar goes higher, wouldn't it be? Wouldn't it hurt?
I mean, it's possible, but like it's possible it doesn't. It doesn't have to do that much. Like if it's a smaller move,
So
like I
you're
don't know
not
that
that bullish the dollar.
I don't think it's going over 100.
Yeah,
It's a
gotcha.
very short term play on like a short squeeze. And will will a short squeeze in the dollar really lead to a big sell off in emerging markets? I don't really. I don't know. I mean, it could.
Penn Entertainment, PENN, playing out a H on the 1 hour. Penn. On a 30-minute chart, too.
Yeah, that one has to be the dud of the gaming stock. Like this one just to catch up and keep up.
Yeah. Wow, what a bounce on Newmont, bro. That 30-minute chart, double bottom. Good bounce.
Wow, if you're just looking at S&P 500 sectors, like just the sectors alone, industrials are outperforming everything.
Dude, do you see this fucking holy shit, look at this fucking weapon.
What?
The US Army now has a weapon that can instantly fry entire drone swarms. It's not a laser, it's not a missile. It's Leonidas, a microwave cannon that sends out a pulse and melts electronics midair.
So it's kind of like an
Electromagnetic
EMP.
EMP. Exactly.
Yeah, I just put it in the nest. That's fucking sick.
I mean,
Who
yeah.
makes
I mean,
it?
I didn't do that much digging. This came up on my news feed. But if anybody does dig, let me know.
I mean,
Bro, that's companies involved in this EMP project are RADA, RADA, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, LMT,
it's
RTX for
it's
Raytheon,
developed by a private
Kratos.
company, Epirus Incorporated.
Yeah, but I'm telling you the companies that
Oh,
are involved in
I'm just
EMP
saying the
that
Leonidas
are
system.
traded.
That's what the picture.
I see that in the I see that in the comments. Empress.
Man, Meta looks weak.
Man, war is fucking so damn expensive. It's such nonsense that this is a thing.
It's bullish for innovation.
You're not wrong there. You're not wrong there. But I guess the fiber optic drones would be immune to something like this.
I don't think so, because the microwave is going to fry the internal circuitry. It's not going to. They're not trying to interfere with the communications on the drone. They're trying to blow its brains out.
Oh, okay. Maybe you're right.
Well, I haven't looked at CCJ in a while. Let's see what this is doing.
The cool thing with this Leonidas thing is that since it's a microwave energy weapon, it's essentially infinite magazine.
Bumper.
Hmm.
Man, some of this tech stuff is just so fucking cool. Guess this is why we spend so much goddamn money on defense, right?
Defense. Defense.
Hmm.
Stop turning UKR on down there, son.
If he's in Albania, it's
That's
too late.
Hey, Suncap, did you listen to Jamie this morning?
No, I didn't get a chance to. Did he say sell everything?
Actually, no, he was not. He was not negative in much sense at all. He was pretty. He was being careful, right? Being usual Jamie, but bunch of the answers, they were very clear. There is really nothing to suggest that the consumer is slowing down. They're very clear about it. They're like they don't have. They're prepared for it. They are ready if things slow down, but they're not seeing it yet, and they're gonna make haste while it happens.
I mean, it's hard to argue with that in aggregate, right? Like in aggregate, it's just I don't know. It's still bullish. Everything. It's just it's very
Okay,
interesting.
okay there, John Gerard.
Planet Labs,
Long story
ticker
short,
Papa Lima, up 6.37%, new high of day at what is this, 661.
Oh, that was perfect.
Do you still have your Nvidia, son?
You know, yeah. I still have the right tail that I bought 3 months ago after
Good,
Liberation Day.
good.
Yeah.
This earnings season is going to blow out like people don't understand. It's going to be insane. They're going to get as close to that 80% margin that I've been talking about for 3 quarters now. I told you that, in the Blackwell cycle that's coming. I saw some people that I follow, right? Dan Neistat is one that writes well. He's well informed. Basically, he's saying that at the high end, the demand is white hot. At the low end, the GB10s, they're saying that demand is several multiples higher than estimated. So it's bigger than white hot, whatever the heck you want to call that. So they're going to blow it out. And remember, they took a $5 billion charge for this China thing. So whatever little that they're able to start selling, they get to unwind that. It's like a bank setting aside reserves, right? That's pre-made profits sitting there.
Yeah, that makes sense actually. Yeah. I forgot about the 5 billion write off.
Yep. So it's not worth zero anymore.
Damn. You know, I have been seeing 240 calls rolling on the video. That would be ridiculous.
Yeah, and it's still within the quarter for them. Remember, their quarter doesn't end till end of July.
Yeah, and I think most macro guys tracking this AI thing, AI bubble or whatever you want to call it, they still think it's in the fifth inning.
I just don't know how you. I mean, what Nvidia is at 4.2 trill at this point in time. Like, how do I wrap my head around this?
You look at the earnings multiple. You look at how that's compressing. You look at the amount of cash they generate. You look at the profit margin. How difficult is it? You guys buy shit costs for 3 trillion times cash.
We trade them, bro. It's different.
Well, this is different because there's fundamentals behind it. Look, it'll unravel someday, but that day is not here. It's not 3 months from now. It's not 6 months from now. That is the story. It doesn't mean it's not expensive. It just means it's not expensive yet.
I agree with that. Like, I think it's expensive, but it's not like bubble territory for Nvidia.
No, I mean, I don't think so either. It's just like,
Look, it will pull back insanely at some point in time, but that will be timed with everybody else, saying that they're not going to spend money again. Right? So not yet, not today, not this coming quarter, based on how it looks like, right? I mean, take even JP Morgan, their capex is not decreasing, their tech spend is not decreasing either. Everybody is spending. I mean, half the questions were about crypto and AI. They're also spending money. Yeah. I exercised some of my NVIDIA calls today, actually. And then I just added to the NVIDIA 200 calls for December 2027.
Oh,
Yeah,
what?
and it's not just NVIDIA, to be fair, right? AMD also had to, stop selling. So they're also sitting on inventory. So they will, I mean, look, they all know that Trump can change his mind tomorrow. So whatever is staged in Singapore is probably already shipping today. Right? The moment they said that it's not illegal to ship anymore, they're going to be shipping. They know this won't last, so they will get it out as soon as possible, which means, you're going to start seeing it in immediate quarter. So
I don't know if you heard Jay Dash say this too, Monative, but he was saying how Dell, I think CEO, was saying how they built out more in Q1 data centers than they have all last year. So it's accelerating.
it's,
The spend is
I mean,
accelerating.
you saw the report yesterday from Zuckerberg, right? He wants to spend hundreds of billions, add 5 gigawatts of data center. and they're getting ready to light up a 1 gigawatt data center, which will be the largest in existence, right? A single data center at 1 gigawatt is going to be the largest. So people are spending. Whether this continues, there's no doubt it cannot continue for long. But as long as it continues, Nvidia will be a beneficiary. When it stops, it's gonna be ugly.
I mean, it's just a better. I mean, it kind of reminds me of just Palantir too, in a way. I mean, there's no competitors to them, um, so it makes sense. But like, they actually have real revenues, real everything, and it says something when this is the only asset that outperforms Bitcoin in the past 15 years. That's pretty fucking crazy to me.
Whatever.
You said whatever.
Oh, I'm on my speakers on.
Yeah, that was whatever.
Dude, my fucking washer's fucked up. I had to get an auger to fucking clear the drain
I'm
out,
just
so I
thinking
did
this
that.
motherfucker probably talks so much shit when he's not muted, you know?
No, I'm talking to I'm trying to level out this fucking washing machine, and it's like, I think I'm doing more harm than I'm doing good, honestly. I've been fucking with this washing machine all fucking morning, going back and forth to Home Depot. Fuck this thing.
Buy a new one.
Damn,
Dude, I paid $1,300 for this washer like a year and a half ago.
Oh my god, dude.
It's got an app. I got an app to run diagnostics on
what
it and
what
all
Wait, this
kinds.
thing makes you
from
breakfast
which
in the morning
company?
and then cooks you dinner?
Listen to this, and I ran the LG. I ran the diagnostic to figure out why it wouldn't go into the spin cycle, and the fucking diagnostic was wrong. It was completely useless.
Get a melee,
Wait,
bro.
bro, you paid $1,300 for a washer? Is that what you just said?
I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Yeah,
Yeah, no, that's not happening.
it's nice
Not
though.
a
You could
But
pay
fucking
more, man. Like you guys
no.
should get those
Do it.
washers where they dry it too.
I didn't realize my fucking speaker was on.
Get a
Yo,
melee,
you
bro.
guys are wild.
That's good.
$1,300 for a washer? Nah, bro. I'd have
That
to have
is
a outer body.
insane.
I would be having an outer body experience before I did that, and even then,
I'm
that's
about to
not
see if I can
happening.
set
And
their front loaders. I'm about to have to pick up this dryer all by myself and put this bitch on here.
for $1,300, that shit better install itself.
Well, they're all expensive now. Remember, so we've had so much inflation on all these things. It's like nothing is cheap. So 1,300 is probably middle of the range these days.
I mean, it's a nice
I actually think
one. It's not like a low end washer, but
Nah,
when I
nah.
rented this condo out, we're about to move. We're moving Monday. The girl, she's like, "Oh, can I keep the washer and dryer? It's so pretty. I want to keep it." And I was just like, "You sign a contract, you can keep it."
$1,300. I would buy a washing brush and fucking laundry detergent and make a clothesline in my backyard before I pay $1,300 for a washer
I
and
don't know how
dryer.
I'm gonna get
You
this fucking dryer up here, man.
and then you can't even install it. You bugging, nah. No way.
Dude, you don't have time. That's 3 trades, okay? You don't have
Yeah,
time.
no, I can't.
Oh fuck, man. Great.
I'm looking at the NFP levels here, guys. In SPY, we're right in the middle between July, right in the middle. In QQQ, we're above the July NFP high. We've hit it. Well, in the futures, we've hit it 3 times today. I bought it every time on the dip, and it's working like tremendously. But for the market really to go, we need this July NFP high in SPY, which is like 625.57 to close above.
Yeah, if
So there's a lot of divergence, in other words.
yeah, if Spy came back already 623.80. If it comes back and tests this and falls below it, RIP. comes to 622. If that
Yeah, I don't see
happens.
no rallies. I'm thinking this is gonna curl around and create another H. Looking for the fade
Yep.
area.
Hey, Kev, do you still have a position in Ford? They took that thing out to the woodshed today.
A position in what?
Fallen on road dead Ford.
Oh
Ford
no,
ticker
I
F.
haven't had a position. I haven't had a position in Ford in years, bro.
I heard you call that thing out the other day. I thought you had a position in it.
No. I called out some news that I saw that I found was interesting, and then I was monitoring the stock for maybe a potential play. But now I never pulled the trigger on any Ford trades. Ford don't really trade the way that I would like to move, right? So I don't really
Yeah,
like
that thing's
trading Ford.
boring as fuck.
Yeah, Ford is
It's
yeah,
just
like I said,
dividends.
fallen on road dead. That's it.
You just park your money and wait for dividends to come in. That's what Ford is for.
Did you know that when Henry Ford
That's
died?
exactly what I did with Ford. I bought it at 9, and I've been sitting in it ever since. I got about a 6% yield on it.
When Henry Ford died, his son found like $700 million stored in a basement because he wouldn't put it in the bank because he didn't trust the banks.
So like I put Ford in that AT&T basket, right? Like you don't ever trade them unless you're just trying to get in front of some potential news, unless you just like slow burners, and then you just buy like leaps on those because those will move way better than any monthlies or weeklies.
Yeah, you just collect a dividend and hope the price doesn't go down. That's what I think they are.
That's all. That's all it's good
SM,
for.
SMR is getting a bid right now. URA as well.
Do any of you guys want to take wagers on if I can get this dryer up here by myself?
We believe in you, Davis. We believe in you.
See.
You got a
He
dollar?
say puede. You can do it.
Got a dolly, no problem. If you have no dolly, fuck that.
It's
You're
all
gonna
it's
break
all
your back.
strength, son.
And all
You're
this,
gonna fucking
all
break your back.
Strong. That's all it is.
all this talk about nvidia, I ended up buying at the money calls for January for Dell.
Energy Fuels, new high a day, 759.
Yeah, it's a ripping.
Ah, damn. When you mentioned that earlier, I was gonna get in that shit. That totally slipped my mind.
High a day for URA. That's the uranium ETF.
Let's go, big boy.
Well, I mean, all of them should be pumping. You said he's talking about SMR. So what is LE? What is LEU? That's like the leader, isn't it?
I haven't looked at that one yet. Yeah, LEU's it's climbing up. It's at 0.3%.
Oh, so it's the
I guess it's about to.
laggard.
Yes, sir. The bunch of calls coming in for ETHA, the Ethereum ETF. $23 strikes, August 15th.
Joby Magoo looks like it might be at it again, coming out of a bull flag.
You say Joby Magoo?
I just added 50 shares of GOOGL here, 183. Google GOOGL.
IWM puts coming in. So that's about 700K in premium for 220 strikes, August 1st.
Just randomly, I see Ryan Cohen's on from GME. I think he's talking about they're no longer going to be video games. It's going to be card store, a card store.
Haven't they been saying that for a while, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean they have been doing that business, but I think it's pivoting for sure. I don't know if they pivoted like 100%, but I don't know. He's just talking about the 9 billion, just investing in opportunities with limited downside, which I don't know what the fuck that means.
I thought, I don't know. I felt like he was like
Alster
leaning
28.
towards.
Let's go.
Let's go, baby.
OUST.
USD. Bing bang.
Boom. Real quick. Pentagon says its investment in MP will ensure a near-term market for rare earths. It also plans to keep working with companies across the supply chain to secure reliable, resilient U.S. supply, according to the U.S. defense official. So let's go
Yeah,
rare earths.
USAR
Go
is
ahead.
also, it's just USAR is also up 26% today.
Let's go.
US Rare Earth Inc.
Yes, sir. Jumped into those earlier. They're up 14%. Those $15 calls. From 178 to 203. Let's go. Hey man, what do you think about Chewy down here, bro? CHWY.
People have asked me about that one before. I don't know. But let me look at positioning.
Hey, while he's checking that, son, on JPM and Wells, I checked. I have not checked the other banks, but card performance is pretty strong. That's probably a super thing for Visa and MasterCard and even American Express.
Yeah, I think it looks like that too.
The New York Stock Exchange has approved the registration of ProShares Ultra XRP ETF.
Oh shit, Chewy's a long. Chewy's a clear long.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. That's why I asked.
Peak positioning's at 47. There's positioning at 45. The lowest positioning's at 36. So the risk reward here is violently skewed to the upside.
Yeah.
I'm actually gonna buy this.
Yeah. All right, good. I'm glad you like it too. Chewy's good.
I just saw a couple $1 million sell the option put on SBET 28 puts. They're really coming after this.
So you got Microsoft pushing, Apple rounded bottom pushing, Google rounded bottom pushing, about to take out the high a day. nvidia looking like it's finding support, pushing the Qs and SPY SPX up. The VIX looking like it's curling over, having a curled top, and Bitcoin is still trying to figure it out.
Oracle's also at the highs of days too. Still literally at the highs.
Damn, these Chewies are fucking cheap.
It's all cheap. I mean, even something like Lemonade, it's pulled back where it might get a bump too. So these small to mid cap names or whatever.
Is the Trump family involved with Chewy? No, eh?
No.
It's a different one.
Yeah, I grabbed some Chewy calls for next year. The $45 calls. Chewy.
Oh, I just took a month out.
Yeah, I was looking for that, and I'm just gonna get some of the 50s for September as well.
I got the August 40, 45, 4250s and 45s.
August. I feel like that's so close though.
They want to bring it to 40. There's a lot of positioning at 40.
If my wife asks me where these scratches came from, I'm gonna just say they've been there.
What?
Yeah, it means moving
All
buyer
right,
still went
your
well.
What just happened there? I'm so
your
confused. What
mic's
just happened?
on.
Yeah,
Davis
you
is
have a
moving
hot mic.
a washing machine solo.
Yeah.
Those dents in the walls were also there as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, someone go ahead and bump him down to listener while he's quote unquote putting the washing machine inside the house.
That's what it's called now, a washing machine.
Wink, wink.
Damn, I bought these puts on Ozark Bank yesterday because it was at like its peak upside positioning, and I think that going into their earnings this week, like I don't know if there's CRE risk, but I know they have a lot of leverage into CRE.
Bro, hold on a second. Don't mean to cut you. Anish. Actually, let me stop. Let me remove you. So, bye. Go ahead. Sorry, man.
Wait, what?
But no, I bought the January yesterday. I bought the January OZK puts, Ozark Bank, because of their leverage into commercial real estate. I just don't know if it matters. Like, we haven't heard of like commercial real estate losses for like a year, but they're still happening. In the stock, it seems like every time it gets up to this level, it just falls. We'll see.
Fucking two followers, and we're talking about stuff up here, and you're down there laughing. Okay, go ahead. Keep laughing. Laugh somewhere else. No, there is somebody in the audience who kept requesting to come up on stage, but they kept laughing while me and A-Man were talking, so I just removed them with their
Oh,
two
dude, I
followers.
don't even pay attention to the audience.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
he was
neither do I.
requesting to come up.
Yeah. Next time, just remove him.
Like
Just remove him
the level at which I
silently.
could
I already did.
the level
Yeah, I
at which
already
I
did.
could see is all people I follow. So
Yeah, I already removed them. It's all good.
Grabbing Tesla 312 and a halves here.
I was gonna tell AJ earlier that I looked at the positioning on that Morgan Stanley, and I don't really like the upside. If there is upside, it's like a couple bucks, which probably isn't worth like the earnings IV.
Mm-hmm.
Joby Magoo, 1374 new high a day coming out of that bull flag.
Joby Magoo, let's
I mean, I
go.
just don't think it's like the risk reward for banks or earnings. It's not worth it for me. But
Yeah, it's not even there on the downside either. It's just kind of blah. At least that's what I saw when I looked at a bunch of them.
You said Ozark Bank? Where the hell do you find these banks, bro? Ozark? I mean,
Cap Air told me about this one a while ago. So like, she's dove into the whole commercial real estate stuff. So she had told me about it for a while.
She's all about the doomer stuff.
She's got
Yeah.
Ozark's got a lot of exposure and commercial real estate exposure in Miami, right?
In multiple
Yeah,
areas.
all over. Yeah, all
Georgia.
over South. Yeah, they're a solid bank, man. Bank of the Ozarks.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of one reason why I think we could see a chop down sell, just because if banks are selling, you know, I would think the rest of the market kind of follows, but hard to say. I mean, if you're not hedged, though, I would definitely be hedged here.
If you look at expectations, right, banks were expected to be pretty much flat, and the ones that have reported have blown through those numbers. But the point is they've been running for 2-3 months now, so they're giving up a little. I think it's just resting before it goes to the next level. Significant beats over expectations, and guidance is good too. So
Yeah, I mean, this price action, these financials are just incredible runs. It makes sense for it to rest.
Yeah, year-over-year
man.
growth of just a couple of percent expected.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, man, do me a favor when you get a moment. Look at AES. Just give it a good thorough examination. Sorry, Monty, go ahead.
No. That's all I had to say. I mean, Kev, as soon as I hear you, I do pause. So go ahead, no problem at all.
Hey, Mon, and if just curious, have you added anything in your portfolio lately, or?
Recently, nothing of size. I do have trading positions in IoT. I have trading position in Confluent.
I have a shares in IoT.
I have a trading position in PAT. I have a trading position in Novartis. I am looking to sell all the trading positions I have in defense. I got them at the bottom. I'm probably going to sell when they start announcing earnings next week. Let's see. I want to take profits on Arista sometime. I was going to, when it hit 110 briefly, was not long enough for me to sell out. But yeah, that Google and nvidia, I want to sell my trading positions. I have my longs. I'm not touching those. Just my trading positions. I want to get out. They're all in they're all in good place. So might as well take profits.
I really like IoT to like 50, 52. Maybe it could squeeze to 60, but I like
It's gonna run. I mean, look,
it's just a laggard right now.
Exactly. I mean, the level of industrial construction we have, you're going to need massive spend in Internet of Things. So and control systems, intelligent controls, they're taking that market from traditional, the Rockwells of the world.
Yeah, yeah. I think
the news
MG has a position in IoT too.
The news out of AES, it looks like private equity is trying to buy them out.
Wait, what? Which one?
100%. Totally.
They're gonna have to pay more than $20 for this thing.
Samsara? Is that what you're talking about?
No, AES.
See, now you see what I see. See, this is what I've been talking about. Okay, so check this out. Here's the tie-in. All right. So Fluence Energy, the one that you already own, right? is owned like 30% stake. AES has a 30% stake in that. Also, Siemens works with them as well. So AES is the buyout target. Who's going to buy them out? I don't know. I was thinking maybe, I don't know, Raytheon, General Dynamics, somebody. I don't know. Somebody, one of the big companies is going to buy them out, absorb their debt, and push forward. But this is definitely a buyout candidate. And you say at least $20. I say $27. So
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm just kind of ballparking like where it's trading at now to a like a sort of premium on
They're gonna
their
buy it.
current dividend.
It's at 10 billion now.
Yeah.
They're gonna buy it 20 billion plus.
Yeah,
I
dude,
think
this thing already offers a 5.5% divvy
But what does it do with the buyout, the dividend? What?
because they're into AI hyperscalers, or they just signed huge contracts.
yeah, this AES is me and Kev, we talked about this one. I mean, I think you're spot on with the RTX or the GD. They'll definitely get bought out.
I mean, my only doubt is because if it's 20 billion plus, that's more than 10% of Raytheon's market cap. So that's a huge portion of them.
Wait, what is
I
Raytheon's
mean,
interest in?
maybe I'm
What?
wrong with who's going to buy him out. I'm just throwing out names. Like I don't have a clue who's going to buy him out. Like there's a whole news article about it that you all can read.
Gotcha. Yeah. No, it's just
I mean, they don't have to. But hold on a second. You brought up a cash stuff. It doesn't have to be cash. When they buy the company, they don't have to buy cash. They don't have to buy it in cash. They could offer stock for this company. So
Definitely,
I disagree with
they
that.
can structure it all kind of ways to where
Yeah,
they don't take a financial where they lessen
yeah.
their financial risk and burden.
I think.
I mean, my thing would be like the Meta's, Amazon, and Microsoft would buy them out.
I mean, that makes more sense to
No,
me.
no. Hey man, look at the balance sheet. They are loaded with debt. 30 and a half billion in debt. Okay, they're not.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So look at it. It's not. This is not even a PE play. It could be a merger with another
See, a merger
power
makes more
producer.
sense. Yeah, that makes more sense to me. But even that's like high risk too.
Yeah, it's too much debt.
By no means, by no stretch of the imagination, am I trying to pine for anybody to buy this. All I did was ask, "Hey man, to look at it."
No, I know. I mean,
So
we're just giving our
I'm taking what
opinions
everybody
too.
said. I'm taking what everybody. Can I finish what I'm saying, sir? Before you get triggered by just one half of what I was saying, I'm taking what everybody's saying into consideration, and I'm already in this, right? I already got $15 leaps. I believe the buyout is going to happen. I believe they're going to start divesting some of their debt, like they're going to deleverage with FLNC. They're going to sell that. That's going to be bullish for that. Amen. That's going to blast off. It's going to go up another, I don't know, 40-50%, and then all of it's going to come into play.
I mean, Kev, if you think I'm being triggered by saying we're just giving our opinion, you should see when I'm really triggered.
I added
I'm not.
Me
Kev,
saying you
I'm
were
not.
triggered. Me saying you were triggered was hyperbolic, right? I was just saying that because you didn't even let me finish my whole complete thought before you
I
just
know, man. I'm just
jumped
giving you
in.
crap just there. It's all
Yeah, it's
good,
all
man.
good, bro.
G's looking pretty strong today. I added a little bit more.
To be fair, there's some work. Let me play some numbers on this and get back to you guys in a couple of days. But if you look at current PE versus forward PE, it means they took some losses recently, and the PE is really high. So their multiples are much lower next year, right? The forward PE next 12-month PE is a 6 versus a trailing PE of 20. So that means they had one-time losses that nailed them somewhere. So this is not I'm not trying to
No, I'm
say
glad you're
anything
giving your
negative about the
opinion on
company.
it.
I'm just
I
trying
mean,
to
you.
understand, right, from a balance sheet profitability perspective. This is not in a bad place. I just don't think it's a buyout candidate, but it is in a hot sector with great demand and ability to control pricing. So that might be enough for a 50, 60, I don't know, 500% even. Right? I
Yeah.
mean, it's utilities multiples have gone up dramatically in the last 2 years.
Yeah, I
So
agree with that. I don't think they're going to get bought out, right? I'm thinking that they're going to do a debt consolidation restructure plan that's still going to be bullish, like that's going to add to the bullish sentiment in a, like you said, already hot sector, right? But it's already thematic.
I mean,
yeah,
if
I
they
mean,
do
we
have,
both agree where it's going. We just don't agree why it's going there. Doesn't matter,
but
I suppose.
I mean, if they have all that debt, will they dilute shares too? That would be a risk, right?
Hey,
Not sure.
real quick, guys. USAR $15 calls that I just grabbed for September 19th are up $50 a contract or 28%. USAR is up 31% right now.
Yeah, I went actually with the $17 calls for this week, when it was under 15. I'm just
So
yeah.
you should be up pretty nice
Oh
then.
yeah, it's actually doing really
Yeah,
well.
yeah,
I
yeah.
bought it
These
late, but it
USAR.
was like at 14.90 when I bought it, the price strike. So,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
it's
yeah.
still up
These
like
US.
20%.
Yep.
High leverage.
Yes, sir. That's a good play. Just grab these and they're already up. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your guys' conversation about AES. My bad.
Yeah, I just say it's worth watching. I'm already in. I got leaps. I believe I think it'll play out. The timing, I just don't know when. So let's go.
Sector is bullish.
I'm seeing a lot of two-way flow in the SoFi. September 19th, 18 puts. It's two-way flow. There's action both ways in it.
Oh, some Tesla 315 puts came in for August 8th, 3.36 million.
Damn, someone's going put heavy on Tesla. In the money, 315 puts August 8th, 3.3 million around.
Oh, I was on mute. I was just calling that out. Yeah.
Well,
Don't they? When's their earnings? In 8 days. They just fired their North American sales VP, so that does not bode well for earnings.
probably did Portnoy get out, or is he still holding? Do you know?
Don't know. I don't follow them that much.
I don't either, but I'm surprised. Like, I don't know much about him, but I remember Eagle AI was telling me that people with his betting, like, there's a shitload of people that do follow him, so it's pretty interesting.
Degen crowd.
Yeah, but like he is considered smart money. But yeah, it is DJ crowd, like gamblers for sure.
Get out of what?
Tesla.
Yeah, the
Oh yeah,
Portnoy
he said he
so
was looking to. He was just he made his $1 million. I think he was getting out.
I don't know if that was confirmed, but it could be. Oh, Trump's
IBK.
uh
Go ahead.
Indonesia to
Sorry.
buy 15 billion in U.S. energy, 4.5 billion in agriculture. Bella posted this. 15
Yeah.
Boeing jets.
Boeing's ripping right
Boom.
There's your
now.
deal. There's the deal.
Yeah. You got to buy Boeing to make the deal work. That's how
Now
it
you
goes.
got to. They need to buy something to take away their trading deficit. So that's what they did.
Yes, they always buy Boeing.
Energy
Well, I mean, like,
Fuels, ticker UUUU, the 15 August 25 $9 call saw 7,000 hit at the ask.
USAR up 36% or $65 a contract. USAR.
I mean, that Boeing thing does make sense though too, because it's manufacturing, right? Defense is one of our biggest manufacturing.
That UUU, that Energy Fuels call has a volume of 14,045 against an open interest of 325.
Yeah, that's been getting lit up all day for sure.
Apple pushing right here as well. Apple 211.60.
Dude, that USAR could hit 17 this week. Like, I don't know
Yeah,
why it
yep, yeah,
wouldn't.
yeah. You're right, bro. I was just looking at that. I was like, wait, why did he go out to 17? But yeah, it could hit that this week.
It could, yeah.
Come on, Tesla, drop it low for daddy.
I mean, it might hit $16 today, bro.
Dude, I didn't even realize. I kind of want to short Celsius.
Oh Lord, that fucker! I can't.
I kind of want to short Meta back down to 700 or 650.
Whoa, 650 for
Meta.
Meta?
678 actually, 6, but I would probably get the 650 puts. Just give it some time.
I mean,
Or Meta?
you
Wow.
could. I mean, you could hit it. Like, I don't know. It's just the one thing I'm just scared of these mega caps shorting them is that the buys are pretty vicious at times. So you
I
got to be
know,
quick.
man. That's all. The timing has to be perfect. So yeah.
Got to be quick. Yeah, I don't know.
It's in a W right now. I mean,
Yeah, so I'll catch the pump and short that. But look at the weekly, man. It's in a weekly downtrend.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look great. But yeah, I don't know.
shit.
I'm just saying down to 700. Maybe it needs to retest 700, man. I don't know. I could be wrong. I'm just
No, I
looking. I
mean, you
said I'm
could hit
thinking
it.
about it.
I mean, you could hit it. I just can't put an opinion on it. That's all I'm saying, right? It's hard to be bullish.
Yeah.
It's just hard to be bearish or even bullish on it right now for me.
Right.
But I see the level he's talking about too. But I mean, I have 707.32 on my chart, and then below that I have 685.49, 685.50.
So 7s and 650s would pay if those play out.
Yeah.
Joby
I'm just
Magoo,
thinking
you've
about it.
done
I
it
got to
again.
catch it on a pop. I beg your pardon?
Tesla's forming a big H on the 1 hour.
He said Joby Magoo.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I'm playing that H. I'm playing that H, BB. I got the 312 and a halves.
Yeah, I'm looking at the August 1st 310s.
Joby about to hit
Para
$14.
viernes.
When you guys say big H, what time frame is a big H?
A big, small H, and on the 1 hour is what he said.
Okay,
I'm looking
1
at,
hour.
yeah.
I consider the H big because we're on the hour time frame.
That's what she said. Let's go, baby. These motherfucking Jobies $15 calls for January 2027, up $100 per contract. Let's go. There is absolutely zero chance I sell these.
Makes me feel poor because I'm only in the commons.
I got comments too. Don't worry. I got some comments too.
Well, we can't all be big timing and caterpillar, So I mean, you did say you have a big bag in Caterpillar, so I don't think you're that poor, sir.
Yeah, there you go, Mr. Caterpillar Man.
I might play some D-Dog 143 calls. Weeklies.
Ouster calls are up 50% for November.
Which
So,
ones? Ouster?
Ouster. I got $30 calls for November, end of November.
Yes,
I
sir.
still can't believe the
Sir.
cons I have after still from before Liberation Day, and I didn't sell any after. It just and I just exercised it, so it's just like amazing.
Yeah, that's good though. I did some of that with my Nvidias today. So
It's incredible. You just think they're cooked, and it just comes back.
Joby. Man.
Trump should be speaking soon. I guess in 8 minutes.
Your spy
So yeah, it
puts
turns out
yeah.
that Boeing crash that they had in India seems to be somebody turned off the fuel to the engines. If anybody's not aware of the news.
Yeah, I read that the other day.
Everything looks ready to pop.
I read that the other day. Apparently, the cockpit voice recorder on that India crash was the guy said, "Why'd you cut the fuel off?" He says, "I didn't," and the fucking fuel was cut off to both engines.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess it's bullish on Boeing. I don't know if they'll be able to. I would hope it wasn't intentional. But it seems like it.
Reminds me of TWA 800.
Uh these USAR call are up 40% already, bro. It's just not stopping.
You want to know what else is not stopping?
Which
Ouster, OUST.
one? Yes.
Probably go to 30 today. These $30 leaps will be in the money.
That would be beautiful. I went through some pains on those $30 leaps because this thing took a nice dip.
Bro, I went through some pain too. Shit, I'm looking pretty. I'm up 48% on these bitches.
Let's go. Let me see. OUST. OUST. $43%.
What's looking strong this morning in the drone sector is Volatus Aerospace. It's TSX, but it's up 14% today. It's a V call out.
Bro, Joby is about to hit $14. This is wild.
See, I like that name, but I can't chase when they're up like that.
Okay, well, if you don't want to chase, check out UAMY. This is the antimony one. This hasn't blasted all the way off yet, but it's about to.
Yeah, I
Don't
was
miss.
looking at that.
Don't miss the boat. Don't miss the boat.
You want a real degenerate drone play? EH. It's Chinese.
I done heard of that one.
It's a Chinese
Hi.
drone. I mean, they were doing drones since like 2020 during COVID. But it was like they had like fraud accusations, whatever. Blah blah blah.
I'm learning a lot that the drone sector is pretty skeezy.
Yeah, there was a lot of fraud in the drone sector, man. Let me tell you, a whole bunch.
Yeah.
Like, I've never heard of this before.
One
It was
drone
pretty
company I
big
wish I
during
could buy
COVID.
is Skydio.
I
Go
think
ahead.
during COVID, ran from like
Yeah, they're private though. It isn't Skydio private.
Yeah, I wish I
EH
could
ran
buy
from 10
those.
to 100, 120, 150 actually maybe. Like the shit went parabolic.
I trimmed some of this USAR at $65 a contract, up 36%. Let's go. Bing bong.
K-Web's getting a bid.
Another one you don't want to miss the boat on is Omex Odyssey, OMEX. After it had that pull down drawback, it's still trying to hang on tight.
Yeah,
Still
grab some
pushing. That
common.
volume's increasing.
I got in that when you called it out this morning. I got it at 160 or $1.60 rather for commons.
Nice. Palantir the sea. Yeah, so with that, I got the $2. I got the dollar calls for August and the $1.50s for January.
Trimmed USAR again at $86 a contract or 46%. USAR. Boom. Fucking go, baby. Come outside. Outside.
Oh, yeah, 20-year and 30-year well above 5% now. Blackstone to invest more than 25 billion in Pennsylvanian digital and energy infrastructure, plus catalyze additional 60 billion investment.
Hey, Holo bounced almost $1 from the lows.
I saw that.
I need a lot more than that.
Yeah.
My
I'm
cost
trying my
basis is
best.
7. My cost basis is 721.
Damn, Citigroup fucking screaming to the highs of the day.
Crude looks like it's found a bottom. It's looking constructive.
There was some few $100,000 215 calls for Apple weekly.
Yeah. Apple was getting some volume.
Oh, big bet came by on Big Bear AI. $7 strikes August 22nd for 480,000 on premium. Not the money.
Yeah, that's pushing nice too.
Hey guys, another good day, but I just wanted to chime in on EHang, EH.
Hmm.
Maybe this is just me being a nerd, but I don't consider it a drone. I have it in the eVTOL space, the electric vertical lift and takeoff. So that's with Archer and Joby. There's another one, Surf Air and Lilium, who went bankrupt. So China was the first one to launch domestic to get it up and running. So it's the air taxis. And then I kind of have
And
drones in a
that's how I
separate.
heard of it. You're right. That's why I know about this damn thing.
I mean, they're all like the same thing essentially, but I keep them separate, right? So the eVTOLs is one group, and then the drones. You've got the massive drones like Kratos and AVAVDU, and the small drones, and then I separate it between commercial that does like the oil and gas and agriculture, and the military drones. And then one last thing about Joby that's running right now. Hunter Brook Media, who I highly respect. They do like investigative journalism and stock info, and that's like OSINT Technical is part of it, and Sammy Kopelman. Anyway, they went long Joby and shorted the other ones recently, and they went out to the fields because Joby, the air flight trackers had like seen Joby running up for over 9 hours, which is like very, very long for these eVTOLs. So they went out and they photographed it. And it turns out, according to Hunter Brook, that they're using hydrogen, which would be a first. And we talked, I think with Silencius, we talked a bit about that. Toyota is part of Joby. So I don't know. I'm not so hot on hydrogen personally, but I don't know if this is partly why it's running right now.
Yeah, I love Joby, man. Send this shit to fucking another galaxy. I don't care. I'm holding this one.
Jesus, I fucking hate people who keep comparing their performance to hedge funds. It is the dumbest shit I've ever seen.
It's ego, bro. It's ego.
It's like, that's not fucking managing money, you fucking morons.
Yeah.
It's totally different what you're doing. Don't be an idiot. It's two different ball games.
BRB, guys.
I almost typed that in as a ticker.
I mean, and I'll also just add for context too, like this, according to B of A, this has been the fastest risk on we've ever had. historically. So
So
underperformance a
people's
bitch.
returns have been inflated.
No, it means people like investors are just trying to fund managers are trying to rush, get back into the risky assets. I think they're seeing, I guess, economic growth is still there. Their earnings are still there overall. So
Oh, is the Tesla going to play out the H? Let's hope not. I need it to come
I'm
back
hoping
up
so.
again.
instead of waiting for a
Need to barcode a
pullback.
little
Oh,
bit so
you're
I
in
can get back in.
calls. Okay, my fault.
No, I'm going to go puts,
Yeah, I
but
think
I
he's waiting for
set
more
my order.
confirmation.
More confirmation, also to get my order filled.
Oh, that too.
Might have to chase it. Fuck.
Bitcoin futures putting in an enormous H.
Yeah, that retest is going to be likely. I have no idea where it's at, but I think if it doesn't stop at like 114, it's probably going to go back to 106. I think. I gotta look at the chart.
I see support at 114, 112, and then I start getting into fib levels.
That's where it is then. All right. Thank you.
All right, I sold my URA calls.
Damn, today was an 85% downside day. It's pretty bad for
Wow, that's
Brad.
nice.
Yeah. And shows how
So I want to see if
strong.
Tesla can get down to that 310 area that you said that they're selling puts at.
I hope so.
Just need to barcode for another 15 minutes, and I'll be all right.
Bro, it barcoded half the morning.
I know, but I want to get in at 13.40 for my bid instead of $14, which is at right now for August 1st, 310s. Oh shit. August 1st, SPY 625 puts for 1 million in premium.
Oh, that's why the home builders are getting destroyed today. The 30-year just went above 5%.
Yeah, 30 and 20 year.
Holy fuck.
10 years up 1% today.
Yeah, I knew about the 10-year. That's really all that I watch. But dump it. Dump the toll even farther, man. Let's go.
There's a shit
Let's
ton of shorts that came
go.
in for TLT this morning.
It was a huge 200-day 200 day rejection off Toll Brothers. You love to see it.
Oh yeah, nails down 9%.
Some news on Robinhood. I just entered a $95 put. I don't suggest chasing it yet. Let it bounce a little bit. But I'm in a $95 put for August 1st. August 1st, $95 put. Let it bounce a little bit, but that's a bit of a swing trade now, guys. Markets can still go lower. I'm seeing Bitcoin dumping, nvidia dumping. Thanks for that observation. I still don't really know what the news is on Hood yet. I'm not seeing anything yet. But Hood is dumping here. S&P I still think can go lower today, guys. We're back above that volume shelf, which is a positive. But you're now seeing nvidia starting to sell off here. So a nice little sell candle on nvidia. Beautiful to see. Take a look at Palantir dumping as well. PLTR, Bitcoin, Hood, all of your high flyers. Look at Hood go. Come on, Hood. Roblox is probably due for a correction itself. Again, a lot of those stocks that have absolutely ran to the upside. Let's see if they want to take Nvidia lower here. Need to get a little snack for power hour here. They're bouncing Nvidia, bouncing the S&P, bouncing Hood. Hood now down a couple percent on the session. China stocks are still soaring, guys. They're absolutely soaring. Same thing with Google. We almost have our Google 185 calls in the money. Wow. Google is close. So again, SPY's negative. IWM getting smoked today. IWM looks like it's going to take out the lows or at least sweep that low. So I'm still expecting the S&P 500 to go a little bit lower here. Nvidia bouncing a little bit. It's about to test that prior day low. That's your short entry on Hood. And I'm in at 515.95 August 1st puts on HOOD. Nvidia is still trading inside of this wedge pattern.
the ask at $2.
I mean,
But
yeah,
that's $60,000 in premium right there.
I'm a fan. I bought this in 2017 when it IPO'd. So I didn't think I was getting another chance, a new all-time high. So it's probably coming. Even 2008.
You getting old?
Yeah, man.
Happens to the best of us.
So a nice bounce on Hood.
Unfortunately,
Nvidia is starting to curl back down.
I'm getting older. I'm
it
getting
makes it
better.
even worse.
Let's see if Hood wants to take another trip downstairs to the basement.
When we go into the Bitcoin
Right now,
halving.
SPY's actually holding up somewhat steady. A potential inverse head and shoulders pattern is slowly being observed on SPY, but the bearish aspect right now is that SPY is still stuck below this gap. This previous little gap fill, SPY is still stuck below that gap.
And I'm talking about the original fly, the fly, the original.
You guys talked about BTL, right? The blockchain structure.
No, sir.
Building to build a natural gas plant in Pennsylvania for data center support.
Natural gas has
Hopefully,
been soaring today,
um,
just ripping to the upside, grinding higher and higher.
October.
We are basically flat on our UNG. Names like EQT, if you're still holding runners, they're still down on the session off of yesterday's highs. Let's look at AR. Interesting, eh? So a potential little ARB play again on Nat Gas. You can see Nat Gas still pushing, but these stocks in the energy space are weak. Quite interesting. That makes me almost somewhat curious to maybe get into some upside calls in AR. Maybe this is another entry. Down 1.9% on the session when Nat Gas is ripping. Very interesting ARB play again, guys. Keep AR and watch, because if we were to retest this little neckline prior to a low, I would definitely... Ooh, even here looks somewhat interesting. AR does look somewhat interesting here. My oh my. Do we have another day trade long in Nat Gas equities? Potential little inverse head and shoulders? Maybe. SPY took a nice little dip lower there. Back to that high volume zone, bouncing off of this POC level. You can see NVIDIA. Gold support through 33.20, target 34.48, crude support 66.20, target 72 USD gas. Thanks for that information. Appreciate the comments. Right now, SPY is dripping a little bit lower, guys. SPY is dripping. Let's see where the selling is coming from. Apple, take a look at that bad boy selling. Microsoft getting hit with a nice 10 minutes sell side candle. Google still holding steady. Amazon coming in slightly. Meta absolutely running the longs over. Tesla not doing too well either on the session, trading near the lows. And you still have Baidu. Monster almost up 100% on these call options. And we still got quite a bit of time left in the session. I was still thinking the SP 500 was coming back down to this target down here. It's now an upsloping target, so somewhere in here I'd still be curious for a long. I still think the S&P could potentially test this new low of day, 622 area. Let's see if nvidia wants to break down from this wedge pattern. Just been chopping in this wedge pretty much all day. Still holding short nvidia, which we took this morning. Airlines are somewhat interesting down here, but there's just so much earnings that could influence things. What are you gonna do, nvidia? What are you gonna do? Are you gonna bounce or are you gonna break? SPY right now, starting to lose a bit more. Losing a little bit more. Slightly down. Bitcoin down 2.5. Dow Jones Industrial Average down 0.81%. Microsoft still up 0.8. Apple still up 0.99. Amazon still up 0.38. Meta down 0.8. Tesla down 1. SPY dripping. Dripping a little lower. Come on down, SPY. Come on down. We are falling here, guys. We are falling. Falling lower. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Take SPY lower. Take it lower. Here we go. SPY is falling. Nvidia is falling. The sky is falling. Take us lower. Drop it down. Here we go. Take us to the promised land. I wanna fall. Do 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 do. Absolutely knifing. We are knifing. QQQ. Will they take the Q's negative? We might have a day trade long here coming up into SPY. Come on, dump it. Dumpy, dumpy. nvidia is trying to break its wedge pattern, guys. nvidia trying to break down out of its wedge pattern. Take us to a new low of day. Look at that dump on the Q's. Nasty. That is filthy. Filthy. Come on, down. We actually might have a day trade scalp here, guys. Get ready for a power hour 0 DTE long. If we can flush lower, I will take a stab on the SPY long side. Right in this vicinity here, around 623 Pierce, 622.50. I am interested in a SPY long. Come on, take us lower. IWM now down 1.5%. If we flush into the zone, guys, I'm going to look at buying 622 0 DTE calls on SPY. If we flush into the zone, 622 0 DTE SPY calls. That's what I'm looking at entering. I want to see us flush in the next, say, 10 minutes. Here we go. Get ready. I'm telegraphing this level ahead of time.
That's what I'm saying, man. Everybody ain't. I guess ain't nobody paying attention. I don't know. I'm still trading. So I don't know about y'all.
Come on down, SPY. Palantir getting rocked. Tesla now down 1.43%. nvidia breaking that wedge. SPY's trying to defend that low of day. Power hour has commenced. Power hour has commenced. Give us some lower price. If we retest the 623.87 volume point of control, that is in a short zone. That is an aggressive short zone. nvidia bouncing firmly. Yields are still trying. Big bounce in SPY. News about regarding the Epstein files coming out. There's an aggressive short off of the 623.87 zone, and there's an aggressive put play. We tap 623.87. I'm going to look at 624 0 DTEs. It's aggressive. Take a put play on SPY here. Tapping this yellow 623.87 volume zone. I will short SPY off of that area. A little bit higher. Come on. A little bit higher. I'm looking at 624 0 DTE puts on SPY. Come on. QQQ still hanging in there at 0.37. Big bounce on nvidia holding 170. SPY's trying to push up. We might have a short here. We might have a short. It's aggressive. Right off of that 623.87 volume zone. Come on. Here we go. Come on. Oh, come on. Yikes, they're melting it lower, guys. It looks like the short might be off the table, unless we get it within the next couple minutes here. Oh, shoot. All right, they're gonna take us lower here. Chop us down. Come on. Damn, should have taken those puts there. Off that little zone. Nvidia curling back down. QQQ falling here. Down 0.29%. We are seeing more sell side pressure. All right, now that I've missed the put play, again, I'm still interested in a bit of a long opportunity on SPY, but it's off of this lower boundary trend line. And there's a chance we could sweep this impulse green candle bar on an hourly basis. Here goes Nvidia, guys. Nvidia falling, falling for two. We are shining. Chop us down. Chop Nvidia down. Chop it down. Right on a knife edge. QQQ. Still being defended. SPY still being defended. And it's a tough, it's a stubborn market off of this level. Very stubborn price action.
On X.
Hearing test? I'm not familiar with what it does.
Yo, look at talking about Apple. Look at the M pattern on Apple 15-minute right now.
Yeah, I
I
was
I
looking at that
still
earlier.
have I still have Apple August calls.
I mean, order flow is mostly calls, but it's probably a lot of that's rolling. Seems like a lot of newer positions is like shorter term puts,
Hmm.
but that's just kind of a guess.
For what strike?
What strike?
You see?
What strike do I have?
Yeah.
Let me look because I'm sure it's a few. No, it is. It's just the 220s.
Hmm.
Will Nvidia
I
test its
guess I sold
pre-market low
some. I guess I sold
Yeah.
a few
169.05?
of
That kind of
those.
aligns with my bearish
Yeah.
target.
I got a little bit more info on what happened for the bill. So House Republicans blocked a key procedural vote
Here we go.
today, halting progress on the Genius, Clarity, and anti-CBDC crypto bills, along with defense spending measures and proposed amendment to release Epstein-related documents. Despite passing the rules, the rules committee, the package failed to advance amid GOP division. Speakers Mike Johnson cited internal calls to merge the crypto bills into one. Rep. Chip Roy, who voted no, criticized the lack of hard CBDC
Here we go,
ban
guys.
and demanded
Drum
clear
roll.
policy commitments.
Nvidia's
Trump is
getting
apparently
heavy.
furious over the defeat, and he's
Take us
called the ones who
down.
voted no directly.
Take
Every
us
vote is
I just
scheduled
downtown.
grabbed
later
Meta
today.
710 puts Friday.
Come on.
Fucking unreal.
Son, are you still in for solar?
Yes, sir.
I went back in yesterday. Commons.
Yeah, I'm killing it today.
Well, I mean, I would have wanted to buy it for the last month, and I figure now. I mean, I don't understand how with all this expansion of data centers, that First Solar doesn't get some love in that industry. And they're a dirt cheap stock right now. They're trading at like an 8.5 forward PE. and all their projects are already done, so they don't really have to worry about the losing tax credits long term. I don't think it affects that business that much. So, yeah.
So I'm in Tesla puts and Meta puts, and I'm considering grabbing nvidia puts as well.
Let's go. Yeah, Tesla's not looking great.
All right. Let me see what degen play I'm gonna do.
I see it.
Did you say your Tesla puts aren't looking great?
No, I said Tesla's not looking great. My puts are looking
Oh,
fantastic.
okay. Oh, you see what I'm looking at on Meta now? You think 710? You think I
Yes,
get
sir.
that?
Yeah, you're into no man's land now.
Tesla.
To me, Tesla and Meta look exactly the same.
Grab this Tesla 305.
Yeah, there's a lot of positioning at 700 on Meta. Let's see for this week. Yeah, peak position is at 700 on Meta.
Damn, Newmont moved nice off those lows.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, massive roll on CoreWeave. Big 8 figures.
There you go. Tesla's breaking down again.
Grab those Tesla 305s for this week.
Here comes Tesla 310.65. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Tesla looks like it wants to go down to 308 mid.
Yeah, that's why I grabbed the 305s. I was like, let me grab these. Another one I want to see tank is ASML, so I could grab some of this. Has this ever split? Do you guys know ASML?
Tesla waterfall. Let's go.
I can't remember the last time it did. I can't think of on the top of my head.
Yeah.
2013. I don't know why you don't remember that one, son.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the flow is
2000.
pressing Tesla puts.
All right, guys, NVIDIA breaking
According to
down.
TradingView 2012. They have
Up 10% on these 305s.
Are you playing for the earnings, Bull Bear?
Tesla?
No, ASML.
No, I just want to own this, man, but I just
Man.
can't. I think it's too expensive up here.
They have earnings pre-market tomorrow.
Oh, they do?
So, well, yeah, overnight, because they're European.
Oh.
Hood is still popping.
Yeah, Tesla's gonna blow
NVIDIA
right through that
selling. SPY
1065
actually
level.
holding steady here.
I took
QQQ
profit on Tesla. I hit my
holding
target.
steady. Bitcoin holding steady.
Yeah, it bounced within 1 penny of my target, so and it's still pressing. So I'm
Let's
not
see
gonna
if
take.
they
I was gonna
dump
take profit there,
NVIDIA
but
into
I'm
the
not yet.
close
I'm gonna let
here.
it. It's gonna take my target out.
Still
I'm
up
gonna wait.
3.66%. You are getting some profit taking.
Yeah, Tesla's
the
about to
15
melt.
minute candle is still good. Yep. Come on, bro. 12%.
Hey, is the South American commodities guy still here? No.
Jeffrey,
I don't think
that's Jeffrey, right?
Jay something. Yeah,
yeah.
I just I said a question, but if he's gone.
Oh, no,
But Big Kev, that sorry.
I thought you said South American. You said South African.
Yeah, South African.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I
A
said
real
Jeffrey.
commodities guy.
I was joking about Jeffrey.
Yeah, no, Big Kev, I was super happy to see you in Ivanhoe Electric. It's a name like I play, and it's like broken out of its trend line. So I actually added when I, saw that you're in that. I imagine it's a copper play for you.
Yes, ma'am. To me, this is the copper
Yeah,
play.
yeah, it's
In my humble
Ivanhoe's.
opinion,
It's a good.
this will outperform the rest of them, in my personal opinion.
I like to hear that. And for silver, I just want to give. There's one of the Lundin family has a mine in Mexico, and it's traded on the. Most of these are traded on the Canadian side, but this one's also on the American exchange, Vizsla, VZLA. And I think it might make another leg
I've
up.
seen that before. Yeah,
Yeah,
BCLA.
I've been in it for a while. I'm just a fan of the Lundins. Like it's like
Right,
they're
SPY
just very, very
continuing to come a little
consistent
bit
and
lower
top level
on the back of
management,
some
and they tend
nvidia
to
selling.
hit.
Real quick, V. Tesla.
Trimming Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla's
Sorry, go
pushing
ahead.
through that level. Yeah, I'm taking profits on Tesla up 45%.
So what I
Yeah,
did,
up.
I took
Yeah,
profit
just trimmed. Yep.
and I switched into TSLQ
It could really sell nvidia into the close here.
to catch
We've
any other
broken out of this
above the risk.
bearish wedge. We made a little bit of a new low. Failure to make a
I left
new
a couple
high.
runners.
There is a head and shoulders intraday.
I have one runner left in the
Bearish
305 for this
extended.
one.
Son,
NVIDIA,
was that flow on
Yeah.
CoreWeave puts or calls?
It was rolling like, I don't know,
There's
maybe
some pre-market
$80
support
million of calls.
connecting these three pivots, or sorry, 1, 2, and potentially a third pivot.
Okay, so Wall Street is reporting Trump era nominee to lead U.S. Auto Safety Agency says regulators can't sit back and wait for problems with self-driving cars in written testimony.
Damn.
That's why Tesla's. I need to get some deeper. Yeah.
I know of the whole Trump Elon beef, like everyone thinks Trump's going after, but I mean that's the right thing to do. Right? You don't want to wait for people to die before you start regulating this.
Jeez, that was a dip buy on Hood right there. Did you guys see that sell on Hood?
Did Hood probably sold because of the crypto news
Yeah.
as well, right?
Yeah, it went from 101 to 97 and it's back to 100.
Yeah, it was at 230.
That's
That's the same candle he had on Circle as well.
jeez. What a dip buy that was.
The house just want to make sure they get a better position before they pass it.
Yeah, yeah.
Just have to close out a couple things first. But Nibius is looking pretty bullish on that. It had a good bounce on their dip.
Mm-hmm.
I think he'll finish off towards a high of day, like a half an hour. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm happy with this one where it's at. Could just keep going up. And short trending that way.
Trump is going to be speaking soon.
I saw that he was pissed about the bill.
Yeah, well, he's the Pennsylvania Energy Committee. This event is starting soon.
Okay, so that M pattern is playing out on Apple 209 under 210.
All right, I'm out. I'm going to go grab the kiddos.
All right, man.
Have a
Have
good
a
one, guys.
good one, bro. You too.
Nasty day on UH today. Really nasty day. I'm definitely going to get involved in UNH. Apologies about Hood, guys. Hood absolutely ripped to the upside, so at least we have some time on those put options. I still think it's very extended here, but really strong reversal on Hood there. Pretty impressive. We are seeing SPY melting a little bit lower here. So let's see if they still want to take nvidia down. Tesla getting clobbered here. I'm muted. Of course I'm muted. SPY still trying to hold on. Still putting in a 5-minute chart bear flag. I'd be surprised if we don't see another leg lower. But again, nvidia is bouncing. So that typically dictates where this market's going to go. Despite every sector red in the market except for tech, I'm still surprised to see quite a few names showing some outperformance. MongoDB, Affirm, some interesting candidates. nvidia is still holding steady. I'm telling you, it still looks like SPY wants to go lower. It's a nasty looking bear flag. Ford's gotten hit hard today. Sarfraz saying Trump speaking in a few minutes. Thank you, Sarfraz. You know what that means? Zero DT longs. Trump has a tendency to just pump that market, but technicals are just suggesting lower, so I'm not looking to buy just off of Trump. But maybe 27 minutes left. So little time. Maybe if we flush still into the 622.50 level. What's Trump speaking about? Does anyone know? Do you know what he's speaking about, Sarvers? Oh, that I think someone put in the chat earlier. Anonymous. Oh no, that was Trump's comment on CNBC. Blah 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 blah. But maybe they drop it right ahead of Trump. We get long and then he pumps it. It's so risky because there's really not a lot of time left in this session. SPY starting to come in here. Again, the support level that I'm looking at is this pivot to this pivot to this pivot. But considering we've been consolidating here, if this breaks, if this bear flag breaks on SPY, it's going to be a nasty waterfall into the close. I mean real nasty. Real nasty. IWM down 1.6%. QQQ seeing a little bit more selling. Some energy event. Thank you, Sarfraz. I knew I could count on you. Energy innovation event. Let's see what crude is doing. Crude right now trying to hold positive, but also putting in a bit of a bear flag pattern on the hourly chart. Looks like it still wants to go lower, crude. I've been tempted to short crude. It's just such a volatile sector when you try to short it inside of a bearish pattern, but SCO looks poised here for a nice little run. Come on, SPY, come down. You're like freaking watching paint dry in this section. Come on. I'm getting gray hairs watching SPY. It's been wanting to break down all day. Just won't do it. It just won't do it. Why won't it do it? I don't know. I really don't know. All right, you can see Bitcoin's still struggling, down 2.65%. Industrials are getting clapped, down 0.84. Qs are the only thing positive thanks to tech and semis. Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, green. Google, green. Meta, Tesla, the weak spots of the Magland. A little bit more volume starting to creep into the markets here. A little bit more. Tesla almost down 2%. Nasty day for Tesla. Nasty day. Are we gonna fall? SPY. Come on. Okay, so I really don't like this long level on SPY anymore. There's a chance it could work out around the 623. I was considering it, but this is just too nasty of a bear flag forming that I think we're going to knife through that support. So my next long level that I'd only take in terms of a 0DTE trade is if we retested prior day low. That's the only level I'm now interested as of today in terms of a 0DTE long on the indices. Again, shorts are probably still favored here into the close. This pop will likely get shorted back down once you tap this parallel channel. Nvidia catching a nice little bump here. Pump here. Chart here. Whoa, look at Nvidia's green stick to the upside here. Green stick to the upside for Nvidia. We are getting some volume. see what happens here. Decent resistance. Will nvidia push itself through? S&P 500 pushing to the upside here. You know what? I'm actually interested in a SPY put as a little bit of a lotto here. I'm looking at a 624 0 DTE SPY put. I'm very interested in taking a 0 DTE SPY put. It's risky. Right into this POC, guys. I'm going to take a 624 0 DTE SPY put. Gary. Impulse move through this area. I'm going to short, guys. Almost there. Come on, a little bit more. Still trying to work itself through. Contracts are sitting around 50 cents here. A little bit more. Tap that point of control volume zone. These algos, I'm telling you, they are tightened up. Wow. Are you serious? Are you serious? Look at that pullback there. Come on. I swear, we were just about to get into some SPY puts within pennies. We missed it. And a nice pullback occurs. All right, next trade setup. I am no longer interested in shorting off of that zone. I would now have to wait into this 624 Pierce level. Bitcoin curling to the downside. Meta Tesla still selling. Apple only up 0.5%. We are seeing a bit of weakness creeping back in to the S&P 500. Crude oils turned slightly green. Natural gas still up 1.92%. Gold is down by 0.4. 2-year yield outperforming the 10-year yield. And small caps are not liking that. Yet again, the move in interest rates today off of CPI is telling us that the Fed is stuck between a rock and a hard place. The Federal Reserve is not cutting as of what the bond market is telling us today. I repeat, the Federal Reserve is not cutting key interest rates. The bond market is dictating tighter policy. Unless we have a drastic fall. US dollar today up 0.5%. Very strong move for the Dixie. SPY continuing to fall. Nvidia pushing up. Bit of a divergence building between the Qs and SPY again. Maybe there's a short on the Qs here. Let's see. Qs are still falling here. IWM, new low of day for the IWM. Down 1.67%. Nasty little move. Nasty. So you can see you bounced off of the gap already once. That was the trade. Now you're slicing through that area. nvidia is still a monster. Behemoth testing this previous little breakdown zone. SPY still has a bit of a bear flag on the 5-minute chart. Still pushing here. Bitcoin curling down. Bitcoin almost down 3% again. Looks like they're probably going to dump Bitcoin for another leg lower here in the aftermarket hours. Does look like BTC wants to go lower. BTC looking pretty choppy here. We are still short off the 122 zone. Today we did take profits on Oscar right at the highs with members, locking in about 6%. Still have a break-even stop loss. But we did take profits on OSCR. Big volume coming back into nvidia. Big volume coming back into the S&P 500. Pushing right back down. Is this bear flag finally going to break out to the downside? Here we go. We're getting some lower prints. SPY is melting. Volumes coming in. SPY looking for a new low of day. Can they still take the Qs negative in 10 minutes? I've seen it before. It's going to be a tough feat, but I've seen it. IWM now down 1.75%, trading at the lows. Nvidia still up 4%. Apple selling, Microsoft selling, Amazon selling. Google still holding steady up 1%. Few of your financials are bright spots in the market, along with China. Baidu, Baba, absolute monsters on the session. And we have been pounding the table. Someone asked me yesterday what names I'm the most bullish on, even for the long term. And I said China, Alibaba, Baidu. All right, SPY, come on. Go lower, SPY. Just dump us into the close. Gap us down tomorrow so we can buy a gap down and go positive. If they sell us into the close today, we could gap down tomorrow and we could make an intraday bullish reversal. I would love to see that. I would love to see that. And maybe tomorrow we get a little bit more money flow that exit the markets back into some of your relative strength based stocks in the S&P. Come on, just dump us. Dump us, SPY. Rip the band-aid off. Give us a move down. Rip the band-aid off. Ford down a couple percent today, almost 3% on Ford. SMCI still holding steady. IWM, guys, is just getting obliterated here. Look at the Russell 2000 printing to the lower boundary. Head and shoulders target is 216.90. We've triggered this hourly chart bearish pattern on the Russell 2000. We have triggered a bear pattern on the Russell, guys. We've triggered that neckline break. The Russell is looking very, very vulnerable. The downside bearish target takes us to about 217, and the Russell is selling hard and fast. Now the S&P is selling hard and fast here. nvidia getting rejected off of some key little resistance zones, back testing your little neckline of your head and shoulders 3-minute chart pattern. Chop us down. Not enough time, guys, to go long in this market. They could still flush us. They could absolutely throw the baby out with the bathwater. Qs are still firm on the session, but they are dumping small caps and RSP stocks. We are seeing a heavy sell day in the Russell. Risk assets are getting obliterated. SPY still down 0.26. SPY is barely down, but we've had a lot of selling. I mean, you look at this indice move, SPY technicals are being thrown off by the strengthened semis. So the question is, are stocks re-rating right now to this print, this CPI print? Look at the stock heat map. Yeah, it's filthy. It's absolutely filthy, the stock heat map. Everything's red pretty much. I mean, you just simply have to look at all these sectors. Look at this sector performance. Nasty. Broker dealers are the only thing positive with some hedging going on. And tech, XLK. But regional banks getting slaughtered, guys. Look at KRE. Oh my, oh my. Nasty, nasty day on KRE. Retail stocks getting absolutely clobbered. XLK is just keeping a lid on the selling. Healthcare stocks getting clobbered. Your transport stocks getting clobbered. Materials, disgusting. Financials, disgusting. And Citigroup's still up on the session, 3%. And considering that financials are still this strong, it's remarkable. It's remarkable. They're definitely disguising some of the selling in the market with a concentration of semiconductor strength and small aspects of tech, but it's pretty nasty. VIX is still red on the session, but it's been trying to form a bit of a base here, UVXY. I've been tempted to go long the VIX here. I have been tempted. Alright guys, final few minutes here. The IWM still near the lows of the session. SPY getting absolutely dummied here into the close. Getting some lower boundary prints. Let's look at this SPX chart. SPX is coming into our long level, but there's not enough time. Not enough time. We were looking at buying this upsloping trend line of support right in this region. And they are dumping it here into the close. IWM still near the lows. I repeat, IWM is still near the lows. So we are writing our nvidia 172.50 puts for next week in what I think will be a buy the rumor, sell the news. Now gas starting to come in. I mean, just look at this IWM chart. It's nasty. Gnarly, gnarly, gnarly. SPX is now SPY is now hitting this longer term trend line that we've been watching. That takes us all the way back to these previous pivot highs in December of 2024. But they are selling SPY here. This was our long level approaching right here, but there's just not enough time. I think we get a gap down tomorrow, and then maybe a bit of a buy the dip 0 DTE trade tomorrow on the long side. All right. And what would sell off tomorrow? Well, you've had a whole host of selling in everything but tech. So tech would be kind of the big kicker for tomorrow's downside price action. If you get more profit taking in semis, you should see tech fall. I hope SPY doesn't get a bounce here into the close and it just closes negative. Down here, pretty much at the lows. I'm really hoping that SPY does that. Let's look at this SOXS. That's trying to make a move still off of its highs. You can see the QQQ is being somewhat insulated from falling, but near the lows of its session. But SPY really coming in here hard, hard, hard. Dump this market. Gap us down tomorrow. Final 2 minutes in the tape. You are hitting some pretty decent support here on SPY, but not enough time for me to go long. Certainly not enough time for me to go long. I know some degens will trade SPY down here, but I'm not looking to get caught in any sort of a downdraft here. And they've barely sold nvidia today. Sold nvidia. Tesla down 1.85. So a nice chunk of profit there, guys, on QuantumScape. Locked in about 44% on that trade. Still up on our nvidia 172.50 puts. So it's been a successful day in the live trading room today. Look at SPY just dumping here into the close, guys. This is what I mean by getting caught in a downdraft. You know how many people loaded in the 0 DTE for a bounce, and they're just absolutely drilling this market to the downside. Look at that, closing near the lows. That's what I like to see. Tomorrow, I think we could gap down. We gap down tomorrow, there will be an epic buying opportunity. So you better tune in for this live stream because tomorrow there will be an epic buying opportunity, a massive 0 DTE profitable trade on the long side if we gap down. On that note, thank you all for tuning in. I appreciate the support and enjoy the rest of your evening, guys.